Thank you. Trustees, you have received the agenda. Are there any changes? I see two hands.
You can.
Trustee Basket, please.
Yes, thank you, President Feaster. Under information, I would like to add as item D, from the bond team, clarification regarding staging.
As under information, you're adding a D.
Yes, please. So that will shorten my report from the committee and allow the experts to speak more on that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions on that one from anybody? Any discussion? Okay. Trustee Muhammad, did you add something separate?
Well, I was just going to add some like board discussion about the bond, but we can discuss it during the information.
Okay. All right. So after adding, well, I guess I need a second, don't I? Trustee, is there a second for Trustee Basket's motion to add staging?
Second.
Second by Trustee Schmidt. Any additional discussion? All right. Seeing none, may I have a roll call vote on that?
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So,
So would it help to have board discussion about, or should we just discuss it during the informational session?
I think we can probably answer most of my questions during the added letter D that Trustee Basket just added, but whatever the board pleasure.
If I may, if the question is off the topic of staging, that may be an issue and concern. I'm not quite sure if we're ready for whatever.
Okay.
But again, as I've asked trustees in the past, if you have any questions on anything related to the bond committee, to please communicate with me so that we can better prepare the team to either bring it to the board or we could probably clarify it in a conversation but amongst ourselves. So I'm not quite sure what the trustees are looking to discuss.
So it sounds like if you want to add something broader than staging, now is the time.
Yeah, I think adding board discussion on about Thurston.
So that would also be under
Just, I guess it
a
would
letter
be,
E, under information.
it would be before board action.
Yes, that would be under information. We added a D by trustee,
No, it has to be
and
a
this would be
separate.
E.
I think board discussion is usually a separate.
Is that where you want? So you want?
I think it can be under information, as long as it's defined as a discussion.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. So it's been moved by Trustee Muhammad. Is there support to add more discussion under information as a letter E? Any support? Support by Trustee Gaynor. Thank you. It's been moved by Trustee Muhammad, support by Trustee Gaynor. Any additional discussion on an added letter E? Yes, Trustee Schmidt?
Since I don't really know what it is we're going to talk about, I think the unfortunate thing is, as Trustee Basket just said, anytime we're going to talk about things, if we can let people know ahead of time so that they can come prepared with whatever that discussion is going to be.
Is Trustee Gaynor?
I think if you've been keeping up with email and my questions over the last 2 months, you would have a good sense of what the discussion issues are.
Well, I have been keeping up with my email, actually, but it would be nice to have stated that before to our staff so they know what's up.
There's nothing new here.
Trustee Muhammad?
So the reason why I wanted to add it, just so us as a board can discuss, I know that the information part is primarily focused on staging, but this would be a good opportunity for us to discuss the Thurston project, maybe have some additional questions that we can take to the bond committee, because we haven't really had that discussion yet
Okay.
as an entire board.
Trustee Basket?
The opportunity to have that discussion has always been there. So I'm not quite sure, again, the intent or the timing, but so be it.
So it's been moved by Trustee Muhammad. It's been supported by Trustee Gaynor. We've had discussion. Seeing no additional hand for discussion, Ms. Soderberg, would you please do a roll call on adding a letter E, further discussion on Thurston?
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo,
Yes.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. With the added letters D and E, is there anything else that any trustee wants added? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda with the added letters D and E?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Schmidt,
Second.
second by trustee Dupree.
Yeah.
By trustee Dupree. Any discussion? All right. Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo,
Yes.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Dupree,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, President Feaster. Good evening.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to number 2, special recognition, recognition of our departing trustees, Gaynor and Dupree.
Excuse me. Thank you, President Feaster. We would like to take a moment to express our gratitude and best wishes to Vice President Dupree, Trustee Gaynor, and Trustee Caraharo as their board service is coming to an end. We'd like to thank you for your leadership and your service during have been some unprecedented days in our district and times in our district. The role of a Board of Education trustee is one of service, and we appreciate the personal sacrifices that you and your families have made to serve as members of the Board of Education. So we have prepared a short video just to acknowledge and recognize as an expression of our thank you for your years of service.
School board members are ordinary people who have an extraordinary dedication to our public schools. Through countless board meetings, committee meetings, and formal and informal meetings and discussions with Ann Arbor Public Schools teachers and staff, families, and other community members, trustees spend hundreds of hours every year focused on the education of our students. Trustees Jeff Gaynor and Crystal Dupree have spent a combined 12 years in service on the Board of Education. For Trustee Gaynor, this came after decades serving as an AAPS teacher. Their service to the Ann Arbor Public Schools came to the expense of spending time with family and friends. Their work on behalf of the more than 17,000 students, our teachers and staff, and the whole Ann Arbor community will be felt for decades to come. Their decisions on the curriculum, maintenance of our schools, and budget led to AAPS students having educational opportunities that set them on their way to lifelong success. The success of the programs put in place by the Board of Education can be measured in many ways. It can be shown through a host of statewide and national recognitions, such as schools earning National Blue Ribbon designations and being named schools to watch. It can be highlighted by students earning the opportunity to participate in statewide fine arts programs and athletic teams winning individual and team titles. The accolades won by students in home building, DECA, and other career tech education programs, and oh so much more. The success of the work of the Board of Education can also be seen every June as more than 1,000 students receive their diplomas and enter adulthood well prepared for whatever comes next. These many success stories come thanks to decisions made by the Board of Education. These are often difficult decisions, where trustees must weigh choices that have harsh critics of every option, where funding limits what they can do, and sometimes trying to choose the best of less than ideal options. For their years of service to the students, staff, and community, we thank trustees Crystal Dupree and Jeff Gaynor for their work on the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education.
Thank you both, Trustee Gaynor and Trustee Dupree.
Mr. President Feaster,
Yes.
before we go on, It looks very awkward and unexplained why we did not recognize a third trustee who is leaving us.
Yes, ma'am.
But as I understand it, the third trustee does not want any recognition or participation. But so for the viewing audience, is not that we have slighted anybody, but it was at that person's request.
Fair.
Thank you.
Trustee Carahero?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I generally don't think this as a celebratory sort of celebratory moment for me. This is a moment of service. I see that very much as what this is supposed to be. And I kind of somewhat in our current time with our budget and how things are and the temperament of our community, I just don't think it's time to celebrate anything. We have a lot of issues that are very, very tenuous, I think. And when I think about my service over the years, one thing that I think about in particular is the difficulty in serving in the role, which I think we can all sit here. But in particular, for someone like me who's non-white and non-black, Asian American, Filipino American, that has been particularly challenging in this role. Over the past 4 years, I've been everything from misidentified to misunderstood to mischaracterized. And so to me, it's not celebration, quite frankly. It's just a very eye-opening experience to see how public system and public education works. Tremendous amount of sacrifices on behalf of my family. We've had everything in our family from being flyered in our neighborhood to, social media platforms just slandering me and my family name out there without any regard to anything. So to me, it's not a moment of celebration. Definitely a moment of reflection, for sure. There's a lot that this district needs to do, and a lot of it hasn't moved a whole lot. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Again, I reflect on the experience as definitely a personal one that has been, I don't think it's hard to say traumatic, but definitely professionally speaking as a teacher, very eye-opening to how public education works and doesn't work, quite frankly. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, if nothing else, Trustee Carahero, thank you for your service. I believe that brings us down to the public commentary section of the agenda. Ms. Soderberg, how many do we have for this evening?
We have, first of all, 4 special recognition comments.
Okay, I'm sorry, please.
First, it's from Colin Brooks, and then next, Kristen Frazier, followed by Pravina Ramaswamy and Jennifer Oldham. And I'm happy to read those
Please.
if they're not here. Okay. This is from Colin Brooks. I want to thank Jeff Gaynor for all of his service on the board, who cared so much about actually communicating with the voters and AAPS families. He was good trouble. The new board should work hard to be as dedicated as much as he did to improving education, and thank for teaching my older child at Clegg twice. And Kristen Fraser, thank you to the 3 of you. You have offered insight, context, connections, support, and most importantly, an avenue for the people's voice, my voice. I appreciate the countless and undoubtedly exhausting job you have done as trustees. My hope moving forward is that you will continue to advocate for underserved populations and pop into Mitchell after a break for a visit. As a parent, I would love to have you out. And Pravina Ramaswamy, Board of Education trustees and Superintendent Parks, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Trustee Gaynor, Trustee Carahero, and Trustee Dupree for their dedicated service to our community. Please find attached my public commentary, which I submitted as a community member. I urge you to take time to listen deeply to the voices of the community with proper stakeholder engagement. Consider all the newly learned factors and carefully evaluate the trajectory ahead in this uncertain future. Pause and reflect to ensure that the strategy presented is on the right path and that as a full board you understand the long-term impact of your decisions. Thank you for your attention and thoughtful leadership. And lastly, from Jennifer Oldham, I'd like to offer my heartfelt thanks to Trustees Gaynor, Dupree, and Carahero for their service and dedication to AAPS students and families. Trustee Gaynor has shown a special commitment to transparency, and his unwavering willingness to communicate with everyone is sometime I am especially grateful for. Thank you.
All right. Is that all for special
That
recognition?
concludes the special comment.
All right, let me do this in first. The board would like to remind, now we're at the public commentary section. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and are given an opportunity to speak or have comments read by members of our staff. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes with a total of no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about about any individual or individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comment, but we will listen and will follow up as appropriate. Ms. Soderberg, how many sign-offs do we have tonight?
Pardon me, we have 135 comments.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Carrero?
I'd respectfully request that everybody get at least a minute.
Thank you, Trustee Carrero. Same situation as last week for me. I guess to do 30 seconds, please, for everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Dupree.
Possible 40 seconds instead of 30.
Trustee Basket.
As I've mentioned before, we do have a policy of 45 minutes divided by the number of speakers. If we're going to continue to make exceptions to this, then we need to review the policy. And again, given the time and the full agenda, I think if you want to go with 30 seconds, so be it. But again, acknowledge the time on the other topics. And so, no, I would not support 40 seconds.
Trustee Muhammad.
And just to clarify, the policy does allow the president to make any exceptions.
We are fully aware of that. Thank you, Trustee.
So it would be 18 seconds, 20 seconds a person, I assume, 20. So I'll give everyone 30. It's a round number, and we can try to get through. Thank you.
Okay, the first will be Jim Vallum, Sarah Thompson, followed by Luke Bonnell. And Jim says, even with the most recent changes, the current Thurston plan is still suboptimal for the district and the kids. If you haven't watched the videos at the Let Thurston Play site, please do. The second video lays out a better plan with many improvements. Construction costs, only 2 years of demolition and construction with nothing in the way. Greatly reduced grading and landscaping. Less rainwater handling infrastructure. Evens out major construction across the district. Under student safety and learning, play spaces will not be between active roads. Students and teachers. Sarah Thompson, followed by Luke Bunnell and Pravina Ramaswamy.
One, pay our teachers before we lose all of them. Two, you're going to hear a lot about Thurston Nature Center tonight, and you're probably going to tell yourself that we just don't see the big picture. But we see what you're doing to the entire Northeast community. We see how you are forcing Logan's entire walking community to cross a busy street that is only getting busier. We see how you are leaving Clegg with a single soccer field and a single ball diamond when their existing athletic facilities are barely adequate. And we see how you are making Thurston students and staff sitting ducks by putting the majority of their play space in front of the building, where your secure, welcoming entrance doesn't mean a thing.
Luke Bunnell, Pravina Ramaswamy, and then Ben Badalamente. Luke says, I'm an AAPS student and Thurston alum. Please protect the Thurston Nature Center. And then he attaches some handwritten letters from students, and they are already posted on the agenda in board docs. And then Pravina Ramaswamy, Ben Badalamente, and Renee Ring. Pravina says, I'm speaking today as a community leader and resident, one of many who is deeply invested in the future of our neighborhood, city, and environmental education. I urge you to stop, collaborate, and listen, and then come back with a district-wide edition that reflects the current market and has a due diligence process. The Board of Education is currently in a unique position with a newish superintendent, a new BOE coming in, newly announced survey on student attendance decline, an uncertain Fed state funding political landscape, and the reinstatement of the Internal Advisory Committee of Experts. Ben Badalamente, Renee Ring, and Christine Tavegia. So Ben says, our educators have been hit very hard in multiple ways over the last several years. Insufficient, non-existent raises, a global pandemic, district budget crisis, layoffs. And they deserve a school board who will act in their best interest and start to treat them better and repair relationships. Instead, your actions thus far have served to prove that money is more important than well-being. It is not a good solution to raise costs for those who serve to solve the budget crisis you created, watched unfold. An increase in the cost of health care will cause more damage to the AAPS. Renee Ring, Christine Treveggia, and David Hutchinson. Renee says, I had hopes that Ann Arbor would be 100% committed to biodiversity, keeping delicate ecosystems within the city intact. However, here we are yet again. It takes time, many years, even decades, to establish biodiversity and countless hours from volunteers. I do hope alternate plans are created and considered in great detail before disturbing what has been created in Thurston. Longtime park adopter, rain gardener, and native plant enthusiast. Christine Treveggia, David Hutchison, followed by Dr. Margaret Baker.
Please postpone the plan for Thurston and be responsive to the community. We trusted that you would look at each school individually and make the best decision for improvement and include community input, which you didn't. Instead, you implied a formula: enough land, no staging. It doesn't work for Thurston. It ignores that you're putting a building in a nature center that the community has tended for over 50 years and cared for. An Ann Arbor School Board dedicated that, and it's nationally recognized. Slow down and take a look. Take care of this.
David Hutchinson, Dr. Margaret Baker, followed by Sarah Schreiber.
Please slow down. There's no hurry. The only hurry is your agenda that you had set up. Everything that we've heard since we first learned about these plans is that you want to keep going. We don't understand it. We try to get feedback, but we don't. The problem is the Nature Center. What we've had for 60 years is this. What we're going to have is this. With the externalities, you seem to ignore the fact that the heat, the light, the noise, and the trash in the back of a school will nature.
Dr. Margaret Baker, followed by Sarah Schreiber and Pam O'Neill.
Jeff Bonridge reading this on behalf of Dr. Baker. I am mystified. You, the board, are inexplicably downplaying very clear and obvious danger with regards to the wrong-headed decisions on Thurston Elementary. Have you surveyed teachers who would have to supervise children on a construction site for 4 years? What about children with learning differences in all that noise? Where is the survey of Logan parents regarding their response to allowing Thurston students into New Logan First? It is your job to communicate with our constituents. Do one thing: ill-advised, destructive plan.
Sarah Schreiber, followed by Pam O'Neill and Kelly Sager. Sarah writes, Board of Education members, it is your job and your duty to represent your community. Please listen to us. Thurston is located near a large pond. Not only is it a potential flood risk for a future building, it is not ideal for students. There is already a shortage of outdoor monitors during recess, and moving the school closer to the pond increases the risk of kids drowning. Staging the school avoids these safety risks and potential litigation. Stage Thurston.
Pam O'Neill, Kelly Sager, and then Eleanor Freeland. Having lived in the Bromley neighborhood for 19 years, I've experienced firsthand how deeply our community values Thurston Elementary and the Thurston Nature Center. I strongly urge the board to adopt the Let Thurston Play staging plan. This approach minimizes the impact on our neighborhood's cherished green space, preserves the Nature Center as a safe and inspiring environment for children to learn and play, and supports community engagement and exploration. Kelly Sager, followed by Eleanor Freeland, and then Tiffany Walther. Hello, I'm a parent of 2 kids at Thurston. I love the new plan that Let Thurston Play has submitted. If we don't stage Thurston, the students' access to outdoor recess will be reduced by over 60% for 4 years. It's not fair to destroy their recess when we could stage the school and prevent this. Children need recess and fresh air. It is crucial for their ability to pay attention for 7 hours a day. Thurston is located near a large pond. There is already a dangerous shortage of outdoor monitors during recess, and moving the school closer to the pond increases the risk of drowning. Next is Eleanor Freeland, Tiffany Walther, and Gina Schneider. Hi, I'm Eleanor, and I'm a 13-year-old student at Clegg. I graduated from Thurston. I love the Nature Center, and it had a big impact on my time at Thurston. Even now, I play at the Nature Center and on the Thurston playgrounds with friends. I think you should stage Thurston and try to save the Nature Center. Tiffany Walther, Gina Schneider, and Lindsay Burrell. We, the 4 members of the King PTO Board, call for community engagement around the bond proposals for the redesign of AAPS schools in the form of regular meetings, open houses between community members of AAPS, the AAPS BOE, and the design company of Gilbane, as well as regular surveys for community input. We also call for the formation of a bond oversight committee, which would include parents, stakeholders from all elementary schools, in addition to members from the district and Gilbane. In conclusion, we are asking for full transparency prior to any decisions being made. Gina Schneider, Lindsay Burrell, and Melissa Villanueva. There are so many issues with the district-wide project Gilbane and the bond company cooked up. It's hard to choose one to talk about in my time limit. It's not just Thurston getting the short end, it's Lawton, and it's Mitchell, Carpenter, and it's Clegg via the weird plan for Logan. Those are just the ones I know about. The bond committee and their builder are not engaging with people in the communities where these schools are being built, not in any meaningful way. They're running this project in an undemocratic manner, then doing all they can to ignore or cast aspersions on those standing up and calling for them to do better. Lindsay Burrell, Melissa Villanueva, and then Allison Carey. Bond timeline. As a staff member at King Elementary, I want to express my strong support for the current plan and timeline for bond construction. While I appreciate the concerns raised with Thurston and Logan, I am confident that our board, builders, and district staff have thoroughly considered these issues prior to deciding on the published timeline. King Elementary is a large school with a population that continues to grow consistently. With the current building, along with the modular, King is bursting at the seams. This construction is vital to accommodate our growing student population. Next is Melissa Villanueva, then Allison Carey, and then Hannah Fox.
Hi, my name is Millie Villanueva, and today I continue with why I love working at Pittsfield. Yesterday, I received a handle with care message for a student that was on my EL caseload for 5 years but exited this year. The student doesn't technically work with me anymore, but she came to my office for a quiet space to write. While she was in my office working, she began talking about what was bothering her, and we spent about 20 minutes working through strategies for how to get through this stressful situation. By the time she left, she was laughing and ready to rejoin her learning space. Being able to be a student's safe person is another reason why I love elementary school. Please help to keep me here.
Next is Allison Carey, then Hannah Fox, then Carrie Lord.
The Ann Arbor Board needs to honor their 1967 pledge to preserve the Thurston Nature Center for outdoor and conservation education. Is such a large asphalt footprint really necessary? The proposal encircles children play areas with asphalt and traffic. It chops up the whole green space. Additionally, all this asphalt backs up to an assisted living facility on Georgetown. I'm really concerned about the Ardeen, as it's a main artery to Thurston. Now kids are going to have to cross a street. And then also I'm wondering about the drainage. There's been tremendous.
Next is Hannah Fox, then Carrie Lord, then Shelley Salant. Unnecessary urgency, not listening to the community, destruction of nature, please stop. Let Thurston play. We are in the midst of climate crisis and your priorities are so backward. It's been a joy to be able to walk to and through the Thurston Nature Center, and it's one I want to protect and be able to share with generations to come, not destroy because of an allegiance to profit over children over nature. Next is Carrie Lord, then Shelley Salant, then Jessame Green Husted. Keep our teachers here and hold district staff accountable for a safe and supportive learning environment at Mitchell for students and teachers. Our schools are nothing without our teachers, and Mitchell is losing more excellent teachers than any other school to in-district transfers because of the lack of support. I'm frankly scared as a Mitchell parent of what the school environment will be like in coming years if we lose even more teachers over pay issues on top of our current losses. Please stop the hemorrhaging of staff, pay and support them properly, and let Mitchell learn.
Shelley Salant, followed by Jessamy Green Husted, and Margaret Delaney. Shelley states, I'm an AAPS alum, Huron High School class of 2007, and I'm very distressed to hear about what's been happening at Mitchell Elementary. I'm asking you to take a stand for equity in our district, support Mitchell Elementary School, support our Title I schools, and keep our teachers here. Jessamy Green Husted, Margaret Delaney, and Julie Boster. Jessamy says, I'm a parent of a child at Mitchell Elementary, and I'm asking the Board of Education to hold the district accountable. Mitchell students deserve a safe, supportive environment, and keeping our teachers here is essential to their success. Please make retaining our incredible Mitchell teachers a top priority. Thank you. Margaret Delaney, Julie Boster, and Madhan Ramaswamy. Margaret said, I'm writing to urge you to preserve the entire Oak Savannah in the Thurston Nature Center. This unique and rare ecosystem is not just a beautiful part of our natural landscape, but also a vital resource for local wildlife and the health of our environment. Most oak savannas are extinct in Michigan. This one was created by Thurston students in 2008 with written support from the Ann Arbor Public Schools. It is home to a wide variety of species, including rare plants, ground nesting birds, and insects that rely on this habitat for thriving. Julie Boster, followed by Matan Ramaswamy, and Betty Kursky. Julie writes, keep the current green spaces for Thurston students and our neighborhood community. Staging is the best option for all of us. Madhan Ramaswamy, Betty Kursky, and Missy Plegg. Madhan says, as a neighbor and former Thurston parent, I am writing to express my concern about the current plans for the new Thurston building. While each revision to the site plan due to community pressure has demonstrated improvement in the landscaping aspects, it is still a suboptimal plan for the overall Northeast Ann Arbor community to not stage the construction and balance the needs of all constituents. Please show with clear facts what are Gilbane's constraints and cost to adopt the staging proposal involving Logan, King, and Thurston. Betty Kursky, followed by Missy Plegg, and Qian Yuan. Betty writes, as a former Mitchell school teacher and longtime Ann Arbor community member, I am distressed to hear about the current conditions at the school. Please find a way to support our students and staff there. It can be done. Missy Plegg, Qian Yuan, and Amy Cadwallader. Missy writes, please take care of our Title I schools and take care of our teachers. Send Mitchell Elementary School the resources they need to provide a safe and supportive learning environment. My children attended Mitchell Elementary for the past 4 years until we had to make the heartbreaking decision to move them to a different AAPS school this year. This decision was made based on a variety of reasons, all of which stemmed from the same basic issues, the lack of support, resources, and attention given to this community by the district. My children had to leave their friends and loving teachers, Qian Yuan, Amy Cadwallader, and Ann Cox. Qian An writes, it is crucial to protect and preserve Thurston Nature Center. Please do not prioritize the misguided vision of a developer over the needs of a community and children's safety. The design for the new Thurston School clearly falls on both accounts. Amy Cadwallader, Ann Cox, and Shunashi Rose. Amy writes, keep students at Mitchell safe, hire a principal who knows how to engage with the Title I community. Excuse me. Bring back the IB coordinator in order to keep the school IB compliant. Incentivize teachers' positions so they want to stay. I believe that the district has let us down and needs to address leadership and staff turnover, as well as a lack of equity in our school. I'm looking for consistent staffing across the entire building, leadership, teachers, and support staff. Ann Cox, followed by Shunashi Rose and Laura Ganzel. Ann writes, I grew up in the Thurston neighborhood and now live across town. I was educated in the AAPS. My children have gone to AAPS. I believe in the ability of the AAPS to create high-quality learning environments. I very much enjoyed my childhood in the Thurston neighborhood and feel that it contributed to my current worldview. This controversy regarding the siting of the new Thurston School has definitely caught my attention. I developed a critical thinking framework for my AAPS education, I went on to be trained as an architect.
Shunashi Rose, Laura Ganzel, Sandra Buma. Let Thurston play. The habitat surrounding the pond and nature center is precious, and there is no excuse for acting as if it's expendable. The cost of compromising it is far beyond monetary. Ann Arbor should be sincere about keeping our zero carbon goals. To be serious about it, we need our trees. None of the many developments that are happening in Ann Arbor are happening in a vacuum, nor are your decisions as the board or bond committee. These actions have a cumulative impact. Please do the right thing and make your decisions with the future of the planet in mind. You owe it to our children. Laura Ganzel, Sandra Buma, and then Andrew Vane. My name is Laura Ganzel, and I'm an alumni of and current neighborhood of Thurston Elementary School. I am writing to express concerns about the school board's plans to move forward with building a new Thurston on the same site as current students learning, on a known floodplain and right next to a large pond that will pose drowning risks when students do enter that building. I'm proud to come from such an educated, engaged, and caring community. Please listen when we come to you with valid concerns and a possible solution. Keep our spaces green, keep our kids safe, and keep our kids learning. Sandra Buma, Andrew Vane, and Ben Higdon.
Hi, at your invitation, I watched the December 9 staging video, so I'd get some information about it. And one of the first questions was, is there room to build a school on the existing property? The answer to that question is no, there's not, because we have promised to preserve Thurston Nature Center. And if you draw a line around the acreage that you need to do that, there's no room. There's simply no room there. It's not the same kind of school. We had the father of environmental education that founded that 60 years ago. We need to protect Thurston, and please, please change the students. Take the long view.
Andrew Vane, Ben Higdon, and Sarah Winter. I'm a registered engineer in 20 states and have been engaged in forensic engineering for 10 years. During this time, I have professionally evaluated hundreds of flood-damaged buildings. I am thus deeply familiar with the disastrous nature of functional and financial damages that water and flooding can impart on a building. The current site plan for New Thurston is a known floodplain, and as a neighborhood resident for more than 11 years, I'm very familiar with the marshy, wet areas associated with the Thurston Nature Center and its surroundings. It would be unbelievably irresponsible. Ben Higdon, Sarah Winter, Anita Goldstein. Let Thurston play. Sarah Winter, Anita Goldstein, Jaden Boster. When will Mitchell staff and students get a stable, safe, supportive environment? They deserve so much better. I'm a Mitchell teacher who left. At the beginning of my career with AAPS 17-ish years ago, I taught art at Mitchell. It was and still is a very special place. The diversity of perspectives and cultural influences my students brought to their art making was deeply inspiring. I loved the Mitchell community, and they showed me much love in return. While there, with the encouragement of one principal, I developed some vibrant, integrated programming. And Anita Goldstein, Jaden Bouster, and Leah Rose. I'm opposed to the current plans for Thurston School for educational and environmental reasons. There are alternatives to such drastic plans that would create a much better learning climate and protect the community's interest in maintaining such a unique area of natural beauty. We have waited for so long, why not wait a bit longer and revise things to better serve this wonderful city? Jaden Boster, Leah Rose, and Corey Williams. Stage Thurston and keep the green spaces intact. Leah Rose, Corey Will.
In September of this year, the first public access to the site plans for New Thurston were presented by Gilbane at a community meeting. We were told point blank that it wasn't an input gathering meeting and that plans were completely unchangeable. In the last few months, we've actually seen some changes made, but that experience has made it hard to trust what we are told about what is and isn't possible. At the last BOE meeting, the claim that staging wouldn't result in a better site plan for Thurston was made. This cannot possibly be true and has only served to further alienate and fan the flames of mistrust in our community. We sent an email with new mock-ups and just one possibility about how staging could allow for a better site plan. Stage Thurston.
Corey Williams, Jeff and Nikki Bonovich, and Christy Watkins. I am an AAEA member at Slauson and a parent of 2 APS students. I want to begin by addressing the recent finance meeting where 2 board members made comments that reveal a deep disconnect between the board and the realities faced by APS teachers. First, one board member chose to blame elementary teachers for not agreeing to extend the bell schedule by 5 minutes. Let's be clear, teachers were being asked to sacrifice yet again without any promise of fair compensation for the extra work. This is part of a long pattern in this district, asking teachers to do more while refusing them to pay for it. Leah, was that Jaden or Leah that spoke? Thank you, that's what I thought. Next will be Jeff and Nikki Bonovich, Christy Watkins, and Jane Taylor.
Jeff and Nikki Wright, Thurston Elementary School. Christy Watkins, Jane Taylor, and Pelham Barron. Christy Watkins writes, as a homeowner who lives 500 feet from the current school, I respectfully ask that the BOE and the bond committee reconsider the current Thurston School construction plan. The new school's current site plan is on a known floodplain. Building there would be fiscally and environmentally irresponsible. In addition, these are community dollars, not the funds of BOE or Gilbane. The board has a moral and fiscal responsibility to listen to the community residents and taxpayers, even though this wasn't done at the start. It is not too late to listen to the community. Jane Taylor, Pelham Barron, and Stacy Davis. Jane writes, I'm Jane Taylor, a recently retired AAPS teacher who spent the majority of my career teaching at Logan and Thurston schools, English language teacher K through 5. I also have lived in the Thurston neighborhood for 26 years. My daughters attended the neighborhood schools using the Thurston playgrounds and the Thurston Nature Center while participating in school programs before and after school with friends and family. How do we begin to estimate the value of these experiences? Like many, I have a very special place in my heart for the Thurston Nature Center. Helen Barron, Stacy Davis, and Jill and Terry Reinheimer.
Hello, my name is Pelham Barron and I live near Logan. Even with recent Thurston plan revisions, there is still an unacceptable loss of green space and a continuing lack of transparency. This week, virtual office hours were announced with less than 48 hours notice, offering limited 10-minute slots and no public viewing. I watched all the recommended YouTube videos, including the staging one, posted just 5 days ago, and I still have questions. It's very possible my questions were addressed in the office hours, but I guess we'll never know.
Stacy Davis, Jill and Terry Reinheimer, and Leela Ramaswamy. Stacy writes, as a nearly 20-year resident of the Thurston neighborhood and a parent whose children attended Thurston, Clegg, and Huron, I implore you to halt the current plan for the new Thurston Elementary School and develop a new plan that is not only is better for the children, but is also better for the citizens and the ecosystem that surrounds the schools. Do not let short-term gains cause permanent damage in an area that is invaluable to students and the surrounding community. The community has had a vested interest in this area since the 1960s in the Ann Arbor school system. Jill and Terry Reinheimer, followed by Leela Ramaswamy, and then Mira Ramaswamy. Jill and Terry write to the Ann Arbor School Board regarding the proposal for the new Thurston Elementary School. Frankly, we are baffled by why we as a community must continue this fight to be heard. Hundreds of us have told you that we do not approve of the proposed location for the new school. We have provided valid reasons for why we are opposed to the proposed site and have advanced reasonable and very doable alternatives. Simply put, just stage Thurston and situate the new building on the current school footprint. Your proposed plan is citing Leela Ramaswamy, Mira Ramaswamy, followed by Michael Nix. Leela writes, I am a current Huron student and a Thurston alum who has grown up with the Thurston Nature Center my whole life. The Nature Center has been a formative resource that has sparked and nurtured a passion for the environment in my community. Growing up, the Thurston Nature Center was a place for my friends and I to learn about the environment and habitats, as well as to play outside and enjoy nature. Future generations should have the same access to these amazing opportunities I had growing up that helped shape me into the person I am today. Please do not destroy the ecosystem. Mira Ramaswamy, Michael Nix, and Kathleen Peabody. Mira writes, I am a recent former AAPS student who attended Thurston, Clegg, and Huron. I was proud to grow up in a district with exceptional teachers and green spaces that shaped my education and values. The Thurston Nature Center was critical to my learning and environmental appreciation, and my teachers transformed my life in countless ways. I am no longer proud to be an AAPS graduate. AAPS disregard for their teachers' livelihood is driving incredible educators out of the district or the profession entirely. The plans for a new Thurston building will destroy decades. Michael Nix, Kathleen Peabody, and Peter Andruskevich. Michael writes, as a longtime resident, the Thurston neighborhood, and current Thurston parent, I feel strongly that the current plan for the new construction does not adequately take into account the effect it will have on the existing Thurston Nature Center and pond. It is an important resource for both Thurston Elementary and the surrounding neighborhood, and moving the school and its added impervious surfaces will certainly have a negative effect on both the pond and nature center, as well as the quality of life of residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. Furthermore, the encroachment on the pond and nature center is surely... Kathleen Peabody, Peter Andruskevich, and Vivian Shamus. Kathleen writes, the overly secretive plans regarding Thurston School will negatively affect the natural environment of the school grounds and the whole school community. The board needs to reconsider the inadequate process this has followed and respond to the community, not the developers.
Peter Andruskevich, Vivian Shamus, and Amy Farkas. First, I'd like to thank Kevin and Jason for their hard work putting the videos thus far together, hosting the office hours, and the improvements to the Thurston site that were shown at the last meeting. The site changes are definitely a step in the right direction, at least. However, they don't address the difficult, distracted learning environment that is bound to happen when you have construction less than 40 feet from a school, and putting this on the teachers to just deal with on top of everything else they are already doing is just an abdication of your responsibility when this is something that you can solve. You can say that the kids will remember the construction from their time at school all you want. Vivian Shamus, Amy Farkas, Michael Withers. Thurston Nature Center was developed from marshland as an officially designated conservation effort under Lady Bird Johnson while I was a student at Thurston. The current site plan for New Thurston is part of this marsh area and is a known floodplain. Documentation of water in this area dates back to before the designation of the pond as a conservation effort. It would be irresponsible to place a multi-million-dollar building in an area that builders have avoided in the past for its groundwater infiltration problems. A lack of due diligence by the Board of Education and lack of community involvement. Amy Farkas, Michael Withers, and Andrea Nance. The plan for the new Thurston to be built upon an existing floodplain not only destroys the beautiful habitat, it has the potential to create many expensive potential problems. Stage Thurston. Michael Withers, Andrea Nance, and Ari Rauscher. My name is Michael Withers, and I am a proud member of the AAEA at Slauson Middle School. Some recent comments from board members show a lack of respect for AAPS teachers. Saying elementary teachers refused unpaid schedule changes and calling fair pay demands greedy is both wrong and hurtful. We deserve respect, fair pay, and a board that proves through actions, not just words, that they value our work. It's time for the board to show they care about the teachers who support our students in schools. We deserve cost of living adjustments. We teach, we care, be fair. Andrea Nance, Ari Rauscher, Nadia Robinson-Meyer. I'm writing to acknowledge steps in the positive direction being taken at Mitchell Elementary. I'm also writing to ask for this support to continue and for future steps to be taken. An interim principal must be named ASAP. If the assistant principal is put in this position, she must be provided with the support of an assistant principal. IB needs to be made a priority. IB is what brought people to Mitchell years ago, and the lack of IB has dramatically changed the school's atmosphere. Mitchell needs a long-term plan. This plan must be made public so families can make informed decisions for their children. Ari Rauscher, Nadia Robinson Mayer, and Young Yoon Soon.
Good evening. On Monday night at a committee meeting, one of the trustees comfortably referred to teacher requests for raises and wages and healthcare contribution increases as gimme, gimme, gimme. This characterization by the trustee was insulting and degrading to the hundreds of AEPF staff and employees who have to hold 2 jobs, sell their plasma, lead student clubs, plan and grade papers at nights and weekends, and still can't afford health insurance. Perhaps that trustee would be comfortable saying gimme, gimme, gimme to these teachers directly. If not, a public apology will do. Thank you.
Nadia Robinson Mayer, Young Yoon Sun, and Tim Rittinger. As a taxpayer and parent of a student in the APS school district, I'm asking that you adopt an alternative to the Thurston building plan. Our students need and deserve a safe place to learn, and we need APS to collaborate with the community around Thurston Nature Center. The current site plan for New Thurston is a known floodplain. Documentation of water in this area dates back to even before the pond. It would be irresponsible to place a multi-million-dollar building in an area that builders have avoided in the past for its potential problems. A lack of due diligence around understanding. Young Yoon Sun, Tim Rittinger, and Jacqueline Pringle. Regarding new construction plan at Thurston. 1. The current site plan for New Thurston is a known floodplain. Documentation of water in this area dates back to even before the pond. It would be irresponsible to place a multi-million-dollar building in an area that builders have avoided in the past for its potential problems. A lack of due diligence around understanding the environmental history and impact could very possibly lead to the district spending tons of money to fix these issues in the future, on top of potential litigation. Staging solves this problem. 2. Students' access to outdoor recess will be reduced by over 60%. Tim Rittinger, Jacqueline Pringle, and Johnny Thompson. I'm in my 3rd year of teaching, and I am exhausted. Not by my teaching, not by my students, not by the parents. I'm exhausted by the constant fight to be respected by our administration. This week, it was most clearly demonstrated in a public meeting when a board trustee described our ask for fair pay as a gimme gimme attitude. The trustee went on to say that this attitude doesn't reflect the realities of this situation. So here are the realities. This district in which this trustee sits on the financial committee has failed to honor the salary schedule 10 times in the last 16 years.
Johnny Thompson, Deborah Wood, Jacqueline Pringle, Johnny Thompson, and Deborah Wood. And Jacqueline writes, it is disheartening to be a teacher in this district, asking you to honor the contract you put in place, and here we have a gimme gimme attitude. It is deplorable how you refer to teachers in this district. We already don't have enough teachers for classrooms, and now the looming exodus that will happen is not enough to make you see the need for competitive wages. I have worked in this district for 5 years. Fresh out of college, I jumped into pandemic teaching. I love my school, colleagues, and my work. Asking for the standard of living increases and decent benefits is not a gimme gimme attitude. Johnny Thompson, Deborah Wood, and Emma Packard.
On Monday, a trustee made comments that implied teachers are greedy, lazy, and possibly stupid, and this is in alignment with how our pleas are being responded to. While there's staunch community support for teachers in general, not to mention Mitchell and Thurston, the board doesn't seem to be willing to problem solve or display flexible thinking. The one thing that is certain is that teachers have never had the power to create the mess that we're in. We didn't do this. And so we ask that you please get out of your fixed mindset and work with us to make some change, whatever that takes. We're willing to work with you.
Deborah Wood, Emma Packard, and Destiny Taylor. Deborah wrote, I'm imploring you to protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center as it stands today. Emma Packard, Destiny Taylor, and Amy Griffiths. Emma writes, it's ironic that again, teachers are being gaslit as selfish and gimme, gimme, gimme when we ask for livable salaries and benefits. when the only thing we've been given in the past year are valid reasons for intense anxiety and distrust, higher healthcare rates, and less support. Yet again, why are we gaslighting the people who are doing on the ground work with our students day in and day out? Please fact check and edit your narrative, AAPS BOE. Destiny Taylor, Amy Griffiths, and Ali Hassani. Destiny writes, I am a student at Mitchell Elementary. I am coming today to ask that you please help keep my friends and I safe. Students have been fighting and bullying. This makes me scared. Students are running away from the school. Staff are running all over the place. Teachers are leaving and I am scared my teacher is going to leave too. Who is going to teach us? It's hard to learn already. A lot of people have left. The staff at Mitchell have been working hard, helping every day, but things are staying crazy. Please don't wait for something to happen to my friends or the staff. Mitchell used to be the coolest school on earth. Amy Griffiths, Ali Hassani, and Adina Shom.
The plan for New Thurston puts it on top of a historic and beloved nature center and in a known floodplain. This decision was made before getting input from subject matter experts or anyone at Thurston. Why are decisions being made by only 2 board members without relevant expertise in construction management or financial planning, who are now trying to stubbornly push issues under the rug? We as a community want to see new leadership in the bond committee in 2025. We want New Thurston in a better location. We want staging for Thurston.
Ali Hassani, Adina Shom, and Jill Diamond.
Hi, I just want people to see what Thurston Play is about. So if you look at the current design, it is better, but it's like taking a beautiful house, dividing it into 100 different rooms, and then sticking it between 2 busy. That's our play space. And we can try to stick the 4th graders in that tiny little bubble, or we can stage and have a contiguous space. Somewhere where it's safe to be, somewhere where it's green, somewhere where we can preserve what Thurston stands for. So all we're asking is for, go to letthurstonplay.com, work with us, and let's come up with something that's safe and green together.
Adina Shom, Jill Diamond, and Lori Vanderroost. Adina writes, I urge the board to work with the many Thurston community members who have advocated for a more collaborative and transparent process in building the new Thurston. As a Thurston parent, I hope a staging solution will be considered with input from the full Northeast Ann Arbor school community, and that our kids will not have to attend school just feet from an active construction site for 4 years. I appreciate that some changes have been made to the building plan to protect more of the nature center and other green play spaces. Clearly, change is possible. I hope that willingness and flexibility. Jill Diamond, Lori Vanderroost, and Kelly Gilbert. Jill writes, regarding New Thurston site plan, the habitat surrounding the pond and nature center is precious, and there is no excuse for acting as if it is expendable. There are fewer and fewer protected wildlife habitats. The cost of compromising it is far beyond monetary. Ann Arbor should be sincere about keeping our zero carbon goals. To be serious about it, we need our trees. None of the many developments that are happening in Ann Arbor are happening in a vacuum, nor are your decisions as the board or bond committee. These actions have a cumulative impact. Please do the right thing. Lori Vanderroost, Kelly Gilbert, and Kristen Neal. Lori writes, as a homeowner in the Thurston school neighborhood and as a taxpayer in the Ann Arbor School District, I must register my request for the Ann Arbor BOE to implement a staging plan for the replacement of Thurston School. The current plans will endanger an historic, decades-old nature center, which is precious to the school and entire community. It will greatly reduce the playing areas and outdoor learning areas of the school, which are enjoyed by this community. It will isolate Thurston School from the neighborhood by the expansion of driveways and concrete areas.
Kelly Gilbert, Kirsten Neal, and Tarun Jahani. As a current Thurston parent and a family nurse practitioner working in school-based health, I have several concerns. Students rely on schools to provide for their safety, physical well-being, and educational needs, and this current plan puts all these things at risk. Trying to learn so near to a construction site can compromise a student's ability to learn without distraction or overstimulation and poses a serious threat for students with health concerns, including asthma and allergies. If the proposed staging option is not considered, families will be forced to make difficult choices for the health of their children. Kirsten Neal, Tarun Jahani, and Maro Beauchamp. There once was a board of ed who ignored what the teachers pled. They cried, "You're being so needy," blamed teachers for being too greedy, so to other districts the teachers of Ann Arbor fled. Tarun Jahani, Maro Beauchamp, and Laura Berry. The current site plan for New Thurston is a known floodplain. Documentation of water in this area dates back to even before the pond. It would be irresponsible to place a multi-million-dollar building in an area that builders have avoided in the past for its potential problems. A lack of due diligence around understanding the environmental history and impact could very possibly lead to the district spending tons of money to fix these issues in the future on top of potential litigation. Staging solves this problem. Stage Thurston. Mara Beauchamp, Nora Berry, and Sue Shrink. The habitat surrounding the pond and nature center is precious, and there is no excuse for acting as if it is expendable. The cost of compromising it is far beyond monetary. Ann Arbor should be sincere about keeping our zero carbon goals. To be serious about it, we need our trees. None of the many developments that are happening in Ann Arbor are happening in a vacuum, nor are your decisions as the board or bond committee. These actions have a cumulative impact. Please do the right thing and make your decisions with the future of the planet in mind. You owe it to our children. Nora Berry, Sue Shrink, and Aaron Griffiths.
Shink.
Sorry. Protect our Thurston community. As someone who has been a resident of Ann Arbor for my entire life and a previous student within AAPS, I feel very strongly about the New Thurston project and how it will compromise the children's experience of these very formative years and be detrimental to their learning. The habitat surrounding the pond and nature center is precious, and there is no excuse for acting as if it is expendable. The cost of compromising it is far beyond monetary. Ann Arbor should be sincere about keeping our zero carbon goals. This is a matter of the health of the children. Sue Shink, Aaron Griffiths, and William Walther.
Thank you for your service. I'm here to ask you to preserve the Thurston Nature Center in its entirety and to pursue historic landmark status for the space. I offer to be helpful in the endeavor as your state senator. The nature area was developed by Bill Stepp, who actually ended up being the first chief of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO Environmental Education Section. He also was involved in planning the first Earth Day. This Thurston Nature Center is the birthplace of environmental education, not just in America, but the entire world. Please preserve it for the jewel that it is.
Aaron Griffiths, William Walter, and Sarah Shea.
You folks hearing all of these comments? Because I'm not sure why I even have to be here after I've heard all of them. But anyway, I'll give mine. Criteria for staging starts with the question, is there room on the existing site to build a new school? The answer for Thurston is no, there isn't. Sure, you can draw lines on a plan, you can tear into the nature center, you can turn the landscape upside down. But why would you do that? Community members have independently shared alternative plans that include staging without major repercussions on the overall schedule. Please don't approve the Thurston plan without staging. Give the incoming board members a chance to reconsider this question with fresh eyes. Thank you.
William Walter, Sarah Shea, Michael Zielinski. I'm writing about the project to upgrade and/or rebuild several AAPS elementary schools. Due to the significance of the project, it is vital that AAPS take the time to complete this process in the best way possible for current students and future students. I'm deeply concerned with the planning of this project, especially with regard to Thurston Elementary and Logan Elementary. It does not seem that AAPS has taken into account the input of the families that go to these schools, leading to, for instance, the unnecessary destruction of nature areas, the impact of going to school in a construction zone for 4 years. Sarah Shea, Michael Zielinski, and Emma Smith. As a Mitchell parent, I appreciate the increased community attention to Mitchell that highlights the district's inequities. Our children are not the problem. Our teachers and staff are not the problem. The problem is inadequate staffing, lack of viable supports, and leadership instability. The problem is a combination of district inaction and superficial bandages. I ask the 2025 board to dig deep and consider how they can take action that invests in equity. What would Mitchell look like if there were true equity in AAPS? All of our children and staff would feel safe coming to school. Michael Zielinski, Emma Smith, and Amber Phillips. I'm dismayed to learn that plans to build a new Thurston school on site and concurrent with old Thurston's use remain full steam ahead, even in the face of overwhelming public opposition. We want staging. We want the preservation of our beautiful nature center and our vast playground field. Choosing to force a new school in this corner of the property is the height of hubris. Dismissing the sound plans of the past, ignoring the many valid concerns of residents who live in this area, I am left to wonder what kind of deal. Emma Smith, Amber Phillips, and Greta Neathammer. I continue to be disappointed and distressed by the board's lack of engagement with the community or willingness to address the legitimate, significant concerns of parents and community members. Why is some arbitrary, rushed, not comprehensively developed plan taking such priority over our kids' well-being and desires of the community? The board, especially now, needs to be listening to those they serve. They have proven their oversight is fiscally incompetent. Why should we support a plan that not only has huge financial impacts, but more so the environment in which our children are growing and learning?
Amber Phillips, Greta Neathammer, and Catherine Archibald. Amber writes, we're writing to express our concerns about Ann Arbor Public Schools' most recent plan to rebuild Thurston Elementary School. The plan will expose Thurston students to 4 years or longer given likely delays to construction of learning adjacent to a construction site. This is unacceptable. The effects of noise on children's learning outcomes are very well documented. And then they cite the document here. A short review on noise effects on cognitive performance in children. I'll just read further. To summarize the peer-reviewed article, construction noise can be significantly disrupt learning by causing distractions, impairing concentration, increasing stress levels, and negatively impacting cognitive abilities. Greta Neathammer, Catherine Archibald, and Raphael Jackson Jr. Greta writes, the audacity to paint teachers as greedy and short-sighted for wanting what we are owed is deeply insulting. We pinch pennies to survive and you dismiss us. We take second jobs to make ends meet and you disparage us. We do everything we can to help our students be successful and yet you won't do the same for us. Is that equity? Is that treating us with dignity? Or are these just buzzwords you throw around to trick our community into thinking you stand for something other than yourselves? Catherine Archibald, Raphael Jackson Jr., and Bo Bunnell.
Hi, I'm Catherine Archibald. I live near Logan. I have 2 kids that went to Logan and now go to Clague. I'm here to oppose the plans for the new Logan building on Clague property. Logan is a great school. It doesn't need a new school. The school where it is great. My kids went there. The new plan is a busy road, smaller area, and will cause massive construction on Clague. Clague just went through massive construction. I don't want my kids to live and learn through construction and have 2 schools now where there's only 1. It's already crowded with 1. Please halt, slow down, listen to the community.
Raphael Jackson Jr., Bo Bunnell, and Amber Horwitz. Hi, my name is Raphael Jackson, a senior attending Ann Arbor Huron High School. I'm here today to share my thoughts about implementing a 4-day school week instead of the traditional 5-day schedule. Research and experience show that a 4-day school week can greatly benefit both students and teachers. It allows for improved mental health, better work-life balance, and increased time for rest and extracurricular activities. Many students and teachers find themselves overwhelmed with stress and burnout during the traditional 5-day schedule, and a shorter week can reduce these pressures while still maintaining academic standards. Bo Bunnell, Amber Horwitz, and Barbara Degage-Friedman. Bo writes, I am commenting for the first time to please reconsider the current plan for Thurston Elementary. After following this topic since the September public meeting at Thurston that I attended and talking to my kids, all Thurston graduates, I decided it was time to speak out. I appreciate the recent amendments to try and improve green space, but it simply isn't enough. Please listen to the consistent and overwhelming community outcry. This space has been recognized for its uniqueness since the 1960s. Amber Horowitz, Barbara Figash-Friedman, and Julia Savage. Amber writes, writing in for the fourth time, Mitchell Elementary needs a comprehensive plan for rebuilding. An open letter to Ann Arbor Public Schools Administration was shared last week stating the emergent need for safe staffing at Mitchell and was signed by hundreds of Mitchell community members. We want a response to this letter, a plan our amazing teachers are leaving at alarming rates. In the last 2 years, my son has lost a teacher mid-year, 2 social workers, a speech therapist, his OT, and his resource room teacher. He will also be on his 3rd principal. Once one is found, Barbara Figash-Friedman, Julia Savage, and Jennifer Oldham. Barbara writes, one of the things we love about Thurston is how great it is that kids get to play in such green space and are so connected with the environment. I understand the need of a new building, but doing this at the expense of their quality of life is not acceptable. Construction covered the rest of their elementary years with noise and dangerous materials and reduced playground areas is not conducive to learning. Furthermore, placing the new building close to water is dangerous, and I hear that the area is not even fit for building. Let's prioritize the kids. Julia Savage, Jennifer Oldham, and Julie Lerman. Julie Savage writes, hello, I'm a parent to 2 children at King Elementary. I also support a delayed rebuilding of the schools to further ensure appropriate planning. My concern in regards to King students going to the old Logan location during rebuilding of King is that Logan is a much smaller school. Logan houses 362 students, while King houses 525. How does one fit almost 200 more students into that same space? Are there plans for modular classrooms to be built in the interim? It would upset a lot of families and teachers. Jennifer Oldham, Julia Lerman, and Lindsay Lieber. Jennifer writes, you have my sympathy. The need for both financial and human capital is acute. Teachers are warning they are at a breaking point. With drastically increased health care costs, current salaries and benefits are not sufficient for modest, secure lives in Ann Arbor. Merely offsetting the increased health insurance costs would take $6 million. I will grieve every loss that comes with this because I know how restrictive the rules around general fund sources are. But you must find the money. The teachers are the bedrock of every school. Mitchell is sending out an SOS. Julie Lerman, followed by Lindsay Lieber. Julie writes, King feedback on Thurston proposal. I am a King parent and support Thurston's proposal that will delay King's construction. As a family, we value nature, and a big part of living in Northeast Ann Arbor is the nature areas and focused value of preserving our environment. I am hopeful that we won't lose sight of that and vote in favor of Thurston's proposal.
Next is Lindsay Lieber, followed by Laurel McGuire and Kristen Mahler. I'm greatly concerned about the proposed plans to move King students to Logan during the King rebuild. King currently has 525 students and Logan only has 362. Would AAPS bring in multiple portable classrooms to Logan property? Would some students go to Logan and the rest of the King community be scattered to other buildings? Would class sizes increase from 20 to 30 per class to squeeze our district school into a building that is not equipped to hold us? Will our 525 King students also share the building with Logan students who do not want to move? We moved from California to Ann Arbor. Laurel McGuire, Kristen Mahler, and Carolyn Gross. I'm an AAEA union member, a librarian in the district for 19 years, and a parent of 2 kids who graduated from the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Ann Arbor Public Schools have been a draw and asset to the city, and that is due to our teachers and the programs we offer, carried out by our teachers. We are not on the precipice of eroding that reputation beyond repair. We are on the precipice of eroding that reputation beyond repair. Do better and come up with solutions that do not ask teachers to make concessions again. Treat teachers with dignity and respect so you do not lose them to other districts. Kristen Mahler, Carolyn Gross, and Katarzyna Westborowska. As a parent, grandparent of AAPS students, and a 40-year tax-paying resident of Ann Arbor, I'm frustrated and extremely disappointed by the management decisions made by AAPS and the school board in recent years. First, there was the huge budget mistake from last year, which falls on the backs of the teachers and ultimately the students. mistake which no one has ever been held accountable for. Now there is talk of not honoring raises for our teachers and staff, along with expecting them to pay more for their health insurance. APS has always talked about equity, but actions speak louder than words. Caroline Gross, Katarzyna Wojbrowska, and Anton Hill. Trustees, thank you for your attention. I am a parent of 3 Thurston students, and I'm writing for the 3rd time about the concerns raised by the group Let Thurston Play about the proposed plan to construct new Thurston adjacent to existing Thurston. I'm concerned that your plan would subject Thurston Elementary students to 4 years of attending school within feet of an active construction zone, during which time their outdoor recess will be reduced by 60%, and they'll be exposed to dirt, dust, hazardous equipment, and extremely distracting noises that will make learning difficult. Katarzyna Wojbrowska, Anton Hill, and Allison Riccardi. Why are the teachers who have been working many years in AAPS not provided with appropriate step raises when working for so long in a district? Teachers are not able to meet daily needs of paying bills and common necessities, food, etc. Teachers work beyond their hours and stay for clubs and not paid for this. Teachers should be given appropriate step raises based on experience and time within a district. Anton Hill, Allison Riccardi, and Ingrid Racine. My name is Anton Hill, and I'm a 4th grader at Mitchell. Most of the teachers I've had have already left Mitchell, and I'm worried that my teacher will leave in the middle of the year. So I hope you will do something to keep our teachers from leaving. Allison Riccardi, Ingrid Racine, and Padmini Invescaran. We need more transparency and representation from the bond committee. The current committee is not acting in the best interest of the schools and community, nor are they managing our money the way it was originally intended. The taxpayers are clearly not happy with the proposed developments. Both Thurston and Logan have created petitions for APS to rethink their current plans. Together, these petitions have amassed over 1,000 signatures, but this is only because there has been some communication and parent investment to get the word out. What about communities where there are fewer resources to organize? Ingrid Racine, Padmini Invescaran, and James Freeland. I'd like to extend a thanks to the outgoing board members for their service. I especially want to recognize Jeff Gaynor and Ernesto Carajero for their willingness to engage meaningfully with the Mitchell community over the past year. Trustee Gaynor in particular has consistently kept an open line of communication with parents and spoken up on behalf of our school. Mitchell Elementary, like all of our Title I schools, desperately needs the Board of Education to champion equity. Sometimes that means holding the school district accountable, particularly when they fail our most vulnerable families and students. I hope you will all be advocates for Mitchell Elementary. Padmini Invescaran, James Freeland, and Joshua Skodak. Please don't start a new construction in Clay campus. James Freeland, Joshua Skodak, and Michael Oswald.
Thank you, sir. That's your time.
Joshua Skodak, Michael Oswald, and Tracy Mathewson.
Take your time.
Excuse me, sir. The battery's dead. We're going to change out that mic so that you can start over. And sir, are you Michael or Joshua?
Michael.
No worries. Just wanted to make
Supposed to be
sure
I'm
that
supposed to
we
be
don't
Joshua,
skip
right?
Joshua's. Go ahead and go. We'll
Apologies,
go back to
double.
Joshua.
I was just saying I and many of my neighbors on Yorktown really support the most recent plan for the new Thurston, counting playgrounds and fields. Our kids are going to have even more green space than we have now, which is great. I do not support staging. I think continuity for our children is really important, which many studies support. I also think it is inequitable to Logan and King families who deserve a voice. On to construction, Dickin is building a same-site new school, and it seems to be going well. Lake Orion is doing the same thing, and the local paper has reported it's been really fun for the kids to see their new school being built. Teachers are lesson planning around it. The article reports, quote, excitement among both students and staff seems to be nearly off the charts.
Joshua Skodak, Tracy Mathewson, and Elena Felix. Joshua writes, Dear members of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education, I am writing to you today as a dedicated educator who has spent over a decade working in this district, providing our students with the education and support they need to thrive. It is with deep concern and frustration that I address the urgent need for this school board to recognize the critical importance of compensating teachers fairly with a living wage and providing adequate health care benefits. Currently, I am forced to work a second job due to the inadequacy of my teaching salary and the poor quality of the health benefits provided by the district. Tracy Mathewson, Elena Felix, and Philip Hartman. Tracy writes, my name is Tracy Mathewson, and I am an AP Science teacher at Skyline High School. I am writing to express my profound disappointment and outrage regarding recent comments made about teachers by board members. These statements of blame not only undermine the professionalism and dedication of our educators, but also reflect a fundamental misunderstanding of their roles, responsibilities, and value to our community. First, the suggestion that teachers should be responsible for combing through financial data and balance fund sheets as part of their duties demonstrates a troubling disregard for the nature of their work. Elena Felix, Philip Hartman, and Lynn Perry. I am an Ann Arbor public school teacher, Ann Arbor resident, and parent of a student who attended AAPS K-12, and I am shocked and outraged by the comments our trustees made at the recent Finance Committee meeting. School board members and teachers should be partners in making the best, most sustainable education possible for our students, but some of our elected officials are treating teachers as adversaries, claiming that teacher demands for reasonable and deserved increases in pay are greedy or selfish. Many Ann Arbor teachers are taking on multiple jobs just to keep up with the rising cost of living. Philip Hartman, Lynn Perry, and John Campbell. Dear Board, as one of your teachers and community members so rudely referred to as those people yelling gimme, gimme at the last board meeting, I'm writing to say yes, give me, give me, give me. Give me the steps I've been cheated out for the last 10 years. Give me the respect the teachers of this community's youth deserve. Give me reasonable prices for my health care when central administrators are paid 2 to 4 times what teachers are paid and pay 1/3 as much for their health care. The district's irresponsible financial mismanagement and toxic attitude towards its teachers is driving teachers away. Lynn Perry, John Campbell, and Taylor Morgan. For years, educators in AAPS have been operating on an outdated pay structure that does not reflect the rising cost of living. In fact, AAPS educators have gone 16 years without a cost of living adjustment. Promises of steps and percentage pay scale increases, assumptions from last year, remain unfulfilled. These broken commitments compound an already dire situation where many of us are forced to make difficult, even heartbreaking decisions about our futures. I am one of those educators. Since joining AAPS, my income has consistently fallen short of affording me John Campbell, Taylor Morgan, and Amy Janowitz. John writes, a lot of people say that us teachers do it out of love. I love having my son in one of my first grade music classes. I love the community we've built with his classmates and their families, and I love my colleagues and admin who burn the candle at both ends to keep the sinking ship afloat. But I don't love that we lost yet another 5th grade teacher, this time mid-year, to a district that pays teachers a fair wage. She'll get a $20,000 yearly pay increase by leaving AAPS this week. A mass exodus is upon us. Make it right and keep us here. Taylor Morgan, Amy Janowicz, and Jillian Morgan.
Dear board members, I'm a proud parent of 2 Thurston Herons, and I'm strongly in favor of adhering to the bond schedule as is and building Thurston now. But frankly, you're losing this battle to a vocal minority fueled by misinformation surrounding the Nature Center. We need urgency now to convey your message at scale. Logan, Thurston, King, and apparently Clegg now need to all be in the room to understand where we are with things, what's at stake with schools, and frankly, I think parents need to get a larger voice because we're the ones that are feeling disrupted by this whole thing.
Amy Janowicz, Jillian Morgan, and Kristen Frazier. Amy writes, my oldest daughter just finished 3 years at Clegg. During those years, her education was noticeably disrupted by the constant construction in the building and on the grounds. Now my younger daughter is in 6th grade, and it looks like her years at Clegg will be plagued by the noise and disruption of trying to learn on a construction site as well. Also, the green space, including athletic fields, is already much smaller at Clegg than at the other middle schools in Ann Arbor. Building a new elementary school on this site will shrink their fields to a frankly pathetically small area. Kids need room to run, they need trees and quiet. Jillian Morgan, Christian Frazier, and Alvin Hill. Jillian writes, I enthusiastically support the planned rebuild of Thurston Elementary starting in spring 2025. I am the parent of 2 Thurston students and deeply appreciate the board and staff listening and applying community feedback in the latest iteration of the Thurston plan. We are extremely lucky we have this funding, which affects our school system as a whole and many of our city communities. I urge the board to not delay Thurston's timeline so that we ensure all students in the district have much needed resources and facility improvements in as soon as possible.
Next is Kristen Frazier, Alvin Hill, and then Maria Murphy. As an AAPS parent and staff member, I'm asking you to hear us, see us, and stand alongside us. Fight for equity at Mitchell and keep all AAPS teachers, TAs, and staff members here. Encourage admin to follow through with step increases, negotiate fair competitive pay with opportunities to grow, and reduce the burden of these insurance increases by paying more on your end or simply reducing the options. Keep us here, teachers, staff, and families. Alvin Hill, Maria Murphy, and then Justine Anthony. I've been a parent at Mitchell Elementary for over 5 years. When we started in 2019, it was a vibrant, warm, and exciting IB school, serving the needs of one of the most diverse student populations in the district. In the past 3 years, it has been shocking to witness the turmoil caused by a constant turnover of administrators and staff. Mitchell needs leaders who will work collaboratively with our teachers and parents to correct the course and make it a great place to learn and teach once again. Please be the leaders we need and make a plan to keep teachers at Mitchell and in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Maria Murphy, Justine Anthony, and David Schneider. I've been a teacher in AAPS for 34 years. In all of that time, I have never seen teachers asked to be given anything unreasonable or have a gimme attitude. It's been quite the opposite, much more of a take situation. Over these years, adequate prep time has been taken away. Pay steps have been taken or stalled. New programs continue to be prioritized, but we do not have enough funds to give teachers cost of living raises. The district's priorities are clear. You want to be seen as a district to watch, but you aren't willing to treat your teachers with the respect they deserve. Justine Anthony, David Schneider, and Ginny Morgan. My name is Justine Anthony, and I'm a former Mitchell parent and still an AAPS parent. It is appalling that we have to fight for Mitchell Elementary to get the same attention that other schools in the district get, without question. Why is Mitchell the forgotten school? The students at Mitchell are just as deserving as any other students in the district. Is the board not concerned about the loss of staff at this school happening at an alarming rate? There is so much talk about equity in this district, but children are being left behind, and teachers are crying out for help. Mitchell deserves better, as do our teachers. David Snyder, Ginny Morgan, and Kathy Murphy. I'm a taxpaying resident of Ann Arbor and a grandparent to 5 former, current, and future AAPS students. One grandson is currently at 3rd grade at Thurston and another soon to be there in 2 years. I'm very concerned that the current plan for the new Thurston Elementary School that the bond committee has promoted will negatively impact these kids. For the 3rd grader, his remaining years at Thurston would be beset with distracting construction issues, including noise and safety concerns right next to the school. My grandson has sensory issues and concentration issues that would be negatively impacted by the noise. Ginny Morgan, Kathy Murphy, and Katie Richter. As a grandparent of 2 Thurston students and an active volunteer in the school, I'm voicing support for the planned rebuild of Thurston Elementary without delay. With more green space added, it's clear community input was thoughtfully incorporated into this latest revised plan shared last week. This bond funding is a rare and invaluable opportunity that will benefit not only Thurston, but the entire district and city as a whole. I urge the board and other Thurston parents and neighbors to check out the overwhelmingly positive process had by the Lake Orion community during a rebuild of Blanche Sims Elementary. Next is Kathy Murphy, then Katie Richter, then Bill Hanna. As a staff member, parent, and community member, I am repeatedly disappointed in how staff are treated by the district and BOE. My family includes 4 APS staff and 6 APS students alumni. My 10-year-old daughter used to want to be a teacher. She's changed her mind in the past year, seeing the impact of others' decisions on her family and the teachers that she loves. At that young age, she sees the stress your decisions and financial misuse have placed on the people that mean the most to her, the ones who see her and help her every day. She still loves her teachers, she just no longer wants to be one of them. Katie Richter, Bill Hanna, and Noah Archibald. The Thurston community believes staging will provide the best short and long-term results. We ask for a serious proposal to stage Thurston so the board and the community can weigh specific trade-offs and make an informed decision. Gilbane's responses to the community's questions about staging are glib. First, they said it would be costly to bus Thurston students, which Let Thurston Play debunked. Now Gilbane says New Logan won't have the right number of classrooms. The current Thurston building doesn't have the right number of classrooms either, but they have been creatively managing to make it work. Bill Hanna, then Noah Archibald, then Alexandra Taylor.
This is a 7-member board with each member having an equal vote. There are loud voices on this board that strongly resist change to the current plan for Thurston. Trustees, both current and new, do not surrender to the loudest voices on this board. Community reaction has been strong and thoughtfully presented to this board many times. Trustees, consider the public input, not just committee input, as you form your own independent conclusion. Your actions will affect the future beyond your tenure.
Noah Archibald, Alexander Taylor, and Gabby Park. Noah writes, cutting down trees. Alexandra Taylor, Gabby Park, and Adrian Gigande.
Proposed Thurston design places the primary play spaces surrounded by cars, which is a safety concern. The other playgrounds mentioned on the map are not only adjacent to the car traffic, but are fragmented into small, non-continuous sections. The young 5s and kindergartners get to play fence next to the bus loop. Do the 1st and 2nd graders get to be on an island between the building and the parking lot? How do young kids use the field when the 3rd and 5th graders are in the primary playground and teachers need to watch both sections? Thank you.
Gabby Park, Adrian Gigande, and Elizabeth McBrady. Gabby writes, reading through the AAPS website info regarding the 2019 bond proposal, it states the bond proposal would support the following AAPS goals. 1, teaching and learning, continue the tradition of academic excellence. 2, safety, health, and well-being, focus on development of the whole child. 3, sustainable, environmentally responsible infrastructure, create resilient schools for climate change. 4, efficient and effective support systems and services, continue technology and transportation replacement and renewal, in keeping up with the events that have unfolded. Adrian Gigande, Elizabeth McBrady, and Jill Stuker. Hello, my name is Adrian, and I'm a former Mitchell Elementary student. I understand that the educators at Mitchell and other schools are getting their take-home pay lowered again. Do you people have no empathy for these hardworking people? I have seen students at this school throw chairs out windows, punch teachers, and scream for 10 minutes straight. You then reward these teachers by taking away their income and spending the money building new schools. Sure, that makes sense. Who here thinks that makes sense? Pause for people to boo. BOE, exactly. Me and many other kids I know have left the district. Elizabeth McBrearty, Jill Stuker, and Jackie Moylanen. I'm writing to express my support and excitement for the new Thurston Elementary School. I have 2 children who attend Thurston who are also excited to watch the new school being built and to get to learn in the new school when it is complete. We love walking to and from school each day, and I want to provide continuity to their learning experience during the new school construction. For these reasons, I oppose any staging and support our students staying in their current school while the new school is built. Thank you for your consideration. Jill Stuker, Jackie Moylanen, and Nicholas Bertzis. Jill writes, looking at the 2024 student enrollment report that the district has posted, I see that Mitchell has lost about 100 students since its enrollment peaked in 2021. What is being done to better support students and staff to remedy the situation? Mitchell students desperately need stability and an environment conducive to learning. Mitchell teachers and staff need more support and better pay so that they can continue to work in such a challenging environment. Also, I'd like to point out that this report is completely inaccessible to anyone with a disability. Jackie Moylanen, Nicholas Bertzis, and Jennifer Victory. Hey, the staff, we were supposed to hear about raises and steps in November. Instead of good news that we were going to be paid what we deserve, we get bad news that we will have to pay more for insurance instead of getting our well-deserved raises. Do better, pay our teachers, help Mitchell staff. Nicholas Bertzis, Jennifer Victory, and Aaron Perry. I'm a math teacher in the AAPS district. I have a second job to pay for housing, food, and as of recent, inflated health care. My job is to teach, inspire, and assist all students. I also have to take care of 25 individuals' needs at a time and also keep the train on track for our class as a whole. I also have to create and grade intricate assignments, usually after specified work hours. What part of my job is it to understand the budgetary spending of the entire district? What part of my job is looking at bus routes? Jennifer Victory, Aaron Perry, and Megan Stark. My name is Jennifer Victory, and I am writing to you as a teacher in the Ann Arbor Public Schools with over 20 years of experience in education. I'm also a parent of 3 children, 2 of whom are graduates of this district, and 1 who's currently a high school student. Last year marked my first year in the Ann Arbor district, and I was excited to join this community and contribute to the success of our students. The relationships I have built with my students and the joy of watching them grow have always been the heart of my work in education. However, my first year in this district has been fraught with challenges. Aaron Perry, Megan Stark, and Kristen Ochomogo. Lead, care, inspire, every child, every day. These are the words on the homepage for the AAPS website. This is it, the logo of the district, and the message sent to the public. Who exactly do you think is leading, caring, and inspiring every child every day? Who do you want to be doing this? And who do you think will be left to do this when you essentially refer to your teachers as greedy paupers begging for seconds? Hearing that you believe we are selfish and have this gimme, gimme, gimme attitude when the teachers here are facing difficult choices that you clearly...
Megan Stark, Kristen Ochomogo, and Sandra Bobaroff. I'd like to ask for clarification from the board. When one of the trustees said on Monday that teachers asking for raises was selfish, greedy, and short-sighted, was this the view of the entire board itself? I did not realize that asking for what I deserve so I can continue to do a profession that I love in a district that I love was selfish or greedy. In fact, I feel like it's the bare minimum. What you said was hurtful, dismissive, and disrespectful, especially when I take time away from my own family to make sure the needs of yours are met. I did not create this problem to keep me here. Kristen Ochomogo, Sandra Bobaroff, and Kathy Ann Molinan. Kirsten writes, Ann Arbor Public Schools' lack of concern for teachers is evident in the situation at Mitchell. As we've heard many times over the course of the last year, teacher working conditions and our student learning conditions. We, as a community, are standing up demanding to be heard. Support your wonderful teachers at all buildings. Provide equitable experiences to disadvantaged students, especially those concentrated in Title I schools. Establish a plan to address the severe gap in test scores. Release discipline data and fully staff Mitchell, including incentives for those who work here. Sandra Bobroff, then Kathy Ann Molinin, and then Allison Eschlin.
I'm a longtime homeowner on Prairie Street in Thurston neighborhood. Stage Thurston to avoid potential litigation from the risk of being so close to an open body of water and a wooded area where predators can lurk. Don't build on a floodplain. Don't trust Gilbane. They have a history of violations, including in October of this year in Palm Beach on a school project. How will we enforce contract violations? Where is our money to litigate down the road?
I have spoken, let me restart the clock. I have spoken to you a lot over this last year. I am unable to make it in person tonight due to family obligations. I've been teaching at APS for 5 years, a teacher for 17 years, and have a master's degree. I teach government and politics at Huron High School, and I love being a teacher. It is a job, but it is also my passion. I am tired of the board and HR relying on our passion for teaching to keep us at APS. I don't want you to give me anything. We are asking for what we deserve and need as your employees. I want you to request to HR that at a minimum the budgeted 1.5% raise. Monica West Jones. What you say, you should have better manners than you've demonstrated during Monday's public meeting. And that concludes public commentary.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. We would like to note that all written comments are publicly available on board docs in the public commentary section of tonight's agenda. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
Thank you, President Feaster. No clarifications that we have not previously offered on some of the topics, in particular Mitchell. We updated board and community a couple weeks back about the steps being taken at Mitchell, and we continue to do those in our, because the district staff is there not occasionally, but pretty much daily. We are able to note some of those improvements that we have made in terms of staffing, as well as addressing those student behaviors that we heard about this evening. And then the other clarifications, the board has added some discussion on Thursday, so I believe we will get into those. And regarding the other comments, we are, again, in our active negotiations with our employer resource groups, so we will let those groups continue to do their work together collaboratively. And I won't kind of speak on anything regarding negotiations here at the table.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Yes, Trustee Gainer.
Thank you. I would like to, excuse me, I would like 2 clarifications on comments made, both involving members of the Finance Committee. The first one was that one member criticized elementary teachers for not giving up 5 minutes to save the district money on transportation costs. Could I ask what the elementary teachers were being offered as compensation for their extra work time?
The clarification that I would offer is that it was not 5 minutes extra. It was a shift in the start and end times. So it was shifting the start time back by 5 minutes and ending 5 minutes later. So it wasn't an additional 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And the other one was there were several comments about one trustee saying teachers were, I don't know, selfish, greedy, saying gimme, gimme, gimme. And I'd like that trustee to have a chance to clarify that comment. As it stands, as a board member, I'm very embarrassed to hear that a trustee would say that.
Is there any trustee who wants to address that? If not, we'll keep moving. All right. Before we move down to reports of associations, I want to tell everybody why we're crowded here tonight. We do have our trustee-elects present here at the board table today. We have Leslie Wilkins, we have Don Wilkerson, and we have Glenda Wilkes. Thank you all for being here with us tonight. My understanding is that although you all cannot vote, you all can definitely join our discussion and weigh in on, and give your comments and thoughts on things. And then in January, you'll be able to vote as well. So thank you all for being here.
And if I would add, Mr. Feaster,
Yes.
President Feaster, we are crowded here because, again, my insistence, it was a tradition in the past that the newly elected trustees be invited to the table at a meeting before they start. So you have that perspective of looking out versus looking in here. We are a little crowded, and I really appreciate your willingness to join with me in making this, reviving this tradition that we had lost over the years. So again, I know Mrs. Sinsky probably wanted to look picture perfect with you guys over there, but again, board service is not picture perfect. Welcome to the table. We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Basket. And with that, we'll move down to reports of associations. Ms. Soderberg, who do we have?
I believe we have the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American group to report.
That's a pizza.
Evening, everyone.
Evening.
My name is Caroline Simro. I'm an EAPS parent, a teacher at A2 STEAM, and a member of PISA, which is the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American Parent Group. On behalf of the PISA Advisory Group, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to this incredible community for your continued support of our efforts. First, we'd like to highlight an exciting opportunity for our students who identify as Asian Americans. The Very Asian Foundation, as part of their May book project, is hosting its inaugural essay competition, which invites students to reflect on the importance of representation in their lives. It's a wonderful chance for our Asian American students to share their voices and perspectives on diversity, and we strongly encourage participants. The details can be found on the website veryasianfoundation.org. Next, we want to draw attention to the ZIN, that's CINN, Education Project, as a valuable resource for our educators. This initiative provides tools to teach about racism, a challenging but critical topic. Classrooms remain one of the most powerful spaces for students to engage in meaningful conversations about race and equity, and we encourage educators to utilize this resource. This past May, during Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, we hosted 3 author events that were warmly received. The featured authors, all with Michigan ties and diverse cultural heritages, inspired our children to explore their cultural identities and gave them the language to express their inner voices. These events would not have been possible without the support of the board and the district. A special thank you goes to Assistant Superintendent Dawn Linden and Social Studies teacher Ms. Jocelyn Hunter-Young. Ms. Hunter-Young not only organized and hosted the workshops, but also designed the promotional materials and edited event videos. Additionally, she has developed a groundbreaking course on Asian American history, which will be available to students next fall, the first of its kind in our district. We are incredibly excited and deeply grateful to her and the Social Studies Department leadership for making this possible. We are also grateful for the district's willingness to engage and collaborate with us in the new social emotional learning SEL curriculum trails. During our focus group meeting, our members shared lived experiences, concerns, and hopes for the future. This dialogue is critical, and we look forward to continued communication between the task force and our group as we strive to enhance these programs together. We would like to express special gratitude to Trustee Ernesto Carajero for his remarkable contributions to our projects. His tireless efforts connected us to speakers and partners who were essential to the success of our events. As a parent and community member, Trustee Carajero and his family have volunteered countless hours of service, in addition to creating and donating t-shirts and books to enrich our community. As a board trustee, equity has always been central to his decision-making. While we will miss his leadership on the board, we are excited to see the positive impact he will undoubtedly continue to make in the next chapter of his journey. Thank you, Trustee Carajero, to you and your family for your dedication and service to our community. Finally, thank you to the board for your attention and commitment to diversity. Diversity is not just about how we look or how we perceive one another. It is about recognizing what is missing from the table, listening to silenced voices, and acknowledging unseen struggles. We support your efforts in the recruitment and retention of a diverse workforce that reflects the diversity of our own student population, recognizing that an important way to maintain representation is through fair and equitable compensation for teachers who work hard every day to provide inclusive and equitable spaces for our students. When we all value diversity, we approach with humility and patience, avoiding assumptions while opening our hearts and minds. In doing so, we create countless opportunities to grow and move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have the AAEA.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community, and as always, fierce AAEA members who are tuning in tonight, probably at home, and the few that are here tonight and came to speak. Thank you. Again, I want to say thank you to Ernesto, to Crystal, and to Jeff for your years of service on the board. Thank you for that, and I'd like to welcome our new faces, Leslie, Glinda, and Don. Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate that. I stand before you tonight to give you an update on several critical issues regarding our ongoing negotiations and the current state of affairs in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Earlier today, the AAEA bargaining team and the district's bargaining team met to continue discussions surrounding our financial reopener. Getting a tentative agreement, or a TA, for this reopener is a critical first step on the road back to the Ann Arbor Public Schools becoming a destination district again. We did not reach a TA, but we have another date scheduled. Unfortunately, it's not till the week after we come back from break, January 15th. But I'm optimistic that we are close to and will probably have, I'm hoping, a TA at the end of that day. If we do, we'll let everybody know right away. Additionally, as you know, our contract is set to expire on December 31st of 2025. We will begin bargaining the successor agreement later this year and into next year. And this upcoming round of negotiations is critical for the future of this district. The AAEA's top priority is to ensure that the pay and benefits of our educators are competitive with those of our comparable and neighboring districts. This is a matter of fundamental importance. We are experiencing a troubling and ongoing exodus of talent from the Ann Arbor Public Schools classrooms, and the only way to stem this tide is to offer competitive compensation packages that reflect the value of our educators. If this board is serious about retaining high-quality staff, this issue must be addressed immediately. We are alarmed, as you know, by the disparity between what AAPS offers and what neighboring districts and comparables, some with lower per pupil funding, are able to provide in terms of compensation. Despite these lower funding levels, these districts have managed to maintain healthy fund balances and offer superior compensation to their educators. It is deeply concerning and frankly unacceptable that AAPS, through its fiscal irresponsibility, is failing to provide the same for its teachers, especially considering the caliber and the reputation of our district. The argument that we cannot afford competitive wages because of the district's financial mismanagement is becoming increasingly untenable. Teachers in Ann Arbor Public Schools are already sacrificing to remain in this district. We have seen colleagues leave, not because they don't care about the students or our wonderful community, but because they can no longer afford to stay in a district that fails to value them appropriately. Recently troubling is the rhetoric coming from some trustees, specifically the characterization of teachers as greedy. The words "gimme, gimme" were used this week to describe educators who are simply asking for fair wages and benefits that align with those offered by comparable districts. This characterization is not only inaccurate, but it is deeply disrespectful to the teachers who have dedicated their careers to the students of the AAPS. Let us be clear. AAEA is not asking for more than what is fair. We are asking for competitive wages through yearly steps, raises, and affordable health care, basic needs that are being denied to the educators who work tirelessly to support our students. We reject the notion that teachers are being unreasonable in asking for what they deserve. It is unconscionable that trustees would mock the sacrifices our members are making in order to continue teaching in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. This behavior is disgraceful and further erodes the trust between the board and the teachers working on the front lines every day. This anti-teacher rhetoric will not be tolerated. You are not seeing or listening to us, but please know that we are watching and listening to you. While we understand that the district needs to work hard to rebuild its fund balance, this should not be done on the backs of teachers. Denying teachers the steps, the raises, and the benefits they deserve while continuing to prioritize fund balance over staff welfare is a dangerous and short-sighted approach. We cannot allow the district's financial priorities to result in further harm to those who are responsible for educating the children of this fine community. The outrage you saw, witnessed, and expressed by our members at the last board meeting, that was only the beginning. We are letting you know now that if steps are not taken to address the issues of teacher compensation and respect, you will see further escalation from our membership. We will not stand idly by while the very educators who have given so much to this district continue to be disrespected and undervalued. This is a turning point. If this board fails to take the necessary actions to ensure that our educators are treated fairly in our next contract, particularly, the consequences will be far-reaching. Our teachers are the foundation of this district, and without them, there is no future for the Ann Arbor Public Schools. The choice is yours. We expect to see tangible progress in the next round of bargaining. And if you want to return to the days of quiet and boring board meetings, you know what you must do.
Thank you to AAEA and APISA for presenting this evening. It is now 9:02. I'm sorry.
Quad A.
I'm not aware of any
Okay,
other.
I'm sorry, I heard that before.
Okay, I don't see anyone else, any other groups here to present. There's been a request that we take a 5-minute break, so we will take a break and come back at 9:10 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're there. We heard from the teachers, right? We don't have anything, so
Ready?
I should be next.
All right, we recall this meeting back to order at 9:20 p.m. We left off after the committee, reports of associations. Now we are down to number 5, board committee reports, and under A is the bond committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The board committee last met Friday, December 13th. We had guests, and as always, we welcome them. Our next meeting is in January. The date has not been finalized. We'll have to get everybody's schedules together, but it will be posted in accordance to the law. So the team continues its very robust work. First, the committee was in agreement to reactivate the bond advisory group. So we will start reviewing and the past documents and guidelines to see if we want to make any recommended changes that we will bring before the board. And as I've shared with the rest of the trustees, the team created yet another video. This was on the concept of staging, temporarily relocating a school community in order to complete a construction project in their original building site. And as I mentioned in the email to each of the trustees, we hope that the trustees have viewed the video before tonight's discussion on the impact of staging for the Thurston school community. So last night and tonight, members of the bond committee and the capital programs team sat and received questions and comments from community members who chose to sign up for this. So again, after viewing the videos, they were invited to have some time with the team. We offered 2 dates, last night and earlier today, so we had the opportunity to do it at evening, after work, or during the day. So Trustee Schmidt and I kind of divided each of those sessions, and we were in attendance. And as you may remember, trustees, we asked that before signing up for that, the community members were asked to watch all 3 videos regarding the project. So due to the interested, additional time was allotted to those wanting such. So we had assigned short time periods. Again, we're experimenting here with this. There was a lot of interest. We did go over time, at least last night. I can't speak for today. So some community members got to come back and speak with the team today. We very much appreciate addressing the posed questions and comments. It was helpful to correct false assumptions and to hear what was on the minds of the community members who spoke with us. So we definitely will reflect on all that we've heard, and we thank those who made the time for us, and we'll report back to the board if there's anything additional, anything new that you haven't heard already. So after tonight's review regarding staging, another video regarding the impact of the staging for the Thurston community will be released so that we have consistent, accurate information that is available. Again, the date of the next bond committee meeting is in January, and it'll be published as soon as all relevant schedules have been consulted and the public is welcome. As a reminder, trustees, coming for tonight's approval of the contracts for the Mitchell project, we very much request your support on this so we can keep the project on time for a new building for our Mitchell families and the greater community. To our new trustees, let's schedule some time to learn more about the comprehensive bond program. It is more than about one school. And I wish to say thank you to Representative Jennifer Conlon and Senator Sue Shink. We did receive letters regarding support of the Thurston Nature Center, and we invite them to speak with us regarding the facts and the broader understanding. We as a board also support the Thurston Nature Center. After all, it's nearly 50% of that particular property. And if I remember, new trustee Wilkes, you had mentioned during the campaign that you'd like to expand and strengthen the support with other elected officials. So perhaps in your role to the board, you can initiate that conversation of inviting our elected officials to come, learn from us, and again, see where we may have some collaborative work together in the future. So thank you, Mr. President. That completes the report of the bond committee. As we've already put on the agenda, we'll hear more from the rest of the bond team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Basket. Are there any questions on the report of Trustee Basket? Okay. Then we'll move down to B, which is the governance committee, and that will be me. We met also this week, Monday, December 16th at 5 o'clock. During that meeting, we discussed the resolutions committee that Trustee Dupree is spearheaded. She did present language to the governance committee that Ms. Ozinski had also done some work on and tinkering on. Obviously, she was not available for the meeting this past week. Our hope is that she will complete her review of the language presented by Trustee Dupree, and we can bring that resolutions committee language, which is actually it's going to be proposed as a task force or as an ad hoc committee, and we're hoping to have that brought forward in January. We then went on to discuss the board recognized groups and bringing that to the full board's table so that we can discuss the possibility of how we want to address that in January as well. We wanted to make sure that all the new trustees who were going to be coming onto the board had access to all of the relevant closed session materials before they were able to cast a vote. And so we're hoping to have that done so we can address it at one of our 2 January meetings. We then went on to discuss a bright idea about the organizational meeting. The idea was that it would be helpful for new trustees and all trustees to have a great idea of what the different roles entail: president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, as well as the committee chairs for all the different groups, so that people would then be able to have a more educated opinion as to what role they might want to fulfill, what the time commitments were, what the training responsibilities would be. And so we want to bring that to our January meeting so that we can make sure that all trustees are educated on what each role actually entails by someone who has previously served in those positions. And there was a section for agenda planning, and there was a request that we address public commentary in one of our January meetings. And that is what we addressed in the governance committee. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move down to the finance committee. Trustee Schmidt, please.
We met on December 16th, and all the information that we went over, the board will see this evening.
Thank you, Trustee Schmidt. And that brings us down to the executive committee, which is me again. That meeting started on Monday at 6:32 p.m. That meeting basically consisted of setting our agenda for tonight, as well as addressing some of the issues that we're contemplating for our January meetings. Those included moving the January 15th meeting to January 22nd, and the potential for moving the organizational meeting from January 15th, 22nd to that January 29th date. And so we're looking into the feasibility of those alternatives, as well as potentially having that January 22nd meeting be a board retreat where we can address a few things, including our mid-year evaluations. And so that's what we discussed in the executive committee. Any questions on that? All right. Seeing none, we'll move down to number 6, which is the superintendent update. For that, I turn it over to Superintendent Jazz Parks.
Thank you, President Feaster. A few of you have already done so, but I would also like to welcome our trustee-elects to the table today, knowing that their term will begin on January 1st, but we are happy to have you here this evening and begin working with you during this transition. Community and board, in addition to our theater performances that our schools have had over the past few weeks, our AAPS students have also had opportunities to participate in some additional arts-related events. Our Pioneer Choir students had a master class with Christian Simmons, who's a bass soloist for the upcoming UMS production of Messiah. 3 students will sing for Mr. Simmons and receive feedback and coaching on their performance. Pioneer has collaborated with the UMS Learning and Engagement team for over a decade on these masterclass opportunities for our students. In addition, the MSU Credit Union presents its Artist in Residency programs, and world-renowned bassist John Clayton and MSU Jazz Professor Extraordinaire Rodney Whitaker spent time with our jazz students from Community, Huron, and Pioneer. Ann Arbor STEAM at Northside held its Winter Arts Market on Saturday, December 7th, and nearly 100 students, alumni, staff, parents, and other A2 STEAM at Northside community friends sold their handmade goods. The day included sweet treats and student-led music. For our families, upon the return from winter break, families will be able to find information on Young Fives and Kindergarten Roundup, as well as transition for rising 6th and 9th graders, the dates of those opportunities at all of our schools. So again, for our students who will be entering Young Fives in kindergarten and our students who will be entering 6th and 9th grade, the dates and times for those transition nights in kindergarten and Young Five Roundup dates are on the website, and those will occur upon our return from winter break as we enter 2025. Community High School has been a loyal contributor to the Food Gatherers Food Bank, consistently raising more annual funds than any other school in the Ann Arbor Public School. Each fall, the students and staff launch a friendly competition with every form setting individual goals to raise money in creative ways. This year, they collected $87,633, the most money that the school has ever collected and raised in support of our Food Gatherers Food Bank. Huron's Multicultural Night Show, which they refer to as Multiculti, is gearing up to showcase their cultural heritage through performances, including song, dance, and music at the Multiculti Night Show. This annual event is a celebration of diversity, culture, and unity and takes place tomorrow, Thursday, December 19th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. And our last little detail here is as we head into winter break, we, myself and the cabinet team, would just like to extend all of our families and our staff, students, and community a restful and joy-filled winter break. And with that, President Feaster, it concludes the superintendent's update this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Seeing no questions. Numbers, we'll move down to letter B, monthly budget monitoring report for November 2024.
Thank you. We have Mr. Demetrio coming forward. He's standing in for Ms. Francoeur this evening to deliver the monthly monitoring report for November.
Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
Just waiting for the presentation to show up. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Speak again.
You ready?
There you go, you're ready.
Tonight we're presenting November, and what's special about November is that we have 3 pays. Last year we only had 2 pays, so when we do comparisons, it will look a little different. Okay. So, looking at our cash, this November we had almost 31.5 million, whereas last year we had 9 million. So we have approximately $22.5 million more. Most of it is in the general fund. And the major reason is that last June we borrowed $15 million, so the cash is there. I'm also happy to report that in December was our first opportunity to pay back that loan. And on December 11th, we paid that loan back. And that's saving, if you remember last year, the cost for the loan was $800,000. So now the cost for the loan is only $400,000 because we paid it at the 6-month level. So you see our expenditures were about approximately $33.2 million for the month, whereas the general fund was $31.7 million. If you remember last month, it was approximately $24 million. So the additional $7 million is because of that extra pay. An extra pay is usually $8 million. But the third pay of the month, there is no health care. We pay the health care for the first 2 pays, so that's approximately about $1 million. That's why $7 million. So looking at how much in revenue we're comparing the 2 years, last year to this year. So you see our revenues, last year we collected $93.5 million, whereas this year is approximately $96 million. And the difference is about $2.8 million, which most of it is in the general fund, and primarily is due to taxes. Our tax base this year we're generating about $7 million more from the local taxes. On the expenditure side, last year we spent $97.4 million. This year is about $98 million. Now keep in mind that in this year we have that extra pay, which was about $7 million. So it is about $654,000 more than we spent last year. So as far as additional reductions to the fund balance, last year we used approximately $3.9 million, whereas this year we're about $1.7 million, which is about $2 million better off than last year, even though we have that extra pay in there. So the beginning fund balance, this year we're starting at about $9.8 million, because last year we lost $5.7 million in the general fund and $470,000 in the community fund. That's so we have a different starting point this year than we did the year before, which is about $6 million. So going down to the bottom line, last year at this point we were at $12 million. This year we're at about $8 million, which is $4 million worse off. But again, keep in mind that extra pay that we talked about, that was $7 million. Which is, so this looks where we are as far as the budget is concerned. So for the month, we added almost $19 million, $18.9 million, which brings us year to date at $96.3 million in the revenue. In expenditures, we actually spent $33 million. And our expenditures are at this point at $98 million, which is about 30% of our budget on the expenditure side. And also on the revenue side is about almost 29%, so pretty close. So month to date, you can see we use approximately $14.3 million of fund balance this month, and year to date we're about 1.7. So there are two things that are happening also in November. We had that extra pay, and also on the revenue side, we only had state aid. We didn't get any other money. So we only received about $17 million, if I'm not mistaken, for the month. So usually we get money from the ISD, we get taxes, there's other money that usually comes. So it's a combination of having that extra pay and also not receiving as much money as in a normal month, I would say. So, but it's expected, so no need to worry. So at the beginning fund balance, again, we were at $9.8 million, and then we are about $8 million at the ending fund balance as of November, which is in the general fund is approximately 1.8%. If you remember last week, we were at 6%. For the October, I can assure you December is going to be much higher because we're going to have 2 pays, whereas last year we had 3 pays. Also, we're going to get a lot of money from the ISD. We already received it, $15 million. We're going to have a state aid. Plus, we're going to collect a little bit of taxes as well in December. So it's going to be a much better month next month, when in January, when you see December. I got to put my glasses because I can't. Oh, I didn't bring it. Well, I have to wing it. So, month on the November, we were expecting to collect about $15.7 million. We actually collected 17.5, which is approximately $1.7 million more. Part of the reason that we have more, if you remember last month, in October, we did not get paid for portion of the state aid. So and they made it up, most of it, they made it up in November. That's why we have more than what we expected. Whereas last time we had less than what we expected. On the expenditure side, we're expecting to spend about $33.9, and we spent $31.6, which is a couple $1 million less than what we expected for the month. So now going to the year-to-date where we expect it to be, we expect it to be approximately $91 million. We're about 91.6, which is about 600,000. So we're almost right on to what we expected on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, we were expecting to be at 95.8. I can see that correctly, and we're at 93, 93.1. So we're better off by $2.7 million than where we expected it to be. And then as far as the bottom line, we expected it to be at negative 70,000. And we're actually up $5.6 million better off than where we expected to be at this point. So I'll say this also, don't get too excited because we have negotiations. So when we budget for the whole year. So any raises, we haven't given anything yet. So when we settle we're going to have to go back to July 1st and so forth. So there's going to be some of that. It's going to come close to our expectations. So this is our revenues, and the blue is where we expect it to be, and the actual is in the orange. And you can see we're a little bit better. We collected a little bit more than where we're expected to be at this point. And then looking at the expenditures, we spent less than where we expected to be. I just explained a little bit why. But that's what we like to see, to be receiving more and spending less than expectation. So when we look at the fund balance, you see that there are 3 months in a row that we're better than where we expected to be. So that's a good thing. I think that's the last slide. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
I know I have a question.
Okay.
I was trying to understand what you were saying as it relates to the loan, the $15 million loan.
Yes.
Were you saying that we have paid that back in full?
Yes.
And we've saved about $400,000 by paying it back in full early?
Yes.
And so the numbers you reflected, the 30-some-odd million, do we subtract 15 million from that, or is that?
So the cash that we have is 30 million. This is November.
Right.
The first chance, we borrowed the money on June 11th.
Right.
The first opportunity that we had to pay back was at the 6-month level, which was December 11th.
Okay.
So on the first day that we were allowed to pay back, we paid it back.
Okay.
So it will not be reflected, the cash will not be, the payment of the loan will not be reflected until December, which will be, it's not.
Okay.
The cash in November is still there.
Right.
Because we didn't pay it till
We'll see
December
it next
11th.
month.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's what I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question as well. Related to the 3 months where we're projecting higher revenues rather than expenses and fund balance is higher.
Yes.
Is that due to timing, or are there other explanations for those projections, whether it's not filling positions?
I think part of it is, it's a combination. It's not just one thing. Part of it is because we haven't given any raises yet, and the raises are included in the budget. That's part of it. Part of it is we're doing whatever we set out to do is actually happening. Part of it is we have, when we built the budget, we reduced the budget by 146 positions. At this point, we have been consistently a little bit higher than that, maybe closer to 180, 30 or 40 positions. So all of those things help out on the expenditure side. On the revenue side, is part of it is timing because of taxes. We're going to do an amendment next, and you're going to show that we're going to add $3 more million to how much we're getting from locally from the local taxes. And we've already collected 50%, so there's approximately $1.5 million more there. But we're getting reduced from the state as far as that's concerned. And the state didn't start until October, so that will go till August. So there is some timing in there as well.
Okay. And if we do fill open positions, that would bring us back closer to our projections, but...
Yes and no. because time has already passed.
Right.
So the savings have already happened. So when we hire them, then the clock starts ticking there.
Correct. Partial.
We just did an amendment. Tonight you're going to see an amendment, and all of those things are getting basically cleared out. Because we have, when we show the amendment, it is the latest and greatest information that we have, including everything that I just talked about.
Could I have a follow-up question on that? Just stating it in a different way.
Yes.
So for 2 years, when we had lost enrollment but didn't reduce staff, we were getting $6 million annual deficits.
Yes.
We've fixed that. I mean, we've dropped the staff. Well, again, you may have addressed this, but does that get us to level, or will we keep seeing the benefits of that reduced staff?
So,
like, what if we do
I
nothing else?
I think
what do
when we
next?
do the amendment, there's going to be a lot of information that probably will help with the answer with your question.
Okay.
So I'll say this. In the amendment, you're going to see that this year now, with the latest information that we have, is that we will be adding to fund balance over $9 million. The original budget was adding $11 million. But a lot of things changed at the state level. We'll go through it in the amendment. And you see that we'll be adding $9 million to the fund balance this year. As far as the budget is, that's what we're projecting at this point.
So I'll save the question, or I'll repeat it, but so should we save another $9 million next year if things stay the same? Of course, they won't stay the same.
We depends. And if the state comes and gives us money, right? If the tax base goes up higher, and so we will start with $9 million to the positive, right? And then we can add all the increases that we'll get, if we get increases.
Right.
And then we'll, depending on negotiations, what we give away. So there will be this, this net thing that we do every year when we build the budget. We'll have retirements, we'll have hiring, all of those things we take into account, and then we'll see what happens. At this point, it's very early to see what's happening. And even last year, when we had these 3 plans that we built a budget on, and then the state came in September, October, and did something. They went left, and we're left. We couldn't figure things out until a few weeks ago. Any other questions? None?
Last question I had.
Yes.
When you did the monthly monitoring last month, you said we were waiting on some money to come in that did not come in. And you said tonight we got some of that money.
We didn't get all of it.
We didn't get, okay, that's my question.
There was more that came in December.
Okay.
For example, whole harmless,
Right.
which last year we got from the state about 2.2 million, whereas this year it's only 1.1 million.
Okay.
And so they were caught up. So we got paid for in December. We will get paid on December 20th, but we have access to what we're going to get paid already.
Okay.
So we basically they catch up. So it will be October, November, and December payments in December, and then it start monthly until August after that.
Okay. So
it's about 100,000 each month.
So what you're saying is we should be caught up after next month, and then it starts over. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Any other questions, trustees? Thank you, Mr. Michelle.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And I believe that brings us down to letter C, the 2024-25 Staffing and Recruitment Annual Report.
Thank you, President Feaster. Trustees, at this time, we have our HR team, Ms. Langford, Ms. Hagens, and Ms. Scherer coming forward with our 24-25 Staffing and Recruitment Annual Report. And so it looks like Ms. Langford is going to get us started with the report here, so I will turn it over to her.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, trustees, trustee-elects, staff, and community that's left here this evening and those watching. We are here this evening to present to you our annual recruitment and staffing report. Superintendent Parks has already introduced the staff that are here with me this evening. So I know many of you are very familiar with this graph. We use it every year in our staffing report, but I think it's so important that we use this because it really centers around what is important and why we're here, and that's our students. So this concentric circle is what it's called. But what I just like to illustrate on this is that our students are kind of the circle, and then it just shows how we all impact them. And those of us who are in central leadership, for me, this is just a reminder of why I'm here and why I do the work that I do, because I may not get into buildings as often as some, others do. I know our teaching and learning team and leadership team are out a lot, but I really love this graph, so we always like to use it. All right, I'm going to talk just about a few of our diversity core values. These are not new. These are things that you've seen before. We will respect diversity, celebrate and benefit from a diverse culture. I believe that learning and about other cultures is just really explores and cultivates our talents and things that we haven't recognized before. My favorite bullet on this slide is that we know that students who learn, grow, and succeed in a diverse K-12 environment will be much better prepared to take the next steps into a diverse world. And that just speaks volumes to me. This is what we're preparing our students for. Our staffing goals. Our staffing goals are very similar to what they probably were last year, even though I was not here. I'm sure that we were working on the same things. We know that there's a national shortage with our special education staff. We continue to work in that area, working with consultants and anyone that we can really to get special education through. We're later going to talk about our Grow Your Own plans, which is another path that we have to get more staff in our special education team, and we'll talk about that later as well. We want to retain our valuable employees. I know that's kind of a theme, and we keep talking about that over and over again. That is a staffing goal for us. And we want to expand our efforts for recruitment of highly qualified staff and continue to work on a diverse and highly skilled staff. All right, so staff totals by group. So you can see here we have 4 different groups that we've kind of sparsed out here. The teachers and professional staff are our first bullet there. Under that, I list some of those individuals that are included in that, our teachers, counselors, I don't need to read them all to you, school psychs and so forth. And that total right now, and I need to state this because I know this is always confusing. This is FTE or full-time equivalent. It's not head count. So that's a little bit of a difference in what you're seeing. So our FTE for teachers and professional school staff is 1349.23. Our paraeducator and other school staff, which you see there listed, our community assistants, some of our rec and ed coordinators and other staff, is 486.5. Our building leaders, which includes our principals, assistant principals, assistant deans, anyone who's kind of, our building leadership staff is at 60. And then our central leadership is at 20, giving us a total of 1915.73. And then I believe our next slide will kind of go through a little bit of history. So over the past 5 years, this breaks out that slide that I just previously shown, if you look back in 2021, we were kind of stagnant, and then you see like a rise in staff in 21-22. A lot of that was due to the hybrid learning that we had to do at that time during the pandemic, doing some of the social emotional things that came about with our students. And so we kind of held really steady for 2021, almost all the way up till 2024 of this past year. And then in 2024-25, we all know that we had some cuts that we did, and it brought our numbers down a little bit. And so right now, the difference between last year and this year, again, FTE, not head count, because I know Mr. Demetrio just said 180, so that was probably head count, is about 229 FTE. So I just wanted to distinguish that portion for you. And then we always just like to show you kind of where we are this year with our hiring. So this year we hired 48 new teachers. This is from July 1st, and then you can see through November 11th of this year. 48 teachers is pretty low for us to have hired, but if you recall, we were able to bring back every employee who was available off our layoff list, or off our recall list, I should say. So that helped us to not be able, or not have to hire so many teachers. If you look at the demographics, you can see most of the staff, 67% were white Caucasian, 19% were African American, 13% were Asian, and then 2% Hispanic. So we were proud of seeing this, because this does show some of our recruitment efforts that we'll talk about a little bit later are paying off. Even a low number of staff being hired, we still saw higher numbers of a diverse staff. So we're pretty proud of that. All right, turning it over to Ms. Higgins.
Good evening. I'm going to talk to you about the student teacher race ethnicity data looking at state, national, and Ann Arbor Public Schools. For the student comparison, you will notice that the slide is broken down into 6 categories, and this is a little different than the information you heard last week at the enrollment presentation. For comparison purposes, we have taken the enrollment data and reported based on the same 6 categories used for the staffing report. Other on this slide includes Arab American, Hawaiian Pacific Islander, multi-ethnic, other, 2 and more races. And you will see from the slide that in terms of white Caucasian, we are more similar to the national numbers than we are to Michigan. African American, we are at 12%. American Indian, Alaska Native, less than 1%. Asian, we're higher than both Michigan and national at 13%. Hispanic, we are much lower than the national numbers. And other, we're at 15% compared to 4% and 6%. Looking at the teacher comparison, you will notice again that for staff, we do not list Arab American or multi-ethnic groups separately. Due to the nature of the federal state reporting for employees, staff is not surveyed for Arab American and multi-ethnic groups. They are falling under the white or Caucasian group. And you will see on this slide that we're at 83% white or Caucasian, more compatible to the Michigan numbers than the state. African American, we're at 8%. American Indian, Alaskan Native, we're at 1%. Asian, 4%. Hispanic, we're at 2%, much lower than the national rate. And other, we're at 1%. Next, we're going to look at the student and staff race and ethnicity data, a 4-year comparison. You will see that this will be a little different than the enrollment presentation also, as you heard in the last board meeting. In looking at this comparison, we're looking from 2021-22 school year to the current school year. You will see that white Caucasian has stayed pretty consistent. Asian at 13.3%. African American has gone down slightly. Multi-ethnic is at 13.8%, gone down a lot. The Hispanic number will stand out to you, is at 11.4%. And in this one, there was an issue with our Power School enrollment data, but that 11.4% is correct for this year. Arab American, Native American, and other are at 0.70 and 0%. Next, we will look at the teachers and professional school staff, and you'll see those numbers, those individuals listed below. In 2021 to 2022 school year to the current school year. And with teachers and professional staff, 83% majority are white Caucasian. Asian populations at 4%, African American at 8%, Hispanic 3%, American Indian, Alaska Native, and other are at 1%. And you'll see our FTE count is listed at N equals 1,349 listed on the slide. Next, we have the paraeducators and other school support staff, and they're listed below in the orange. We have a slight decline of white Caucasian at 59%. Asian has been 55%, pretty consistent. African American's gone up slightly at 27%. Hispanic is 7%. American Indian, Alaska Native, and other at 1%. And I believe we have 2 more categories. Our building leaders, and you heard Ms. Langford earlier speak to who the building leaders were. Caucasian has gone down. It's at 52% now. Asian population has stayed pretty much at 0%. African American has risen over the years to 43%. Hispanic at 5%. American Indian, Alaska Native, and other at 0%. And that is with 60 people that we're surveying. And finally, the central leaders, central office leaders, white Caucasian at 60%, and that has gone down. Asians at 0%. African American have gone up to 35%. Hispanic is 0. American Indian, Alaska Native at 5%. Other at 0, and that is with 20 people surveyed. And I will be back for more in just a bit.
Good evening. The next set of slides that we're going to show to you this evening talk about our student and staff race and ethnicity comparison. One of the goals that we have is that we want to try to mirror our staff population to our student population. So these are the data that we collect for that information. The first slide is our white Caucasian representation. As you can see, our groups are well represented in this area. The next slide that you're going to come across is our African American representation. Again, pretty well representative of the group compared to our students. Our teachers are a little bit lower than students, the 8%. The Asian representation, we are still underrepresented, but one of the things that we did want to point out, one of our goals from last year, this was an area we were focusing on. If you recall on slide 7 that Ms. Langford presented, we did increase our new hires in that area this year. And also, again, on slide 12, you'll see that our overall percentage in that area has increased. So this is one area where we do think some of our recruiting efforts have helped to increase our population. And then our Hispanic representation does still remain a little bit low and underrepresented. So that is one area that we will continue to focus on with all of our population being under our students. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Langford.
All right, so talking about some of our teacher and staff recruitment and hiring initiatives and what we've done this year, what we plan on doing this year. We've already hosted our AAPS Teacher and Support Staff Virtual Fair. We've had 2 this year. We have had a lot of people sign up. We have had many people show up and some not show up, but we have been able to do interviews on site or on virtually and recommend candidates to our principals, and those candidates have been hired. So we do believe that they've been successful. We've had a very diverse group of applicants apply, and we look to do more of those. We're trying to switch the times from doing some during the day, some in the evening, just so that we can get a better group or accommodate better schedules. We hold weekly new hire orientations every Tuesday. If necessary, we hold them on Fridays also. We've hired 187 employees since July 1st. Again, 48 of those have been teachers. Our new hire orientations average about 6 to 10 participants a week, and we take them through a complete orientation process. We attend annual teacher job fairs. Most of them are held in the spring or in the late winter. I believe we've already been to one this year. I think we were at Washtenaw County for a job fair, and I know U of M has something coming up, and we're just starting to get all the information from all the other colleges. We do try to attend a historically Black university as well. We haven't been able to do that in the past couple of years, but hopefully we can get back to that. We continue to follow and assist our student teachers. We look at our substitutes as well, and if principals are recommending those candidates to possibly be teachers, we track them so that we can get them to apply for positions and interview them. Expanding our Grow Your Own program for outreach for paraeducators, and I'm going to talk more about that in some upcoming slides, so I won't go into it. I think it's the next slide, maybe. Yeah, there we go. All right, our Grow Your Own program. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we've done with Grow Your Own. For those of you who were here, may recall way back in 2019, because that seems like way back now, 5 years ago. We tried to do something internally with our Grow Your Own program. So what we did is any support staff that were interested in going into the teaching field, we wanted to make sure that we could provide them with time off to do so, and also provide them with an opportunity to have a student teacher placement within the district, and then allow them to go through the interview process, make sure they were at least granted an interview, and then could be hired. So I always highlight my favorite person here who went through the program. She was our very first person. You may remember me bringing her forward to you previously, Miss Peoples, who is now a teacher in the district, who has now a master's degree, and who is now also getting her admin certification because she's interested in becoming a principal. So we're really proud of her. But that was one of our Grow Your Own efforts. The second that's listed there is the current program that's done through the ISD for paraprofessionals, where they are paying for them to get a certification in special education, emotional impairment specifically, through EMU. So we are now about to head into our fourth cohort. As you can see there, we had our first cohort back in 2023 of December. We had 6 candidates, and 4 were hired into the district. The second was graduated in May of 2024, 2 candidates, and both were hired into the district. And then Ms. Hagens recently, and Ms. Linden as well, recently attended the graduation for the December 2024 class, where we had 5 candidates, and 5 of those candidates were all long-term subs currently. So we're hoping that we'll get those 5 candidates interviewed and hopefully into the field. So then they're planning on starting cohort 4 in the spring and then cohort 5 in the fall. So that's just continuing to increase, and it's really a great opportunity for our staff. And then the third Grow Your Own program, Joanna Johnson, who handles our grants, goes out and gets grants wherever she can find them. She is amazing at that. So we were awarded a grant through MDE for a partnership with WMU that teachers are able to take advantage of, for an opportunity to get a Master's of Arts in teaching English speakers of languages. So TESOL is what it's referred to. So cohort 1 was in fall of 2023. There's cohort 2 in spring of 2024. And then they've extended some of the offerings where they're now going to look at offering a learning disabilities certification, autism spectrum, as you see there, and emotional impairment. And then Ms. Hagens is just going to introduce we were hoping she could make it here this evening, but she's not able to. We just want to make sure that we're spotlighting some of our employees who have been through our Grow Your Own program. So I'll just let her talk briefly about her candidate.
Grow Your Own, the one from EMU and WISD, is there financial help for tuition?
Yes, it is. Their tuition is covered, I believe, completely. Just want to make sure I'm right. Yes, it's completely covered. They pay for it. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So as Ms. Langford said, we're going to spotlight Viviana Bogatsky tonight. She sends her regards. She's unable to make it, and she is in cohort 3 with a partnership with EMU and WISD. Last Thursday, when myself and Ms. Linden went to the graduation, it was a lot of excitement. Everyone was excited. The students were excited. The EMU staff was excited. Other partners across the county were excited to be there. So Ms. Bogatsky started her career in the medical field, and she's worked with patients all over in Rome and Italy. She has a master's degree. She also has a PhD, and she's worked in medical genetics in Temple University. She actually, after having her 3rd child, started working at Clegg Middle School, and she thought that was a very rewarding experience. She enrolled in a parent-teacher education program and graduated with a 4.0. I did not graduate with a 4.0, but she did, so that's pretty amazing at being a mom, working, and having a 4.0. Today, she's a resource room teacher at Huron High School, and she has biology classes. She said her job is super cool. She loves working with teenagers, which is amazing also. And she feels like it's magic teaching the Hurons. So we like to present her with just a hand clap to congratulate her. In terms of our additional staff and teacher retention and engagement, we hold our HR Roadshow every Friday, and we go into the buildings, various buildings on Fridays, and we give out prizes and talk to staff in the building. We have evaluation HR drop-ins, and that's for administrators to be able to come and ask us evaluation HR questions. We introduced a resourceful HR newsletter that comes out monthly, and that is from the HR department. It's nice because it spotlights individuals, but it also spotlights the longevity of our staff. And we collaborate with the AAEA Minority Affairs Committee to support and retain minority candidates. This fall, we also started exit interviews and stay interviews. I'm going to talk a little bit about the stay interviews on the next slide. What is a stay interview? It's a one-on-one interview with employees to learn about job satisfaction or job dissatisfaction and improve their experience. We started those in the fall and will continue them throughout the year. The staff was initially selected based on the resourceful newsletter where we highlight the 5, 10, 15, 20 year, and it's for all staff. It's not just for teachers, it's not just for administrators. Interviews are face-to-face. They're about 10 minutes long, and they're all voluntary. And I have had some people that said, no, I'm not interested in participating. Classifications are all reached out to, and we periodically will pop back in with staff to talk to them. The other nice thing about it is that staff will tell other staff and say, hey, I did this interview, you should do one too. So staff has been reaching out to me. We've had feedback from staff saying that I started as a volunteer in my students and my kids' school, and now I'm working, and I like the team that was built. We have staff that said they enjoy the leadership in the building, they like working in the community, and we have received staff, like I said, who said, I don't want to do that, I'm not interested. And there have been staff that have been 20 and 25 years that said, I'm not interested in doing that. So we're going to follow back up with those staff to see what those comments may include. Thank you.
Going to add something. Just for stay interviews. So as Ms. Hagan stated, we just started doing this fall, as well as our exit interviews. So we do plan on bringing back data. I mean, I know she's just giving a few comments that were made, but we do plan on bringing back data. We want to have more people participate. We want to hear what more people say, and then maybe do something where we can kind of put the responses in columns for you just so that it makes a little bit more sense. But we wanted to let you know that this is just one of our retention and engagement efforts that we just started, and we're pretty excited about it.
Quick question on that topic. For those that might not be interested in hosting a stay interview, do we have another means to collect data from them anonymously?
Anonymously, I guess not, would be my answer. I don't know if we have an anonymous way, and other than maybe our surveys that we send out to the community and to our staff, the climate survey, and I know that that's coming up pretty soon here.
Okay.
Oh, we have another question.
Thank you for presenting all of that information. So you mentioned the stay interviews, and you also mentioned the exits. When will that data actually be available for us to peruse and just kind of get an idea of why folks are leaving?
So hopefully, it's just a matter of collecting it. With everyone that exits, we're offering this exit interview. It can be anonymous. You could put your, if you want to put your name on it, you're welcome to. But it's just that right now we just started rolling it out in October, so we just don't have the data. So hopefully 6 months, maybe, we could at least give an update on what we've received thus far.
Thank you.
Trustee Gainer?
Given the statements and concerns expressed in the community, I would recommend that you include in this presentation the class of employees and the schools. Those are two separate things that are relatively fully staffed, and those that are on the other end. I don't know how the data can be collected, and I know there's some shift, but I would think that would be of interest and be helpful to the board
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted Ms. Hagens, and we still have more slides. I'm sorry.
Please.
Actually, the next one's mine. We also want to talk to you tonight. One last piece of our report is about our guest teachers. So we do continue to partner with EduStaff, which is a company that provides guest teachers for us. If you want to go to the next slide, we have some data on that. So as we partner with them, they help us to recruit and market for guest teachers. They also, to date, we have 588 guest teachers working in the district. In an effort to continue to fill vacancies, we also, in addition to EduStaff, we recruit our retirees. So we bring back our retirees who would like to continue working in the district. We have 17 retired teachers actively working in the district this year. We have identified paraeducators who are qualified to sub. That means they have 60 credits or more. And we have 43 paraeducators who are working as sub teachers. We do that in accordance with a memo of understanding with that union. And then we also offer our Ann Arbor our own teachers opportunities if they would like to get additional hourly work that they can step in and sub during their planning. So those are some different ways that we're addressing our sub needs across the district. We partner with our technology committee, our technology department. Every week when we do our new hire orientation, it's morning with HR, afternoon with technology. In the afternoon, they're also inviting sub-teachers along with our new hires, and they're averaging 8 to 10 new guest teachers participating in that Schoology training. And then new for 24-25, we have a new pilot program. EduStaff has initiated, has a new initiative, I should say, and they're working with us to recruit and train being the key part of this pilot, those that are interested in being paraprofessional subs. So we've always focused on sub teachers, but we also see a need for subs in our paraeducator department. And this pilot program, we currently have 3 people working, and what EduStaff is doing is recruiting and helping doing the training on the front end. So that's been a new initiative. So we've got 3. It's still new, brand new this year. So we're going to see how that works out in the future. Now we'll turn it back to you.
So as Ms. Scheer stated, we're trying to implement as many new ways and new programs to get more teachers in, to get more subs in, to really make sure that our students are covered and be able to be successful in their learning. So some of our next steps are in increasing diversity is just continuing to widen our partnerships. We need to collaborate. We already do with U of M, and they give us a lot of their different diverse groups that they have there. We also still reach out to EMU, to MSU, to anyone where we can post some of our job postings. In the spring, we have Mr. Johnson does a college tour, a HBCU college tour. And so he has been taking packets, and we'll just get back to that this year, where we put all the packets together with our job postings, with, how to apply, everything that we have in it, and he actually takes it when he's out there. So that's really been helpful to us. And he's brought back contact information for us, because if we don't have it, we're not able to reach out. We want to continue to work with our minority aid committee who help us with some of our minority staff, not just getting them in the door, but also once they're here, what can we do to keep them? How do they feel included? Those kinds of things. We're going to continue our virtual job fairs. Again, I think that they have been successful. Maybe at some point we'll do an actual in-person job fair. But the virtual ones have been successful. And then we're just going to continue to, with our staff, make sure that every year we're giving them training on annual diversity training and sensitivity training, and then continue to, again, work with our minority aid committee, provide professional development on equity throughout the district. And those are just some of our next steps in HR. And I think that may be our last slide.
Much for the great presentation. If you don't mind taking a few questions. I saw Trustee Muhammad's hand first.
Yeah, thank you for presenting that information. And I do appreciate that there's exit interviews and and what is it?
Stay
Stay
interviews.
interviews. Sorry, I was like, I don't know. I don't want to call it something different. So I do appreciate it. I agree with what Don just said about the having some anonymous opportunities, especially those stay interviews. I think you might get more feedback from people. It may help. But my question is something, or maybe a suggestion, if the data is available. But we've seen this staffing report with looking at the race, ethnicity, all of that. But what I think is also important to see is where shortages are, where there are exits, in-district transfers, because I think that also kind of tells the picture of like, and again, I don't know if you would easily get that data, but it would just tell the picture of like, where are the problems? Like the staffing report is pretty comprehensive, but also like it's important for us as a board to know where are the shortages. And it could be a regular report. One thing we hear a lot, we end up hearing it from the public, but like what's happening in Mitchell. But maybe that is something like that we can get as far as like critical areas where there are shortages or in-district transfers and the impact at these schools. But not just schools, but also like special ed. I know that data has been presented before, different programs, language. Because again, I keep hearing feedback from the community about language programs or special ed. So just a suggestion that might help. I don't know if that data is readily available.
And you're meaning by building, sort of like what Trustee Gaynor.
So building,
requested.
but also areas like special ed, language programs, because then we can kind of look at, do we even have enough staff? I mean, special ed's different, but like, for example, I don't know, I'm trying not to pick one particular program, but like languages, do we have sufficient support? And then one question I had is, I think it's slide 6. It's of slide 6, I think it's the first few slides. Do we have, first of all, for slide 6, do we have pre-COVID numbers? Because I know you looked at it for the past 5 years, but that was, during a time where it was like COVID and post-COVID. But it'd be interesting to see, and I know we have these numbers, how are numbers now compared to before the pandemic? And are we getting to that point? Are we getting back to where it was before? Because I know the pandemic during those years, we did have a significant increase in the number of staff. So I'm sure we have, I don't know if you know those numbers.
I don't know them off the top, but yeah,
So
that'd be something I had to get.
Are you asking them, instead of producing the 5-year graph, to do a 10-year?
Or some, just to see, because during COVID, it was a special time.
Right.
So we did have to have an increase in staff.
Understood.
So if it doesn't have to be 10 years, but just to get an idea of like, are we back to where we were?
So I guess that she's leaving it at your discretion as to how far back we should go.
Yeah.
But she's asking you to go back.
What I mean.
Yes, and we have the data. We just need to get it.
Okay. It would just help because 5 years, it's a very different time than before. And then one last question is, do we have, for the big buckets, hold on, which I think it's slide 5, do we have, because these are big buckets, do we have data at the level of subgroups? So for example, sorry, I like detailed data. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a pain with that. But for example, with teachers and professional school staff, that's a big number for FTEs. Do we have an idea of how many are teachers? You can group counselors and social workers. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to be very specific. And again, that might help just understand if we're seeing trends, like where, again, I hear from the community saying, oh, school nurses, we're not having enough school nurses. Or, just to see the trends more of at a subgroup level. I don't know if that data is available readily. not to create more work, but if it is available.
Yeah, I mean, it's data that we can get. We normally break down by group, so
Yes,
those
of course.
people are all in the same
Yeah.
AAEA, so that it's just broken down that way. But yes, that's data that we could get.
Okay.
I saw Trustee Dupree and then Trustee Basket.
Yeah, I just had a few quick questions, actually. One question I had is, when we're looking at race and ethnicity of students and also staff, how do you categorize a person who may be Black but does not identify as African American?
So we don't categorize, they do.
Self.
So yeah, they self-report, so it's whatever that they report.
Okay, so that would be the only thing available would be African American. 'Cause the reason why I asked that, like, for example, somebody may identify as Black, but they may be Jamaican or Haitian or, West African, but doesn't necessarily identify as African American. So it put them in that ethnicity box, and we would be looking at that data, but would that be accurate considering that they're not African American or they don't identify as African American?
Yeah, I can't remember which of the two of them went through it, but we use what we have to use for the rep, which is the state report.
Roger.
So we use the same categories that they use, and so they don't have like a separate, category for that. So a person would have to choose that or other.
Roger. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And then when we're looking at, I know you put percentages up, kind of looking at the number of staff in comparison to students along the lines of race and ethnicity. I will not admit to being someone who's very good at math. I'm not. So, do you have any clear ratios? Like for every 10 African American students, we have one teacher who is African American, or things like that. Did it kind of stand out?
I don't.
Okay.
That's something I would have to look at.
Well, you did show the graph.
Well, I showed the graphs for the how many we have, but she was saying kind of for every 10 students, how many African American teachers we have. I mean, I guess we could divide it
Yeah,
and
it's
figure it
That's what I'm
out
saying.
that way.
I'm not.
but yeah.
I will never say that I'm that good at math to where I'll be able to do it on the spot like that. No. So, and then I guess my last question, I'm always asking about the qualitative data. Have you gotten any feedback from students or parents about how impactful it is for them to have staff, teachers that reflect their identity so they're able to see what they can achieve moving forward?
So the only data that we would have back is what would go out in our climate survey. I mean, we don't send anything to staff or students specifically from HR.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Trustee Basket, please.
Yeah, so I would remind trustees that we get this information, the reports, it's in board docs a few days before the meeting. So we ask that people review the information, and any questions or concerns, we funnel it back to our superintendent, who then can speak to the staff about either providing what we have asked or wanted, or to give them guidance that we are seeking such information so that they could add to the presentation or clarify the presentation. Does that make sense? So something like if you wanted staff to student ratio, that's something that they could prepare ahead of time. So again, spend the time when it gets to board docs, review the documentation that's there. If it's not there, reach out to Ms. Parks. And again, ask your questions so that she may quickly, easily answer that question, but that question may be on the minds of other trustees as well. So share that question with her so that, again, she can alert staff to bring that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Trustee Carahero, then Trustee Schmidt.
Thank you for the information. Appreciate it. I haven't seen a staffing report in a while for our district with all our changes, so I think it's important that we have one now. I refer to this particular report that I've seen every year as the slide of 3 zeros. And I call it the slide of 3 zeros because on slides 15 and 16, there used to be 3 categories, but they were roped into 2 after our discussion at the performance committee, which is that the N60 and the N20 for our building principals and vice principals and our central leaders is still 0% on Asian American representation. That was true when I got on the board, and if we look at the slide, it's been 0% every year since I've been on the board. And so that's why I call it the slide of 3 zeros. And I think it behooves us upon this board to, yes, receive the information. It is a snapshot of our staff at this particular moment, at this particular year. And I do see that at the end you have some action steps at the end to do a little bit about the recruiting and the stuff. I do think, though, the missing part here is the greater equity conversation and length that I feel has been missing in our district for a long time. Because that has far-reaching consequences and touch points across of our district, not only with our staff, but with our students, with our PTOs, with our parapros, and all of us. And I think even when I look at the language of the final slides with what our next steps were, none of them are really that concrete. I know we're going to do training with staff. I know that we're going to enhance our programs. I saw some of the language around that. But I would love to see a little bit more in the future, and I'm saying this mostly for the benefit of trustees and for our district, to move forward in a more intentional direction, rather than to say to improve the systems we have, because the systems that we have haven't done necessarily the exceptional task that we want them to do. So I just think that this is just another manifestation or a reflection of what happens when we don't have a greater equity picture in mind. And so that's kind of how I received the report. And I know it's not on any one person's responsibility to do that. It's us as a whole. And that's something that I feel like I've seen that reflected in a lot of different reports. This is just one of those that I've seen that just manifests the data in a different quantitative way. So I definitely hear what Trustee Basquiat said, is we have a chance to look at these reports ahead of time to ask for specific kind of data points that we have. The question is, what do we do with them when we have them? And I think that's the part that when I look at these presentations, that's the next step. It's not a box I'm checking off. Oh, we got the report this year. We're doing our job. We're listening, but actually to be engaged and to be a little bit more proactive about making the changes in those slides. That'll make a difference.
It would be nice to see some of those zeros not be zeros. Trustee Carroll, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
You're not going to find someone advocate for that for more than myself.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't disagree with you at all either, but I don't, the efforts that we have made, like I said, I think we did at least see a rise in teachers this year. It's not for lack of trying or trying to go out there, but that's at the top of our list as well.
And those teachers may at some point transition into some of those roles.
Let me just, I'm not placing blame on anyone.
I didn't take it that way.
I appreciate it. I just want to clarify. What I am saying is that if I was a student in this district and I was a freshman in high school, I would have gone through my whole 4 years of college, and our district will not have one building leader, vice principal, that was identifying as Asian or Asian American. That's my only point.
And perhaps our Grow Your Own program can help to grow some of those teachers into those building leaders in the future. So.
Yeah,
but you haven't
because you said it. I'm just going to say, I love Grow Your Own. I get the idea. It does fill the needs for those specific tasks that we need. We need parapros. We need special ed teachers.
Right.
But because of the demographic of our internal population, our Grow Your Own can only take us so far in making a movement on that demographic.
Agreed. Trustee Schmidt, did you still have something?
I know one of the emphases in the district, and now the law will make us move even quicker, is that we're moving reading instruction to be evidence-based and based on the science. And I'm hoping that we are tuning into the universities, not just in Michigan, because they're kind of behind, but different universities around the country that they're training their teachers with that. So we can bring in that expertise. Because I can tell you, just from speaking to some teachers at MSU, they want to go to a district that's what's happening. They don't want to go to a Troy who's stuck in reading recovery, for instance. So and I'll keep looking for those places because I've been kind of following what's happening. And hopefully we can get some of those teachers in here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just didn't want to. I forgot to mention one follow-up point on what Trustee Muhammad said. Was that a mobility report within our district of our own staff would be great. In the same way that we get the mobility report of students across our district, across the county, a similar report for us to look at the mobility of our staff, whether they be voluntary or involuntary transfers or whatever they are, to know where our teachers are and why they're moving, I think is important too.
Look, I have a couple questions. One is, I'm still kind of new at this, but you had a slide entitled guest teachers.
Yes.
Is that just the new terminology
For
or substitute teachers? Just want to be sure.
I think it sounds better.
It sounds great. It's lovely. It is flowery. I love it. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Yes.
Second question. You said you try to have the teachers and leadership reflect the demographics. And you presented a bunch of slides.
Goal,
that's
yes.
the goal. And to Trustee Carroll's point, we have some work to do. what I did notice as it relates to African American students and staff is that we are doing well in the recruitment and building of leaders and teachers, and we were above the numbers. But for teachers, we were below the numbers. And I guess, and I heard you mention that we had stopped going to HBCU career days and career fairs. Is there something we can do to help? Because that is a specific pool of people who can fill those roles, who we know where they are, and we can go find them.
Yeah.
So how can we help you all accomplish that?
Well, this year we just due to the budget, we didn't want to, spend the money to go. So we'll see what happens come
All right.
2025.
Fair enough.
But it's not. We definitely wanted to go. I always enjoy going to those, so that was the only reason we
Fair
didn't do
enough.
it this past year.
That makes sense. All right, thank you. I saw Trustee Muhammad's hand. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee-elect had a question. Please.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, quick question along the lines of what President Feaster was asking around our strategic recruiting. Do we try to leverage alumni networks or anything to that nature, or identify teachers in our district that can speak to what the education was like at that school and what it's like to teach now in AAPS?
So alumni, yes, absolutely. Speaking to teachers, we normally hear about that through some of our surveying, through some of our relationships with unions and things of that nature. But we do, like anything that you can suggest, we will definitely go out and try to, see what's out there.
All right. If there's nothing else, thank you all so much for the great presentation and all the information.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Thank you,
it.
ladies. Good
Thank
night.
you.
There's no reason to go down. All right. I believe that brings us down to our added letter D, which was added by Trustee Basquette for the staging, if I'm not mistaken.
Really quickly, I'm so sorry.
Yes, please.
We have a letter missing, an item missing. It was the budget amendment that Mr. Demetrio referred to. Somehow that has been left off this final iteration of the agenda.
Is there any objection to adding that here?
Correct.
I see it in the
Superintendent
board
Parks, it's
action.
down in board action.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I
okay.
see. My apologies. Because we didn't do the amendment yet to take action, the presentation to take action, but we could do it there.
Okay.
So I got
Sorry, Trustee
a
Muhammad?
quick, so do we have to go through briefings for the amendment?
No, not for the budget amendment.
So should we put it maybe in one of the
I think she's saying we can do it right there in the board action, if I'm not mistaken.
Typically, it would be up towards information, but we can leave it in board action if you want, but it's usually in information, so then it could be voted on in board action.
Okay.
Do you all, is that fine with?
Well, I was just wondering if, like, for any budget amendment, does it need to be briefed?
Like a first and a second?
Yes.
You're asking.
I see. Okay.
I'll defer.
Or at
Or
least,
as an information
or
item.
information.
Yeah,
But I guess
yeah.
it could be briefed in the, board action, but I just wanted to make sure for amendments.
Typically, we would have done it as an information item.
Do you want us to move it up to
Why don't
letter
we do
F?
that?
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would support
If it's
doing
the-
that.
If
so
that's
that
the will of the board, then
I
yes,
would
that
support
would be the
moving it to the
preference.
information session
Yes.
to be
Okay, we'll add it
I'd
as
like
letter
to
F.
motion that we move
Or we
item-
can do it now.
You want to do it as, okay, so we're going to
Let's do it now.
amend D and E and move them down and move this to D.
So moved.
All right. And support? I support it. Any discussion? All right. Ms. Soderberg.
Trustee Muhammad
Yes.
and President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo.
Yes.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Dupree.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees, for agreeing to that.
So we're at letter D, which will be the amendment to the budget. Mr. Demetrio, please.
We want to have them presented before it gets to the action part.
Sounds perfect.
Good evening again. We're waiting for the presentation to show up. won't be a long presentation. It's pretty short. Okay.
So, point of clarification, I'm sorry.
Yes,
President
ma'am.
Feaster. So for the team behind us, the great minds, they will update the board docs, and this document will be part of board docs?
Correct.
Thank you. So we just need to refresh once they've done that.
You can actually, right now, if you go down into board action, the document is already there in that
Right.
place.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
add it
We'll
as
move
well,
it up.
but just for the time's sake, for you can find it that way right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cooley.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm ready.
All right.
So this is like the 2-minute elevator speech. So it has all the information that we need right on the slide. So on the left-hand side, we have the original budget that was adopted in June. And then this is our amendment next to it. And then the difference on the right-hand side, the difference between the amended versus. So you can see our revenues went down by $3.4 million. And you see that it's due to the state. Our expenditures went down by $1.7 million. And then overall, we originally budgeted to make $11 million, 11.5. Now we're down to $9.7 million, which is $1.6 million less. But we also budgeted that our beginning fund balance, which will be the ending of last year's, will be approximately $4.8 million. But now we know, based on our audit from last year, that it's $7.1 million, which is $2.3 million better off. Therefore, we expect to end the year at $16.9 million versus $16.2, which is $700,000 more. Our fund balance, we expect it now to be 5.54 of expenditures versus 5.27, which is approximately 0.27 better off. And then we can go to a little bit more detail. The next slide. So our revenues decreased by $3.4 million. As we mentioned earlier, our taxes went up by $3.3 million more than what we originally budgeted. Our state revenue was decreased by $7.7 million. It actually went down by approximately $30 million, but some of it doesn't affect the bottom line because as our taxes go up, which went up by 7, then the state revenue goes down by 7. Also, our retirement, the in and out that we had last year was about $28 million, whereas this year is only $15 million. So there's a $13 million difference there. And there was several other changes that we put in the budget that we will receive approximately $217 increase in our foundation. That was 0. Our mental health, that was last year we got $4 million. We were expected to have $2 million this year, but we're down to $300,000. We did have some carryover. The whole harmless I already talked about. Last year was about $2.2 million. This year is only $1.1. In the retirement, which we have several categoricals, including the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. It was overall decreased by $2.5 million. In special education funding was reduced by $600,000 because we spend less. You spend less, you get reimbursed less. The $700,000 was actually eliminated, the 27 educator compensation. And then we received an additional grant of $1.2 million. So that's pretty much the changes in the state revenue. On the federal grants, we were reduced by $1.5 million. Approximately $800,000 of that was due to Head Start, and Head Start, the number of students that we can have in Head Start was reduced. So then that's why. And then because the tax base of the county went up higher than originally projected, we are going to be receiving $2.5 million more in Act 18, which is special education reimbursement from the WISD. And this is not an exhaustive list. Just to give you an idea, it took us like 3 weeks. We looked at everything. We went back and forth to reconcile everything. We make sure that when we come in front of you that we have really good numbers for you. So this is what's happened on the revenue side. We can look at the expenditure side. So you can see on the revenue side that the local sources, which was the taxes, is $3.2 million more. Our state sources are down by 7.7. Our federal sources down by 1.5. And then inter-district sources, which is basically the WISD, is up by $22.6 million almost. So overall, our revenues are down by $3.4 million. So now we can move to our expenditures. So on expenditures, the state did reduce our retirement rate by 5.75%, which is a reduction of $7.8 million. Then we had another $5.5 million in increases in expenditures, and you can see some of it there. A lot of it is because at the end of last year, we get paid in June 20th, July 20th, and August 20th for the previous year, for the year that ends June 30. So during those times, we received approximately $5.7 million of money. Some of it was for summer school. Like on June 20th, we got $1.5 million for summer school. We had like a few days to spend it. We only were able to spend like $80,000. We weren't able to. So that gets carried over into this year. So also, we got $2.1 million in August for electric buses. So again, we carried over into this year. So there was those things. And then we had, I talked a little bit about the mental health grant that was reduced additionally. So that means we have to take the expenditures out as well. And then we received another grant for curriculum, about $1.2 million. So then we put that in the revenue and expenditures. The next item is the transportation. If you remember last year, we wanted to go to a 3-tier system versus the 2-tier system. In order for us to achieve that, we needed to negotiate an agreement with the teachers union to delay elementary start time by 5 minutes, and then also the ending time by 5 minutes. There wasn't any additional time added. It was just moving it up so it would allow the buses from the high school, from the high schools and middle schools to be able to get to the elementary on time so they wouldn't be late. We couldn't get an agreement, so then we couldn't get the savings, so now we have to put that back into the budget. So the numbers, they're up and down. The green are reductions, and primarily the green ones is because the retirement rate went down, and then primarily the red ones is because of all the ones that were carried over from last year into this year and so forth. So overall, our expenditures down by almost $1.8 million. So we can move to the next slide. As far as the fund balance is concerned, the fund balance, we are adding about $707,000 overall. A big chunk of it is because we're adding to the beginning fund balance $2.3 million. Our overall operations are going down because the original we were supposed to make about $11 million. Now it's $9.7 million that we're adding to the fund balance instead of the $11 million. So the difference between that 1.6 and the 700,000, it's basically what's happening. So our ending fund balance, we're expected to be 5.54% of expenditures, so 5.36% of revenue. So that is approximately $1,009 per student. The original budget was $967, very close, not much of a difference. And then it will cover about 14.4 days, which originally the original budget was 13.7 days. And we need to be at 45 to 60 days. So we've got a long way to go. So the next slide is just the first slide that you saw. I'm going to go through it again, but it's just, yes. So we're basically, after all the ins and outs, we're almost at the same place.
Thank you, Mr. Demetrio.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Well, I'll see you back for board action. Thank you. And I believe that now brings us down to our new letter E, which is the staging, the trustee basket motion that we add to the agenda. Did you want to start us off, or did you want trustees to just jump in and ask questions?
No, why don't, I mean, I was going to defer to Ms. Parks as far as the introducing the team, if you'd
All right.
like. And then let's have the team present and then take it from there.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Trustee Basket and President Feaster. At this time, we have coming forward Mr. Bing, Mr. Rice, Mr. Stansberry, and Ms. Corona, who will talk through excuse me, some clarifications on staging.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, President Feaster, Superintendent Parks. Special thank you to our departing trustees and welcome to the incoming trustees. The AAPS Capital Program really appreciates this opportunity to outline safety and security considerations, site logistics, and construction timeline, and why the team does not recommend staging for the new Thurston Elementary School. Last week, the team attempted to address the perceived impacts on play spaces and habitats. And we've heard many comments this evening and throughout this week with many suggestions for improving our process and our plan for Thurston Elementary School and across the district. We welcome and appreciate all of this feedback and continue to direct our technical experts to provide recommendations given the constraints of constructing the highest quality learning environments for our students and staff while meeting all of our regulatory requirements and staying consistent with the BOE approved Phase 2 roadmap. So our bond program managers, Gilbane Building Company, who have been awarded a contract to represent the Ann Arbor Public Schools for this phase of bond implementation, which utilizes input from construction managers, licensed architects, engineers, and expert consultants to make recommendations for the district, is here tonight to present and share our updates. So I will turn this over to Stephanie Corona, our project executive from Gilbane Building Company.
You did it.
Thank you. So we'd like to give a presentation. We were asked to come back, have additional information about staging and logistics regarding Thurston. We did, in the meantime, this past week, release a general information about general staging. This is more specific to it. We always put this at the beginning. It's just a reminder of the vision. It's also a reminder of, thank you, to transform student learning experience. We also remind everybody about the 4 pillars, about the enrollment pressures and the facility condition assessment. And I say enrollment pressures, I'm not saying district-wide, I'm saying there are enrollment pressures at individual schools. So I'd like to start with safety and security first. There's 4 sections we're going to cover here. For Thurston Elementary School, our construction manager is Chrisman Company. They were selected through an RFP process, did come to the Board of Education for approval, and they were selected to oversee this project. Chrisman Construction Company, or the Chrisman Company, has been doing K through 12 schools. On the left-hand side, you'll see a list of their recent school experience in the last, I believe, 5 years. More specifically, their experience in constructing on active school campuses are noted on the right-hand side. So more specifically about safety and security, not just for this project, but for all of our projects that we are requiring our construction managers, and that is that there will be barricades and barriers 8 feet tall with mesh fabric, fence posts driven into the ground so the fences do not fall over, and additional barricades between temporary walks and playgrounds to give additional protection. Rolling gates at entrances to prevent gates from swinging open inadvertently. Construction spotters, that is work people that are there physically to spot for any material delivery. We're crossing any sidewalks or driveways for additional safety. In addition to that, we're looking to do safety security cameras during construction. That safety security camera would just be focusing on the construction site itself, and that would provide another layer of protection for us during off hours, weekends, and at night. So in addition to those items, we're also looking to reduce construction site access during school and arrival dismissals. Those are actually baked into contract agreements. Dust control will be in effect on site to minimize dust migration. This project's typical construction hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and in compliance with the City of Ann Arbor noise ordinances, which is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. All of our workers go through site-specific safety program prior to working on the site. That means that they'll be made aware of any issues specific to the site, things that they need to be concerned about, just site-specific items specific to that site, not just general safety. All workers will have background checks prior to working on the site in accordance with the state of Michigan and Ann Arbor Public Schools. It is important to note that the health, safety, and security is a top priority for all people. Best practices are utilized and to limit learning disruptions during the school year. Opportunities for teaching and learning about construction and the different activities and student inclusion is encouraged and available. So just a quick showing of some opportunities for students. We do encourage that when the site becomes safe enough to let kids take them on guided tours, have them be involved in things like groundbreaking ceremonies, topping ceremonies where you put everybody signs the last beam and then it gets put in place forever. Their signature's there forever. They love that. But they also get to know about STEAM and STEM opportunities because our industry is really advanced significantly in those categories. So just to see what the opportunities are and how they are applied to this project. Next. One more. Thank you. So the anticipated site activities by month, we wanted to sit there and explain or show a visual. Construction duration is 2.5 years. It is not 4 years. I'm not even sure where 4 years came from. It is 4 years, by the way, for a project from beginning to end. We've said this for many years. 2 years for planning and design, approximately 2 years to construct. That has never changed. But this project is 2.5 years. Next, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, go back one. I apologize. One of the things I wanted to highlight here is I've broken out the construction activities by month. At the beginning in the spring, it'll be very light. School will be in session. You're going to see a graphic coming up. In the summertime, during spring break or summer breaks, when school is not in session, that's when the heaviest work is going to occur. A lot of outdoor work, a lot of noisy work. The first school year, you'll see that there'll be periodic to medium noise or disruption. It's going to be periodic. Again, heavy in the next summer, but light in the second school year. And why? The building is enclosed. At this point, we're not doing work outside anymore. We are now inside doing drywall, ceilings, carpet, paint, lighting. That's a whole year's worth of work that needs to happen on the inside of the building, which everybody will be inside working, not outside. Then when summertime comes again for the last break, that's when we will be moving into the new Thurston, and that's when we start taking down the old Thurston, putting in the parking lot over the summertime, and then continuing with the installation of the geothermal. That will be done by December. But in the meantime, and we're going to get to the logistics plan. So let's go to the next one. So I've broken down, this is a draft, but in talking with the construction manager, they've indicated that the only work that would be happening during this school year would be periodic tree felling, tree location. We have several trees to relocate, relocation of plantings, and that would be in conjunction with the Thurston Nature Center. Next. Oh, by the way, that fencing area, that is temporary. So when we're not doing that work, that fencing comes down, the area is opened back up. So we're talking for maybe a week or two of this work occurring. Next, this is actually during the first summer. And during the first summer, the red outline is the construction fence, again, 8 foot tall, with screening on the exterior of it. The pink is indicating where there's currently either walks that will be maintained or that where we're going to relocate walks for students to come from the northeast or the northwest. We are also relocating the playground, a couple playgrounds that are currently in the footprint. We'll do that summer, so they'll be up and ready for the beginning of the school year. And then I've also put the construction activities that will be happening. So during this time, you're going to start seeing the structural steel coming out of the ground, and foundations will be in place. Next. So this is when the school year starts. We'll be putting up structural steel, wood timber decking, exterior wall enclosures, roof, glass glazing, basically starting to enclose the building for that school year. Again, the fencing still remains the same. The egress paths continue to stay available. There is a distance between 30-foot distance minimal between where the new building is and the existing school. There is egress paths that continue to be maintained all around the existing school, and there are paths for students to be able to come back and forth. So that second summer, we'll be doing some site utility work, but most everything will be starting to head into the building at this point in time. Next. So that second school year, these are some of the items that will all be happening for a year. And then at the end of May, we'll be ready to start doing tours for people to start seeing what the inside of their new building is going to be like when they start the next school year. And as soon as school gets out, we will be moving into the new Thurston Elementary School, allowing staff and to be able to get acclimated to their new spaces and just get to be familiar with it. In the meantime, we'll be taking over the southern half of the site. We'll be demoing the building, putting in the new parking lot and the driveway. Next. And then heading into the September through November, we'll be putting in the new bus loop and then continuing with the geothermal field. And then we'll be finishing by November. The bus loop will be completed, and then we'll be just finishing up geothermal, restoring the site for the play area, and putting in the new stormwater rain gardens. That is it. So next part I'd like to talk about is staging. Hopefully everybody saw the video on general staging. Next. So one of the things that we looked at for evaluating, and if you've heard this reference for those who watched the video, there were 3 things that we looked at for stage and priority order. The first thing we looked at was, could we construct a new building next to an existing building? In this case, Thurston met that requirement. Next. So then we looked at, is there room on the existing site? Can the construction of the new building be built safely on the site with manageable disruption to school operations? Can the new building maintain 30 feet of distance from an existing school? And can a separation between construction and the occupied school be maintained? All those things can happen at Thurston. Next. So when doing this evaluation, Thurston is one of the schools that do not require to be staged. In addition to Mitchell, Logan, Dickin, Lakewood, Lawton, Wines, and Carpenter. Next. So a lot of people ask, we've heard this a couple times, we've answered this many times during our office hours the last 2 days, but a lot of people remember, hey, what happened to this staging school that you were going to get property and build 2 schools and stage back in 2020? Let me, for those who were not here during that time, We'll explain what happened. So when we came on board in 2020, we saw that was the plan. We did not develop the plan. That plan was already set in place prior to us coming on board. We went to, and the district and ourselves were looking for property. The district had hired somebody to help assist in finding property. We found out very quickly, over a 2-year time frame, that it was difficult to find any property. Any property we found was either not large enough or big enough to accommodate elementary school and give it the play areas that it was needed, or wasn't zoned for it, or the site was contaminated. So we obviously cannot move students on a contaminated site. They're great for retail, may be good for commercial, but not good for students. So in 2022, we said, okay, we've exhausted. We're not going to find property, or the property was located outside of where there was public water or sewer. That means you're trying to put a large elementary school on a piece of property that doesn't have water and sewer. That means we're depending on well, and we're depending on basically a septic system. But that property, we did find some property, but that property would not perk, meaning it would not drain. So that means if we had septic, it wouldn't go anywhere. It would just sit there and we wouldn't be able to build on it. So that's when we went back and looked at in 2022 and said, okay, what are our other options? So we said, let's look at schools that do not require staging first. Let's look at properties that could potentially allow us to host a staging school. And we came up with 4. Unfortunately, we're down to 3 now. So we're down to Logan, Mitchell, and Wines. Logan and Mitchell, along with Thurston and King, were high on the facility condition assessment priority. In addition to that, they also had enrollment pressures. Mitchell, not so much. Mitchell was just in bad shape. I mean, we needed to, they were bursting at the seams over there, and that needed a new school. It was number 1 on the facility condition assessment report. But we knew that there was enrollment pressures up here in this sector. We also knew that King, Logan, and Thurston were high on the facility condition assessment, and we also knew that the only place at this point that we could find to have a host school would be Logan. We tried to put Logan on the existing site. We tried to acquire property around the existing Logan. It just was not available. We asked, we tried. There's just not enough in order for us to build a new school over on the existing Logan. But in the meantime, prior to us coming on board, there were purchase acquisitions over by the Clegg site that allowed us to put a new school on that campus. Now, that is not an unknown entity in this district. Scarlett shares a campus with Mitchell. Wines shares a campus with Forsyth. So that is very common right now in this district. So then we looked at could Thurston stage at Logan? No, it can't. It's too big. Could King stage at Logan by itself? No, it cannot. It's also too big. But there is a modular at Thurston and a modular at King. If we built new Thurston on the existing campus, a new Logan across the street, then when those 2 schools are done, then we could grab the modular at Thurston, move it to Logan, and grab the modular at King and move that to Logan. And there is enough room for that, and we do meet the regulatory requirements for it, that we could, and we already own this, by the way. We already own the portables. Then we could move those 2 over there, and it would be enough for King. It is not enough. Well, we need the portable for Thurston, so they can't stage over there. So then I've heard about people asking, can we stage Thurston at New Logan? No. Thurston has, and you can go to the next slide, by the way. Thurston is unique. It has a different program than Logan. New Logan was designed for Logan's program. New Thurston has additional programs that Logan doesn't have. When we did classroom counts and tried to lay the program out, it would require us to, after we built New Logan, to renovate, spend more money, renovate Logan in order to accommodate the additional classrooms needed. And then for 3 years, because Thurston would not stage for 2, they would have to stage for 3. Because keep in mind, we have to demo a building first before you can put a new building on top of it. So in our current plan, we're demoing the building after they've moved in. But now we got to demo the building before we can even build it. That's 3 years that Thurston would be at New Logan, not 2. Now that displaces Logan for 3 years and displaces King for 3 years. In addition to renovating a brand new building to accommodate one school there, the costs that go with it. And then when we're done, we'll have to renovate it back to accommodate Logan. So it's not simple to just say, just take the school. There's transportation, there's moving, staffing, administrative costs, escalation costs, renovation costs, redesign costs for us to do an alternative program that keeps being recommended out there. Next. Just one moment, please. So in summary, this project is part of an overall district plan. The project team does not have access or is aware of any board-approved document indicating the extent of the boundary for the design nature area, which complicates the planning, by the way. Because from what I've heard, everybody thinks that the Thurston Nature Center is at a different location. Some people believe it stops at the tree line. Some people believe that it goes all the way to the back side of the school. Some people believe that it only incorporates the tree line plus the oak savanna. Some people feel that it actually goes all the way to the south. There is not a consistent, we have not found any documentation. We do not know where this boundary line is. And because of this, everybody has a different idea about what is part of the Thurston Nature Center. But what it is there is a designated area for nature. It is on the school property. The whole thing is on school property. The one thing to point out is that I keep hearing about flooding and stormwater. The new plan addresses all new stormwater regulatory items. It also does not impact the pond. It actually helps the pond because it now redirects the water that was inadvertently going to the pond and now puts it where it's supposed to go, which is not there, but in a storm management system. In addition to that, construction is contained within the fenced-in area and maintains a physical separation from the school at all times. Delays mean a higher cost, jeopardizes our bond obligations, a significant impact on other school communities in the Northeast sector. It delays students and staff from accessing high-quality learning environments to support teaching, learning, health, and well-being. And right now, the Thurston staff and students, they just told me tonight, we went to the staff meeting to show them the new plans, which they seemed pretty pleased about. But I was surprised to hear that their teacher's lounge is an old janitor's closet. That is, now we're going to ask them to wait again. So it's frustrating because I see kids that are in need and they need a new building. The only other thing I'd like to add is if Mr. Demetrius could explain what does it mean for the bond if we do delay, because he can say it better than I can.
Good evening again. So with the bond money, there are certain regulations, and there are some other things that we try to accomplish. So with bond money, once we issue the money, so far out of the 1 billion, we've issued 290 million so far. And we have 3 years. Once we issue the money, we issue the first one was 140, the next one was 50, and then the next one was 100. And then in the spring, we're going to issue another 200 million. That was already approved. So once we issue those bonds, then we have 3 years to spend the money. And we cannot issue the bonds and then sit on the money and put it in an investment vehicle and make investment income, basically. Because every year we audit our construction and so forth, and there's certain calculations. And then if we have too much investment income, it's called arbitrage, where we have to fill a whole bunch of forms and deal with the IRS. Stepping back, the bonds that we issue are tax exempt, meaning the people or financial institutions that buy our bonds, basically we pay them back the money that they paid for the bonds plus interest. The interest that they earn, they don't have to pay taxes on. It's tax exempt. So if we delay to do something different, and if it's 2 years, and this project is $60-70 million, so you can imagine that we'll be earning investment income because we already planned this to spend this money, and we'll have that money sitting there for an extra 2 years or whatever it takes. So then we're going to get in trouble for these arbitrage issues. It is not easy to say, okay, don't do this, go do something else. It takes 2 years to plan to do something else. So, number one. Number two, when we campaigned, we said that our millage for the bonds is going to be 4.1 mils. So what we do, we work with the construction managers, what is the construction schedule, work with the financial advisors, what's happening with the tax base, and we're trying to make everything match that when we go out, that our millage is 4.1 mils. When we start messing with delays and so forth, what we're going to have is 1 year is going to be 3 mils, the next year is going to be 5 mils, and you're going to have all this, and you're going to start upsetting people. You know, my taxes, when it goes up to 5 mils, people are going to be upset that it's not 4.1 and it's 5 and it's more and so forth. When it goes down to 3, they might not be so upset. But when it goes up, the next year, they're going to be upset. So there's a lot of things to consider. But my recommendation is to stick to the schedule because of all these complexities that we have with the funding. So I don't know what else to say.
What happens if you don't spend it in 3 years?
Well, depends how much it is. If you're at 90%, then you just need to provide a plan of, that, in the next months, the next year that you're going to spend it. There are exceptions, like when COVID happened, you couldn't do construction. But when it's regular, and let's just say you're not at 85 or 90%, you're down to 50 or 60%, we're going to have some issues. And I talked about the arbitrage, and then it is possible that if we overdo it extensively, that our bonds are not tax exempt anymore. We lose the status, which is the worst thing that can happen to us. I'm not sure if it's going to affect our rating, but it's not going to help it. Let's put it that way. It might hurt it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Was that the end of the presentation? We can start questions. Okay. Thank you all for the presentation. Let's talk a little bit. Are there any questions? Okay.
Comment real quick. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. It really helps clarify, I think, for me, for sure, and for, I'm sure, a lot of people. But I guess I'm thinking about our efforts to obtain future bonds. And I just think that it's really important for us to handle this in a responsible way. Because I know that there will be future bonds, efforts to obtain future bonds. And I think that that we really need to think about that and what this, the outcome of this, how that would impact the district. Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad?
So I know you went through this, and I was trying to follow, but why has it been looked at to move, for example, Logan earlier or King earlier, and then using the old building? Like, has that been looked at? And can you explain that again? And why is it small? Because you were saying it's smaller, it's too small, but what is the difference between really these buildings?
Sure. So Logan is the smallest of the three schools. I think I'm starting to. Sorry, am I dying? Okay. Logan is the smallest of the three schools. The next is King, is the next larger school, and Thurston is the largest. Thurston has more classrooms, more program space that's required, more classrooms that require for their program space. So they have a different program which requires more classrooms versus King versus Logan. Now, Logan is Logan's new elementary school is based on a 4-section school, if you want to call it that. So 4 sections means 4 classrooms per grade. King has the same thing. King has that now. The existing Logan doesn't have that capacity. That's why we're moving him to a new Logan. In order for King to stage at Old Logan, we need the portables from existing Thurston and the portables from existing King, which we would move during a summertime, to go to Logan to make Logan whole, Old Logan whole, enough to stage King. But Thurston still can't stage there. And Thurston cannot stage at the new Logan because it does not have enough classrooms for Thurston's existing program. So when we build the Thurston new school, it will have more classrooms than the new Logan school because of their programs. If that makes sense.
I saw Trustee Gaynor and then Carrero.
I just want to ask how many classrooms?
Well, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
How many classrooms?
The number.
Currently, we are short at least one. At least one classroom. So the problem is it's not like you're cramming a bunch of kids into another, because now you're over capacity on your classroom counts, right? So you can't just cram kids in there at any grade level. And we do have kids with IEPs. We have several closed classrooms. We also have a preschool that also has a different set of requirements. So it's just different. It's different than our other schools. It's our largest elementary school in the district.
We have 46 sections for Thurston.
Compared to
What does that
Logan
mean?
only has like 17.
And then what about King?
King is right up there. I don't know about King. I can't give you a number on that one.
I saw Trustee Gaynor.
Wait.
I can talk about King is different from Thurston by 3 classrooms because Thurston has preschool and 2 special ed classrooms that King doesn't have. So they have roughly the same enrollment, but their programs are different by preschool and special ed. It's why King can fit at Old Logan with 2 modulars, but Thurston can't. We would be short 3 classrooms at Old Logan with the modulars, and we're short a classroom at New Logan as well, because New Logan's program is different than New Thurston's program.
And I'm sorry, the follow-up. What about doing the modulars at King? Has that been looked at?
We already have a modular there. I'm not sure.
to create more space for Thurston? Like staging at King versus, I'm just curious, I'm just asking.
Yeah, there isn't a plan in place to use King to stage at because we need to renovate King while King is staging. So we're making use of a building that would be vacant, Old Logan, but that's not the case for King. King is occupied or under construction, but not otherwise available.
We have spacing.
You want to follow up?
We have spacing issues on the existing property, and we also have, you have to have like fire hydrant coverage, and there's like a whole bunch of regulatory things that need to happen. And King's a very tight site, so. But again, we would have to, King isn't even started the planning yet. We start that in 2025, so that would just put Thurston off by 5 years now? Yeah.
Did you have something? Trustee Gainer, did you have something?
Yeah, I've got a few things. First, thank you for finally addressing the questions about the proposed staging plans. I've been asking for 2 months, and it helps to get some specific things. Before I get to that, or maybe it's part of that, I absolutely hate when special ed classrooms get moved from one school to another. Sometimes it gets moved across the district, but we have done that, and I'm not sure all of the reasons. Just posing theoretically, again, I'm not favoring this. Would it be possible for another school to take on the special ed program at Thurston so that the rest of the school would fit?
We don't recommend it, but that's a board,
I don't
that's a board
recommend it
decision.
either,
We don't
but-
recommend splitting up a community any more than we do recommend using a school designed for one community for
Okay.
another community. Those can't be recommendations we make, but obviously this
No,
is a,
I mean,
this is a
again, I
board.
don't like when it happens, and it's happened several times in the past, but the one piece of new information that I didn't catch, and it seems, apparent in the staging plans, it would delay things by 2 years, that Thurston would go into the new Logan for 2 years, and you're explaining why it's 3, which, is significant. The bond issues, yes, I hear you. But it leads to a more systemic question because people are questioning how do we give public input? Is this the best plan over 20 years or now 15 years, whatever? For future projects, is there still space for a systemic look at what we're doing? Can we stretch this out and adjust the bonding? If that's decided, like I understand there's going to be a bond oversight committee, which is probably long overdue. But or are we going to be at the point where when we get to this point where a school and community is aware of the issues that so much has been done that there's no reason or no way to practically change it? Am I not saying that clearly, but you understand my point?
Yeah, I think there are two questions there. One is there a better way to engage a school community, the school itself and the neighbors in a construction design process? And the answer is yes. We found out that there is a better way. The way we did it is not the best way. So we are making adjustments immediately for projects going forward to get to the community early, get to students and the community as early as possible, and bring them on board, talk to them, get their aspirations, understand these things early. I think the second question is the phase 2 bond plan locked? And
Right.
the answer is, well, things change. Things change beyond our control. Things have already changed. For instance, we were expecting to use Old Lawton to stage at, but that's not going to work. There are a few issues like that that will require us at particular intervals to revisit the plan and come back to the board with where we are today and what does it mean. So it's not locked, but
that is kind of force changes for things beyond our knowledge. But what about planned or community input changes.
Yeah.
There's still room if we look out a ways to modify.
I think the bond advisory committee could be a conduit to understanding that and its impact. When we have forced changes, because things beyond our control bring us back to the board for a revisit to the plan, we can also look at that, whether the bond advisory sees an advantage in one particular community to do something differently. Right now, we're tracking the numbers. I guess I want to repeat something we talked about in 2022. The current plan is to, by sector, so there's 4 sectors roughly, by sector, in the order of the facility condition assessment, construct the schools that don't require staging so that we can simultaneously build the staging schools that then let us construct the remaining schools that do require staging in their order of the facility condition assessment. So that's the system we have in place that we're following at this point. It's all about how do we strategize construction in the order of facility condition assessment.
And the final question that I have is, how can you convince the community that the impact on the Nature Center isn't as great as many seem to feel it is? And I have some comments about that, but
we may not be able to. We may not be able to convince them. There's habitat to address impacts on habitat. There's also historical and cultural connections to the area. And we're finding the line is fuzzy, what we're hearing from the community. Sometimes it's habitat, which we think we've addressed a week ago when we brought to you the adjustments we've made based on input. The habitat impact has been reduced significantly, but we're still hearing from the community, I'll call it the aura of the Thurston Nature Center. You're still too close to the Thurston Nature Center, even if you aren't as in the Thurston Nature Center as before. So this is what Stephanie was alluding to. Where does it begin and end? What is the official agreement? These are all questions that makes planning difficult, because we look at the Thurston Nature Center site and see a delineation of what they consider the Thurston Nature Center. We've made every effort to step away from that, but it almost feels like it's considered Thurston Nature Center all the way to the existing building. So where does the aura of the Thurston Nature Center end? Where does the actual Thurston Nature Center end? These are difficult questions.
All right, so
thank you.
I've got some questions.
I just want to clarify too, Mr. Gaynor, that Thurston is Ann Arbor Public School. Period. We own the pond. We own the land. It's Ann Arbor Public Schools. And I don't think people realize that we own everything that's there. And we're doing our darndest to stay away from it. And we've done that. We've had 5 iterations that we've done that. So I just want to make that clear.
So last week I asked the question, great presentation. First of all, thank you all. We appreciate it. Now, last week I asked the question that if we were to raise the existing Thurston, if we found a magical staging school that held Thurston, and we raised Thurston, would there be enough space in that location to build new Thurston? And I think I was told no. And I want to understand why that's a no.
We didn't say no.
Okay.
Yeah. In all likelihood, the plan that we've seen from the community is not yet workable. In order to make it workable, we would be, I'll call it, drifting north. Mm-hmm. And we may very well drift just about as far north as we are now in order to make it workable. So the cost of staging, based on the presumption that it would be a reduced impact on the site plan, in all likelihood wouldn't be as much of a reduction, and we think we would be in the same position at that point.
Very close.
I'm not talking about the same physical building position, but the same position with the community. That's what
I guess I'm not, over my head, I'm not a construction person, I'm not an architect, so help me understand what you just said there, because I'm not quite getting it. Because what I'm thinking is I see the building further north, I see the pond and the nature center further south, and I'm saying if we were to tear down the building north and build in that exact footprint, a little larger, whatever you're going to do to accommodate the new space. Is there space to build there? And you're telling me what exactly?
Still have to push back.
The
Okay.
building would, just to clarify, so that others aren't confused, the pond is north, the building is south.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for
So,
yeah, I'm not
that's
yeah.
good. Where we've seen suggestions for where the building can go, which is essentially on top of the existing footprint, doesn't accommodate the kinds of things we must have in our new schools in front of a building. Redesigning it for you on the fly today is going to be difficult.
Right.
But in order to take the plan, which we think is interesting, and turn it into something that would work, the building is going to be drifting north.
Okay.
Roughly, we think, to the point where it's not far from where we're showing today. And there's a lot more complexity in that description, but we just don't see a plan where the building stays where it is.
And that's
that
based-
works for our requirements.
And that's based on the new regulatory requirements.
Yes, and what the aspirations are for new K-5s in the district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We talked about staging, and we talked about it, Logan, New Logan, all this stuff. Are there any other schools, to your knowledge, in the district that are large enough to stage Thurston? Not Logan, not King, but any other schools that we could, in theory, stage at?
Thurston's the largest elementary school we have. After that, we go to K-8s, and there's no place to move a K-8 temporarily.
Right.
There's no place to move a middle school temporarily.
Okay.
And there's not enough room at a high school.
Okay.
So
not enough room in Pioneer, not enough room in Skyline.
Yeah, we looked at that. Looked at that. Yeah.
Okay.
Also the case that the sector staging plan is intended so that traffic or transportation time from a home school to a staging school is limited to within the sector. So driving across the city with students there and back is not something we would recommend.
Not for 2 years.
But if we chose to do that, is it feasible at Skyline, Pioneer, some other AAPS building?
No, we just don't have the room for it.
Okay.
We even looked. We went way outside the box. We even looked at office buildings. Could we take an office building?
Right.
We couldn't make that work. We did not meet the regulatory requirements needed. We couldn't make the classroom sizes work, and we couldn't meet the state of Michigan regulatory requirements. And then we would actually have to have it be certified as a school. That doesn't happen overnight. No.
Okay. So Skyline's out, Pioneer's out, Pathways wouldn't work, office buildings wouldn't. Too small. Okay.
Yeah, there was roughly 2 years of hundreds of internal bond planning before we came with what works.
Okay.
We looked at Freeman with a portable village. We, like Stephanie said, office buildings. It wasn't oh, gee, what are we going to do? Oh, this is the first solution.
Okay.
This was not the first solution. This is the first solution we found that works.
Okay. And then there was some conversation, I think Mr. Demetrios had jumped in about the bond and spending the money in a certain time window and all those kind of things. Are we saying that if we were to skip Thurston, we could not put another school in place in time?
No,
That's what you're telling me.
we haven't even. We're not even at that point. We have a schedule. It takes 2 years to plan and design. We're just going to start King January, February, having engagements with the community and starting just to kick that off in order for that to be ready in 2 years when Thurston and Logan are done. Yeah. So, and the schools that we already have, they're building on their existing sites. So they don't need to, there's not enough room to stage 2 schools on their sites.
Fair.
So, I mean, that would be like us staging 2 schools on the Thurston site. That's not even feasible.
Not feasible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just add to that, if we were to try to pivot and make an adjustment, we would likely end up in a situation where we're accelerating a community engagement process that would possibly leave some other community behind, to try to meet some super quick timeline to find somebody else that,
We could be in the same situation.
Yes, and we could be right back where we're.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the new version of Thurston would not look a lot different than the one we have on the table today.
See some hands. Let's go to Trustee Schmidt and Trustee Muhammad.
One thing that was talked about was amongst the community and such is caring about the kids and whether they have ADHD, ADD, they're on the spectrum, whatever. And when I think of equity, we can look at socioeconomic equity, we can look at, ethnicity, race. But as a special ed teacher, I know all the little closets I've had to teach in with my special ed kids. And we really never felt that we were treated right. And I feel like moving those vulnerable populations over and back, that's harder on some kids than others, I will just say. The other thing is, I think of the suggestion, and Trustee Gaynor, I know you didn't suggest it, I'm not talking about your comment, but that I've heard in the community of, we can just get rid of some of the special ed kids there, or maybe the school's choice kids there. And this community deserves our respect just like any other school community. And I just hope I don't hear that, because that troubles me. So those are just some observations. I have a question about, it's a 20-year bond. What does that mean, 20-year bond? Does it mean for 20 years we have to wrap it, or do we have 23 years to get it all done? Or how does that work? Mario, you're the guy, the bond guy.
I think when we were campaigning, we said it was going to take us 20 years to do all the construction that we wanted. But it really depends when we issue the bond. Okay. We issue the bonds, we have 3 years to spend. So far we issued 290. By the spring, we're going to issue 490. So the 200 million that we're going to issue in the spring, we have 3 years to spend that 200 million. We issued bonds in 2019, which was 140. So that's done. That 140 million, we shouldn't have any of it.
I'm just wondering, as a taxpayer, how many years you're going to come to me and ask.
Okay. So and we showed that in the campaign, that the bonds will expire. The ones that we have right now is 2043. By the time everything is said and done, it will be 2051 when all the bonds will expire. When we originally did our calculations in 2019, when we were campaigning, the bond issue was supposed to start declining from 4.1 in 2046, and then by 2051 it will be zero. Because the tax base has increased much higher than what we were estimating in 2019, we were using, if I'm not mistaken, about 2.5% per year. And we've had years that is 9%, 10%, and so now the 4.1 mils will probably start declining around 2035 or so, which is an opportunity for the board. I'll try to explain. So when we campaigned in 2019, and we did all our work in 2018 and 19, all the work that we wanted to do was approximately 1.4 billion. And the way that we were going to get there is we have a sinking fund, and then we also have this $1 billion. So, and that's how we got to the $1.4 billion, because the sinking fund, right now, it generates about $30 or so million a year. So, because of COVID, because of the war in Ukraine, inflation is much higher than what we were projecting. So we might need $100 or $200 million more to do everything that we said we were going to do before. So the board has really a choice. So they can do less, or when it starts declining, then you have an opportunity to say to the community, we would like to get back to that 4.1 for so many years, and you can raise hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mm.
But that's in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Muhammad?
So I was going to ask, was there, because I know that was another comment or comments that I've seen is like, was there an environmental impact study that has been done? And what was the outcomes of it? Because I think a lot from what I'm hearing is, has it really been evaluated? Has it been studied? And what is the actual impact?
No, I appreciate that. We discussed this a little bit at our bond committee meeting, but what we're going to try to do is package up all of we have many required environmental studies that are just part of our regulatory requirements. And we've also taken proactive studies that we're going to then kind of bundle for folks and try to put together an actual package of studies that would be usable. We're trying to kind of define that. But one of the issues is when we get asked that, generally it seems like folks are talking about different things, like environmental as it relates to migratory patterns, or environmental as it relates to stormwater, or environmental as it relates to native species or habitats. And so we're going to take all of the different studies that we've needed to do to meet our regulatory requirements and some of those proactive habitat studies, and package those up for folks.
So that is going to happen. That
Yes,
combining all of that.
Yeah, we're just kind of putting together the outline right now of
Okay.
Generally what happens is that you have different consultants doing different reports and reporting, and sort of figuring out how to put that all together in a way that's going to be usable and digestible for folks is just kind of our next step.
Okay, and then I was going to ask, and I think this may have asked, this is one level, right? No, it's two level. It's
The school is 2-story.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I remember part of it.
One, part of it.
Okay. So I'm assuming you have looked at this, but like the shape of the building, adjusting that a little bit. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm assuming you have, like, to be able to, have you looked at even the shape of the building and being able to minimize the impact to where the community is saying is impacting the nature center?
Yes, we have. During design, we did. We actually had more opportunity to reduce impact with the site developments that were around the building, which is what we spent the last couple of months doing and presented last week. How pavements work, retaining walls, utilities, that sort of thing. The changing the building is not likely to have much of an impact on the nature center. We have to have access to windows and light and that sort of thing, and we have already maximized the parts of the building that can be 2 stories. There's no making it smaller or making it
That's what I was
more
gonna ask.
compact.
Okay, so you maximize the 2-story part.
Absolutely.
So you can't make it, because there's some parts that are 1 story. You can't really make it all.
No, the way it works is the classroom wing, so there are 6 4-classroom pods in the building, 3 on the first floor, 3 on the second, those stack.
Okay.
And then the rest of the building is a gym, a cafeteria, a mechanical room, administrative offices, and the like.
And then has it looked at, because one of the concerns, again, I think I brought this up the last time, was where the play field is, between 2 areas, the parking and the bus route and I know that what I was asking is, can we move that playfield area where the parking, and sacrifice having that parking space for however long that needs to happen, to make sure that where the playfield is more where the parking lot is? Do you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. I think anything is possible. Doing without parking for a year, we could certainly do that. But there isn't anything unusual, even in this district, with how we're showing play space and playgrounds relating to driveways. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, look at the aerials. There are playgrounds and play spaces next to roads, next to driveways in almost every one of our elementary schools. So this is not unusual or unsafe. This is common.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but I think that's one of the things that have come up is where that play space is, and then where also I think there's neighborhoods where that parking lot is, right? And we're going to put trees.
Yes.
So, because I see a big difference between how the the current existing space and where that play space is. It's all in the back, like in the back. It goes along, where the neighborhoods are, but also where the nature center is, where this is extremely different, where the play space is right in the middle.
Yep.
So I don't know if the community would be happy with that, but can that be looked at as well?
Yeah, we would have done that had the building not been there in the sequencing of construction. Yeah. We would have had cars and buses together in the field next to it, but we can't recommend that the school go without parking for a year. Mm-hmm. So, that's why the plan is the way it is. Parking and bus drop-off and car drop-off, they're available day one. Yeah. And what we spend our time doing after taking the building down is constructing geothermal in the play field. So, it is possible to do, we just can't recommend it.
Okay. I'm just trying to find something in the middle. I mean, because because that is another huge change to what I'm hearing feedback from the community is that play space is right in the middle of that area. And, where it was before, it was just a big, large land.
Yep, it is a change, and we are empathetic to the fact that it's a change. It is a change we're going to see in just about every one of our projects.
All right. Trustee Basquette.
Thank you. To the last set of comments, thank you, trustees, for trying to explore options and understand the options. What's become very clear should be clear to all of us by the emails and the various voices we've heard, it's not a matter of modifying the plan, it's a matter of don't touch the nature center at all. And I just wanted to remind folks that we had a school, then we had a nature center. And to the team's point, the staff has looked, we're not clear, we haven't seen, and if the nature center can provide this, we would much appreciate it. The requests, the communications between the work that the nature center wanted to do and the district, letting us know, because there are some things that were done that maybe, and I appreciate the volunteerism and the time and commitment. Believe me, I have been a volunteer since I was 9, so I understand that. But maybe we could have advised the nature center, maybe you don't want to do that right now, okay? But we can't find that communication. What's been very clear, as I've stated, in what we've seen, it's a group that doesn't want the nature center touched at all. When we talk about the Oak Savannah and making it bigger and moving the rain garden, it's like, no, 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 okay? So to the point where, what are we talking about? Because the team can jump through hoops and move buildings here and move bushes. That's not going to be acceptable. And we have one email that clearly says that. And we all got that email. So that should be there in your inbox to review. To do without parking for a year? Oh, I'm sure staff will talk to you about that. I mean, that's just, and let alone the neighbors. Believe me, I live at Bryant School. There's not enough parking, and we have it every day, as I'm sure other schools. But we just have to keep in mind what we're here to do. Again, appreciate the fact that we're searching for answers. And I want to stress, we, the bond team, did not want to come to the board until we had everything in place, intentionally understanding, and not for finality, but for clarity of what the board was asking, what the community was asking, and what you wanted to know. So here we are. We have the drawings. We will have a video, as I mentioned. We'll have a video release to further explain this. I wanted to manage expectations regarding this bond advisory group. It's not a bond oversight group. The board's responsible for the bond. So the group to oversee this is the board with the work of the committee. Okay? And that committee may change. I heard for call in leadership, and I appreciate that. This takes a lot of time. We talked about passing the bond in 2019. You have to think about the time that went into it before we even went out to a campaign. And I can't take credit for that. That is definitely above my pay grade. Other board members spent more time in hashing it out. I'm just now here as your bond committee chair. I have the institutional memory, and yet I have a lot of great people reminding me how we got certain places. And so I want to appreciate that. Community input, okay? As others have mentioned on the team, there have been lessons learned, and we appreciate that. But there's also opportunities on this very same project in the future. Ms. Corona talked about speaking with the staff today. There are other opportunities and talking with playgrounds and fixtures and things like that. There's still opportunities for input with the rest of the project. And possibly even now, regarding things. Someone asked about, how do we decide colors? I don't know. I really don't care about colors as a board member, okay? If your community wants to paint it a different color, you got my vote, okay? I just want to get you a building so that we can get the students in and move forward. The fact of, and I've mentioned this before, separating a school is so wrong on so many levels. And we learned that from Alan, and I mentioned that before, and forgive me for some of you who've heard the story before. But the efficiency, when we had a flood and we realized we had to relocate the Allen school population, they came to us and said, please keep us whole. Okay, the efficiency person in me is like, okay, divide them up, 40 over here, 20 over there, and boom. No, that's not fair. And to think that anyone would suggest our most vulnerable population, like our special education kids, just the words of, well, let's just move them over here, or let's just move the kindergartners over there. Again, where's the respect? Where's the equity, trustees?
Trustee Biscuit, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Well, I'm almost finished.
I got to cut you off, though. It's 11:59.
Oh, gosh, no, I'm so sorry.
Or 56, excuse me. So
I move? Go ahead.
I move to extend the meeting for 45 minutes.
Okay. Been moved by Trustee Schmidt.
I support.
There's support. Any discussion? All right, so Ms. Soderberg, the motion is to extend the meeting until 12:45. It was moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basquette. We're prepared for a roll call, please.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Feaster?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor?
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo?
No.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Dupree?
No.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now, please continue.
Well, I would just remind the board too, we extended the public commentary, and that ate up into our valuable meeting time. So again, I just want to
I'd like to
mention.
interject.
No, I'm sorry, trustee. I have the floor. I did not
Sure.
interrupt you.
You could come next.
Okay. So I hope we've answered a lot of questions the team have. If you have any more questions, please bring them forth so that we can answer them in a respectful and timely manner.
All right, Trustee Caraharo.
I'd like to also add that we added 2 items to the agenda at the start of the agenda before we began. So I think the back-to-back meetings of going past midnight speaks to how much we're putting into these meetings at midnight and 1 in the morning, making wise, important decisions for our community when there's hardly anybody here. That's why I didn't vote to extend the meeting, because we're here talking about a serious issue. 5 hours ago, we had a room full of concerned people, and here we are 5 hours later having the important discussion they would have loved to heard, except for it's midnight.
Thank you, Trustee Caraharo. Is there anything else that relates to Thurston Staging? Please, Trustee-elect.
Sorry, not to add a bunch of time to this, but I would, and I don't know if your team is the right people to address this, but we have heard a lot from the community about the learning experience and kids being distracted, neurodivergent kids having a harder time with all of this construction going on. Can you speak, have there been studies done about that? Can you speak to that a little bit?
So in Michigan and really majority of the United States, most renovation projects for schools cannot happen in 10 weeks. They typically happen during a school year. That's why we gave you a sample of our construction manager. They're just one of many that build next to existing occupied schools. There's best practices. Those who are our sensitive learners, we've already talked to the principal. Those classrooms are actually not located adjacent to the construction. They're actually located in a courtyard and on the other side of the building. But we have also talked to staff or to the principal. And if we find that there are students that are having struggles or problems, we are looking ahead of time, because we have time before this happens. But we're looking to see, do we need to relocate a class with maybe move them further away? The reason why I showed the timeline of the heaviest work is when you're going to hear the most disruption. And we're saving the most disruption for when school is out. So that was on purpose. Yes, we could build this school in a little bit shorter period of time, but we're taking also into account safety, supply chain. People have said, what are you going to do if you're over? We've built so much extra cushion because we're not sure of the economy and the supply chain. It's a moving target. Everybody knows. I mean, if you try to order something online, it's not in the stores anymore. You got to wait. So, we put that into account into the schedule, and so we have time to sit there and get into the nitty gritty. We're just starting to do that with the principal. Like I said, we met with the staff. We shared with them what the building is like, some timelines. They're absorbing that now. We'll be meeting with them several times between now and when impacts are looking to occur.
Trustee Schmidt.
I know, now I wasn't teaching at Scarlett, I would visit, but I have friends at Scarlett. There was work going on in the building, and there was a lot of the heavy stuff was done during the summer, but even during the school year, there would be a wall built, and students didn't have access to that end of the building. Things were rerouted, classrooms were moved. It was pretty amazing to watch it happen while kids were in school, and things that I think were pretty seamless.
Yeah. I would like to say they're seamless, but it was not seamless. It was difficult.
Yeah, but you did a good job.
Thank you. But it's, again, I put that 1, 2, 3 on the staging video. One is, can we build next to an existing school and you're just there, and when you're done, you move into your new school. 2 is, we look at, can we stage within an existing school where we have 30% availability to move kids around or not have serious disruption, and we look at safety. So, for example, if we're putting an addition on the school, sometimes that's really kind of a no-brainer. That's like building next to an existing school. But if I have to renovate and demo the whole interior of the building, and I got to do that 3 classrooms at a time, that's not feasible. That's a project that will take 10 years at that point. So if that's the case, then we drop down to item number 3, which is staging them at another location. And that is where we're at with some of our buildings, where we can't build an existing building. They don't have, most of our schools, almost all of them don't have a 30% capacity. So that's where we're at.
Well, at Scarlett, it was HVAC and things like that. I mean, I don't think
much lighter touch.
Yeah,
much
and
lighter
you mentioned
touch.
something at the bond committee meeting. When I think of that long timeline that you had, one was periodic medium, and you said something about mowing the grass, and I remember that. I remember being in my classroom when the guys came to mow and blow the sidewalk off the back. I'd shut my windows and
I know that
until they left.
I know that every week at a certain time when I'm in the middle of a Zoom meeting, I understand that completely. Yes, it will be similar to when they come and mow the grass. Yeah. That's the type of disruption we're looking at.
A lot of my students had all kinds of attention issues, so I was aware of all that kind of thing.
I just want to add one thing. Although I'm not playing this role now, I've been an architect for the district for 33 years, and except for Skyline and Roberta Clemente, which were all new schools, every one of the projects was renovations in the school. So what we're talking about right now is construction next to a school. Although it is a major undertaking, it is not the same as doing renovations in the school, which happen all the time.
Thank you. If there's nothing further on the Thurston staging, then let's move down to letter F, the Thurston discussion that we might have just had. But Trustee Muhammad, I believe you wanted to add this. Is there anything in particular you wanted us to address that we have not yet addressed?
Yeah, I think I just wanted this time to be able to discuss as a board as far as what we think is, we got all our questions answered. Are there items that still seem that are missing, that are pending before, especially, I don't know, I'm assuming this project is still paused until more data. I don't know where it is, but I wanted to at least discuss it as a board as far as what we're feeling that is missing here, and how do we want to proceed.
Just a quick comment, based on the discussion, the presentation we had, and the discussion we've had, there weren't any other dollar figures given on what it would cost to be able to actually to answer the question of staging somewhere else. Now, I know that the location is an issue. We've gone through many scenarios about why it wouldn't work at certain places on certain scenarios, on certain time schedules. What I'm looking for is a viable solution with a dollar attached to it, so that I could go back to the community and say, hey, this is the reason why, or at least this board can go back and say, hey, this is the reason why we can't do it, because it costs this much money, and it's going to take us this many years, and we just can't do it. And if we were to do it, it would cost this much. It would take 4 years, 5 years, 6, 7 years, and then not go in with any preconceived notion, but to just listen and say, okay, well, what does that mean if we wait 5 or 6 years? Because we do have schools that are on a 7-year wait.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, just to get a little bit more information around what we could go back to the community about our due diligence and exploring staging, I think with the dollar amount, I think means something.
Okay.
Because we are talking about bond public money, and we know it's going to be expensive, but
Right.
expensive becomes this ominous number where, well, how much is expensive? Is expensive too expensive? So I think before you can have a substantive discussion, I think you have to have some dollar amounts around this stuff.
Thank you. Trustee Basquette?
Once again, I don't think anything will move people off of touching the nature center. However, if you want to explore dollars, you've got to have, what are you costing?
Well,
Okay, a location, you got to find a location, the time for the location, transportation. So you can't cost it out until you have, and then when you find your location, you've got to bid it out. That's a long process. And then again, you're going to come back to, do not touch the nature center at all. We don't care how much it costs, because you know you have money if you want to da-da-da-da-da. So I think that is a exercise in futility and exhausting.
my understanding of what Trustee Carroll was suggesting, correct me if I'm wrong, is like if we put the students in another school and we bought additional modulars to go around that school to accommodate
the numbers that I did hear was the number of units that we have at those buildings. And I
Right.
heard that we're one short. Obviously, there's some specialty units at these buildings. For example, the first thing that came to my head was, okay, at the old Logan, what would it cost? Is it feasible to put 2 modular? What would that look like? Like, what classes would go in those spaces? How would the design, to actually explore the conversation beyond, oh, they're always just going to complain about the nature center, which we don't even can agree on what the border of that is, based on the discussion tonight. So I think to just proceed and just go ahead without any pause whatsoever, without any substantive discussion or real tangible exploration about what our options are, I don't think, I think it's our responsibility to do that. We took the bond money. The community gave us the faith to do something with it. We've changed it a couple of times now. In 2022, when we did the site for which ones can stage, which ones not, it's gone over so many iterations. I did hear in the public commentary that, maybe we ought to get some community members onto some of not only this committee, but I would say some of the other committees as well. We have a very involved community that wants to participate and be involved, and I just don't see why we shouldn't let them.
All right, Trustee Muhammad?
So I think one thing that I've heard is that we're still waiting for environmental impact data to be collected and then presented. And I think, so my concern is,
I didn't hear that.
wasn't that, I thought that's what they were,
They said they had
I
already.
mean, to put it into a report.
Yeah, they're just going to bundle it to get all
That's what I
together.
meant, to put it in a report. So not necessarily that it hasn't been done, but to put it in a report and to present it to us. Because I don't think, I mean, I haven't seen that information. But also, I mean, I feel like especially because this specific project, the Thurston project, does seem like it had a lot of significant community concern. We're hearing from not just the nature center people, but also, you know, students, parents, community members, neighbors. So I believe because it has a lot of concern and interest, and that I feel like having that additional information, I do want a motion to pause the Thurston project, bring forward that information, and including potentially having the bond advisory committee meet to the board for a vote at hopefully the January 29th meeting. And again, the reason why I motion this is because I feel like we have to, as a board, we have to be responsible and make a decision as a board.
Would you clarify for me, Trustee Mohammed, what would be paused in between now and January?
So the pause would be until we can get that data. So for example, the
Right.
report,
So there's no work or anything scheduled in between now and January. So I just want some clarification on what we would be pausing.
so, well, I mean, whatever, pause until we can, at least we should as a board approve whatever final plan with the data to support it. So if that information is available before January 29th, maybe we don't need to pause if there isn't work.
The project wouldn't start until March, is my understanding.
Is it March, Ms. Corona? Refresh my memory, please. I'm sorry.
And maybe I saw that wrong.
Plant relocation would start in March and tree relocation, but the construction does not start until the day after school gets out.
Right.
So there's
Okay.
darn
So
near
maybe not
almost 5-6
necessarily a
months.
pause,
Okay, so that's
but
why I
to
was
bring
wondering.
the information forward to the board so that the board as a whole can approve the plan and we can move forward.
But we'll have several meetings before March where we can decide how to
Or
handle.
some future, yeah.
Right,
So
yeah.
maybe January 29th doesn't have to be the time.
I see your hand, Trustee Basket, but I did see Trustee Carey Harrell's hand first. Did you? No? Okay. On to, Trustee Carey Harrell does not have a comment right now. So Trustee Basket, did you have something?
We started the Thurston project like we started every other project. We had no vote on Mitchell. I do not recommend there's a vote on this. The data, to be very clear, because I asked the same question about what's these environmental studies. As Mr. Bing, I believe, said, there are different things that people want. An environmental study is a very broad verbiage, I guess. When I was when I was in nonprofits getting money for grants, I was asked for an environmental impact study before I could submit my grant. That meant what was the impact of the work that I was asking for money on my clients. Okay, real broad. So if people, what we are asking in the community is clarify what exactly you're looking for, because we've probably already done it. We will put it together in one location, as we've already talked about, so people can pluck and read and put through. So not wanting to belabor time, because we have got a few minutes, other things to take care of, let's just be very clear what we're asking.
So if you want to just send an email to the board so the bond committee can work on getting that
So
environmental
there's
data.
a
you want.
motion on the table, right?
Okay.
So I motion that, and I modified it. So I motion that we, with the data, with the information, with a finalized plan, that it can come forward to the board so that we can vote on it regarding the Thurston project.
Okay.
Second.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because this has significant community concern. And I know based on our bylaws as well, any committee recommendation that includes the bond committee or any committee, usually especially if it has significance, community, impact or significance, it should be voted on. we discussed it, if there's any modifications to plan, but I believe because this has significant community concern and interest, that we as a board should have oversight on this project and vote for
So
it.
Trustee Muhammad has motioned that we vote on the Thurston plan that was supported by Trustee Carrero. Now we're open to discussion, and I do see Trustee Gainer's hand.
I just need clarification on the motion. If it's that we vote on the plan before it proceeds, I'm okay with it. If it's not clear what information we want.
So before it proceeds, so that
If-
there's
if
like
it's
a
simply
final
that we have a
plan.
vote. But if you want certain information, I think you need to specify what information that is.
So I tried to include it, but then, so environmental impact report. So I think that's going to be, because it looks like we have the information, but we're going to gather it up.
Can we hear from Gilbane or Jason if they can clarify what environmental impact statements have been done or need to be done still?
I think they said they completed the environment.
I just trying to clarify that.
Okay.
I'm not good enough.
Thank you, trustees. Whoops, here they are. So to date, we have done Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment reports. These typically are looking for contaminants. We've done threatened and endangered species habitat reviews, Phase 1 and Phase 2. These identify threatened and endangered species or species that may become threatened and endangered. There's a category for that, and mitigation protocols if any species or habitats that support those species are found. We do have mitigation protocols recommended to us for that. We've also done soils testing, NESHAP reports, which are looking for asbestos-containing materials, traffic studies, background noise studies, and soil erosion and sedimentation control studies.
Are there any others that you would still be looking to do?
Not typically, no. I think Trustee Basket mentioned and Mr. Bing here, environmental assessments is a wide range. Right. It's often tied to a funding source.
Right.
So a particular funding source, like the
Wants
federal
to-
government, you're building a highway. In order for you to get their money, you will do X, Y, and Z. We don't have such a mechanism for these projects. So the ones that we're doing are best practice. We want to know this information so it can inform the designs.
Are those results ready for us to see?
They can be bundled, yes.
Okay.
The reports are done. They just need to be bundled.
Before you go, Trustee Carrero, Trustee Muhammad, is there anything additional that was not just stated that you're looking for them to do?
No, I mean, I trust them. So
Okay.
whatever the environmental, I think that was what you listed are very important.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion. I think my friendly amendment would be that this board determine where the nature center begins and ends. I think that is something that, I get that we have diagrams. I saw the Let Thurston Play diagram. I saw the different variations. To me, when I'm looking at those slides and the nice folks who came in, I don't know what part the nature center is. I don't think anybody here, if we all answered randomly, I have a feeling that we'd all randomly answer different. So it sounds like to me it's the responsibility and the purview of this board to determine where that nature center go, since it was reminded to us that this is our property. And we actually do have the ability. So there's nobody else to ask other than this board sitting there. So until we actually can determine what the nature center is and the area, I just feel like a pause is the right thing to do. And I'm not saying that anything's going to stop or there's going to be great changes, but let's at least get our head around the conversation about the places we're impacting and then the ones that we're saying we cherish. But these other ones over here that are 5 meters over here, we don't cherish those as much. So I think that is something that the community would very much like to see, and I think it's very much on the responsibility of the board to do that.
Trustee Muhammad, that was a friendly amendment to your motion. Did you accept the friendly amendment?
Okay, tell me, can you summarize
The
what
friendly
the
amendment
amendment
is for the board to make a determination and announcement of where the actual nature center begins and ends on our own property.
May I have a comment?
Yeah.
I think she has. Well, go ahead if it's related.
I think that's a hopeless task.
Yeah, I don't know how I can.
I just think it's hopeless. I don't know where that gets us.
I think
I'm not going to explain. If you don't know where that gets us, then our commitment to sustainability isn't really there. Because the commitment that we made to sustainability when we passed the bond, and we say we're a sustainability forward community and district, we're not just going to say it doesn't matter where the nature center begins and ends. We're just going to build our building. That to me is not in line with any sustainability idea or framework that I'm aware of on the committee that you and I both sat on. I don't think that those people in that committee would agree with. I don't think it matters. I don't have any other comment. I've made a friendly amendment. I'd like to know if it's accepted.
Well, one quick question. Would the environmental impact assess that? I mean, we're not going to have the boundary,
It won't
but it would
define.
show which is impacted, which is not.
It won't define boundaries.
It's a totally subjective label. It
Yes.
doesn't alter the reality of the green space we're
Hold on.
affecting.
It won't be subjective if this board decides. Then it won't be subjective. It would be objective, and we would be able to physically say that is not part of the nature center, and this part is.
Okay, understood. It's been a friendly amendment's been offered. Trustee Muhammad, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I just feel like I don't feel comfortable. I don't even have the expertise to say this is the border or not. So I don't know if I'm not.
So that's a no.
Yeah.
You do not say, okay. So the motion on the table is that we vote on the Thurston project and that there be a pause in the interim period. That was moved by Trustee Muhammad, supported by Trustee Carahero. Is there any discussion?
I thought the pause thing wasn't on the table, that was,
Oh, it's just a vote. I apologize.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a
So
little
the
confused.
motion is to bring forward the studies that were mentioned, bring that forward to the board for us to review, and for us as a board to vote on the whatever modified, finalized plan before they start the project.
How about prior to March 1st?
Prior what?
Prior to March 1st, I'm suggesting.
Sure. I mean, is that when they're starting? Whenever they start, whatever the date that they start the project.
They're not starting until March.
So prior to March 1st.
Wait a minute. Clarification, please.
Okay, what is the start date? Because I'm trying to.
Right, we've got to do bids.
What's the best date? And I'll
Got to
put it
define
in
the
there.
work.
All right, so it's not just about the construction. We do have to publicly bid. We do have to go
Okay,
through a
so-
process. We do have to procure equipment, long lead items, all that needs to occur. But the start time, I said that we need to start in the spring because we have tree felling now and tree location. We have bats. Part of the study indicated that if we're going to do any tree relocation or remove any trees, that there's a certain period of time in which we need to do that, and that needs to occur prior to April 1st. So we need to make sure that everything's in place in order for us to remove that prior to April 1st, or, then we're not meeting the suggestions given by the habitat, whatever. Thank you, the habitat report.
So do you have a date that would give you enough time to do that? I just feel like it's important for the board to approve whatever plan that moving forward, especially for the public to see that we've looked at it, we looked at the data. It's taking ownership of the project so that you can move forward.
If I may be forward, it does matter to us what it is we're pausing. Because there is, for instance, there is a whole other stakeholder group that we have to reach out to, which is the city of Ann Arbor. We do that through a preliminary plan process.
There is no pause. You all can keep working.
When do you need a final,
Just a
for us
vote.
to vote
we just
for a
got
final
the-
plan to be like,
March 1st.
okay.
Because that's the date that we would be, around March 1st, is we'd be bringing trade contracts for
Okay.
approval.
That's
We would
all
have
I
to
want.
move at
I
that
don't
point.
wanna
Yeah.
delay
Well,
it. I'm
but-
just trying to get us to get
But
all
before-
the information and then move forward.
I'm sorry, but to clarify, even before we can go out to trade bids, we need to know what they're bidding on, right? So that's before. That's way before. I mean, I appreciate, we have ownership. Let me clarify. We have ownership. And I guess I'm not understanding why this project, we are saying to this Thurston group, you get a vote, but Mitchell didn't. So do we give a vote to everybody else? And if we open that box of having to vote on everything, we may not get, it just sent the wrong signal to our Mitchell families. And I'm not quite sure what we're trying to accomplish here. We have the studies, and God bless you, I'm not reading through all those studies. I'm going to trust you all did. But if you want to read those, and the community wants to read them, we have them. But I'm not sure how that informs or gives us any more ownership than we already have.
Trustee Guerrero.
I will say that this is a little bit of a different case because of the historical and cultural significance of that we heard about in the beginning about the Nature Center. I mean, yes, we didn't approve other schools, but other schools don't have an internationally known nature center where people intentionally came to be a destination spot for. So to me, by default, it already is a special situation. And so we ought to give it a little bit of special care as we proceed forward, whether that means going ahead with the plan that we have on the table, or if it means making an adjustment of some kind. But I think it's a little insensitive to the community to say, hey, we're not voting on you because we didn't vote on anybody else, regardless of your advocacy or how strong you feel about it. That's the job of the board, to respond to the community. And when the community comes out and says, hey, we have this need, this is your response, obviously we're reactive. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here at 12:15 at night talking about the Nature Center for 4 meetings in a row. So to me, it's already a special circumstance, and we ought to be able to take ownership and approve it. And if that requires a vote, then the board ought to do that.
Given that we have, I'm sorry, did you want to go first?
Yes. Well, I know I can't vote tonight, but please clarify what exactly is the board voting on?
The motion on the table, it moved by Trustee Muhammad, was that the board vote prior to March 1st on whether or not the new Thurston project moved forward or not, after we review the environmental reports that come to us prior to that date. That is what the motion is, supported by Trustee Guerrero. My personal position on it is we have until March 1st. We don't have to take action tonight. We will have a new board in 2 weeks, and this can be addressed at that time. So I'm personally not going to be supporting this motion. So I'm ready to call. I'm ready to have the vote. Is there any other discussion?
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
President Feaster.
No.
Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Caraharo.
Yes.
Trustee Basquette.
No.
Trustee Dupree. Oh, sorry. Trustee Schmidt.
No.
Thank you. It was 3-3, so it fails. Motion fails. Moving down, first briefing on recommended changes to policy 3210, general fund balance.
Thank you, President Feaster. We have Mr. Demetrio coming forward again. We talked in both Finance Committee and Executive Committee on a couple separate occasions about the board's will around any potential modifications to policy 3210, which is the fund balance policy. And so both committees felt that we should bring it forward for full board discussion to determine whether or not the board has any will around changing any of the fund balance policy. And so to that end, Mr. Demetrio will walk us through what some of those recommended changes might be, if so.
I'm waiting to bring up the policy and the change. Currently, the policy states that a fund balance will be between 6% and 15%. The recommendation from the Michigan School Business Officials is 15%. The recommendation from multiple sources is to have about 45 to 60 days of operations. And it works out to about 15% again. Our recommendation is to increase the fund balance from 6 to 15%. So this year will be 7% to 15%, next year 8%. until we get to basically 10% in 4 years. So then they will stay at 10 to 15%, and then the strive to stay at 15%. Currently, our budget is about 300 million. So 10% is about 30 million or so. And there's some, I had also a spreadsheet that shows some historically, going back to Proposal A, 94-95, you'll see that school district had a fund balance between below 6%, I believe 5 times. It had between 6 and 10%, 11 times. And then between 10 and above, 13 times. So the most time the school district was above that 10%. In order, when he brings it up.
He's working.
Yep. So, there's, I don't know if you also have the state aid stuff. But you see on the bottom, below 6%, 5 times, between 6 and 10, 11 times, and then above 10% is 13 times, and it has the numbers above.
But it's only been above 10% once in the last dozen years.
Yes.
What do we see again? I know I've asked this question. What averages are you seeing across the state of Michigan? That
It's 22%. The average in the state of Michigan today is about 22%.
Yeah. And I can imagine why that is, because the way funding is yanked around, you got to be ready.
There's we kind of know what happened here, and we took great steps last year to correct some of those things, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done to get there. So by changing it, it also gives direction to the administration to make sure that the fund balance is a priority, and when we build the budget, that we build the budget to increase the fund balance so the school district can get to a point where it's financially viable and you don't have all these people coming here and screaming and shouting and so forth. And that's where we're trying to get to a place, and even 10% is not it's not great, but it's a much better place than where we are today. And there's going to be in order to get there. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. There's going to be sacrifices to get there, but it can be done. And the way that is structured, the policy, is basically every year you put about $3 million into your fund balance to get you there. In 4 years, you get there, and you might get there faster. But it also gives direction and a path for us that this is a priority that needs to happen, and it's a good thing for the school district.
How many days of operations is 15%?
Excuse me, the 10% or the 15%? The 15% is about, I would say it's approximately 50 days.
Okay, over the 45 days that we need to get to, you said.
Yes.
Okay.
But the minimum would be probably around 30 days. The goal is to get to around the 50 days or around 50 million.
Okay. I'm sorry, Trustee Basket.
Yeah, as I said in the Governance Committee and Finance Committee when we looked at this, I don't think not having this clarity would have changed the behavior. I mean, the staff is working hard to get the job done, to get to our ultimate goal. But I do appreciate the way it's clearly spelled out for not only us, but the community, what our goals are for each year. So I am willing to move to support this and let you know, because I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate that.
Go ahead. First briefing. Go ahead, Trustee.
I'm still moving it.
There is nobody in this room, there's nobody in this district or community who doesn't want to hire fund balance. clearly benefits everybody. Except for, I find this proposal as written performative, disingenuous, and it sends a terrible message to our employees, especially during negotiations, who are going to interpret this as more effort from the board to get our financial situation straightened out on the backs of staff. What I would recommend is that we incorporate language that allows us as a board to do our fiduciary responsibility by being able to examine financial records, to evaluate programs, to make the decisions, which I have not had access to data in a way that helps me decide if programs can be made more economical or are not financially sound in the first place. Unless we do that, it's a fairly empty gesture and will be heard very badly.
I'd like to respond to
Please.
a few of your comments, please. So one of the comments that you made was that this is going to be on the backs of the employees, right? You said that this will be on the back of the employees. Okay. So 82% of our cost is actual employees, and then we have another 10 to 12% that we contract people to do custodial, transportation, substitute guest teachers, you name it. So the rest of it goes to utilities and supplies and so forth. So if we're under the impression that we can reduce our cost or increase our fund balance without affecting employees when 92 to 94% of your cost is there, I think we have much more serious problems than that. I'd like to show the state aid, please.
Unfortunately, my computer just kicked me out of the system for some reason. So, sorry.
I'll tell you what is happening.
Yeah, and I would also I would add that, the team and I provided trustees with a significant amount of information around program costs, financial information, financial data, to an extensive degree in the spring. And so trustees have access to information to be able to assess programmatic costs, financial costs, and we're happy to continue to do that.
I'd like to say a few more words. What we're proposing is good for everybody. It's good for the whole system. It's good for the employees. It's good for you as a board, and it's good for the administration. It gives the administration direction what they need to do. It gives you direction as well, and also the comfort that you have a path to get somewhere where you don't have all this chaos and strife every board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I think it's just common sense.
Any other questions? Trustee Muhammad.
I don't have a question, but a comment is that with how unpredictable funding can be, I think it's always better to be safe. And I mean, I would support this just because, again, we don't know, what's going to happen if a new administration comes to board and they slash all this funding. So I do not want to be ever in a situation that we've been this past year. So
that's why I wanted to show you the state aid, what happened to us this year. You'll see that last year we received from the state about 165 million. If you look at this year, we're about 132, 133 million. There's reasons for some of it. Some of it's because the tax base went up. So the 7 million of that, then the state will give us 7 million less. Some of it's because the retirement, the in and out. It's about 13 million of that. It was 28 million last year. This year is 15. You saw in the budget amendment, there's about $7.7 million that hit a bottom line. And it was completely unexpected from what the budgets were that they were proposing, the House, the Senate, and the governor. So we are at the mercy of the state. Whether we like it or not, that is Proposal A, and they determine how much money we get and how much money we don't get. So without us having a cushion to be able to take those blows and not having to rush like we did last year to cut $20 million from the budget, this is what this recommendation does, is to provide that protection to the system.
Yes, please.
You took the words right out of my mouth. This is a rainy day fund, and it's a guardrail that this district needs, whether this board exists or not. You know, we're talking like years from now, this guardrail will be there to protect this district. So again, I know I can't vote on this tonight, but I am 100% behind it.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or discussion? All right. Thank you, Mr. Demetri.
Thank you.
Time here?
We've got 5 minutes. You want to make a motion now?
We can do this.
All right. We're at second briefing. Number 8 for Annex AN 2187, New Mitchell Elementary Trade Contract Recommendations, Part 2.
Any changes, Mr. Stansberry? No change. No changes, trustees.
No changes. That brings us, any questions? Okay. Brings us down to number 9, board action.
So I move.
Is there a motion to approve? We'll go individually. Approve Annex AN 2187, New Mitchell Elementary Trade Contract Recommendations, Part 2.
Mr. President, I move.
Moved by
Second.
Moved by Trustee Basquet, support by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basquet,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we're down to letter B, approve FY25 General Fund First Budget Amendment. Is there a motion?
So moved?
Moved by Trustee Schmidt,
Support.
support by Trustee Basquet. Any discussion? Ms. Soderberg, please.
President Mohammed, Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basquet,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Letter C, approve board meeting calendar January through June 2025.
So moved?
Moved by Trustee Basquet. Is there support?
No, Trustee Schmidt.
Oh, Trustee Schmidt, I'm sorry. Is there support?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So right now on the calendar, we have January 22nd as the organizational meeting and the 29th the regular meeting. Per our discussions in Governance Committee and as you have reported out, could we possibly put the 22nd as a workshop, a board workshop, and have the organizational meeting on the 29th / regular meeting / anything else we have to do meeting?
That's a friendly amendment. You accept that?
I'm all about that. Sure.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basquet. What's the friendly amendment? Any discussion?
So I got a quick question. So I don't know if we decided this, but I thought we were going to do like a closed session on the 29th for the super.
That's the anything else.
Let's do something first. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, hold on. Let's do something. Is there a motion to extend the meeting by
Oh,
5
yeah.
minutes? Thank you. By 5 minutes. Moved by Trustee Schmidt. Support by Trustee Mohammed. We'll go to 12:50. Hopefully.
Do a voice vote for that or no?
No, I think.
No. Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor.
Yes.
Trustee Basquet.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. The question was from Trustee Mohammed about whether or not the 29th was going to be for
Closed session
closed
for the
session.
super midpoint. I thought, wasn't that something we talked about? I don't remember.
We
And
did.
it's-
We can still do
I'm
that.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
In executive committee, we discussed the possibility of making the 22nd a retreat, and at that point, addressing the superintendent mid-year evaluation at that meeting,
Oh, the
and
22nd.
then having the 29th as the organizational meeting / per
Oh,
trustee.
so it's the org and a regular meeting?
No. So
Sorry, I didn't hear the-
propose. So the 22nd would be a board workshop.
Right.
Okay, not the organizational meeting.
Right.
Yeah, I
Moving the
understand that.
organizational meeting to the 29th / regular meeting and anything else. I'm sorry, I left out the superintendent's mid-year. That can be part of the workshop
On the
on the
22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, I think that's what I said.
It seems that if we wanted to do that, it would be up to you if you would like that as a closed session
Yeah.
on that
Yeah,
day,
I
and if you
thought
would,
you
then we'd need to
wanted-
vote on
I
that
was-
separately. huh?
So that's what I was going to add after you all were done discussing that. We could always vote for a closed session to tackle onto the retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the 22nd.
The second vote.
The-
Let's
the
have
tw-
the first
the tw-
vote.
The 22nd, the retreat.
Yeah.
Is that?
So are we adding that as a friendly amendment to, or is that something we're going to vote on separately?
I thought the closed session request was a separate vote from
Fair
the
enough.
current. This is the calendar right now.
Fair enough.
Well, I think I was just going to add it as a friendly amendment.
Well, but to go into closed session,
Have to vote.
Oh,
We
we
have to-
haven't.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Sorry, okay, that makes sense.
All right. Motion on the table. Is a motion to approve the calendar with the changes that Trustee Basket just sought, to have the 22nd be a workshop / superintendent.
don't do that, just a workshop.
Just a workshop.
The
The
29th is the organization,
29th is the organizational meeting
and the rest of the calendar.
Okay.
We can always,
Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
yes,
motion carries.
Thank you. And that brings us down to D, approval of the minutes of the December 11th, 2024 regular meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Basket,
second,
supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
yes,
Down to E, approved minutes of the December 11th, 2024 closed session. Is there a motion?
so moved,
Moved by
Support.
Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basket. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
yes.
Is this where?
I'd like to make a motion
Yes.
that on the 22nd of January 2025, we go into closed session to handle the evaluation of our superintendent.
Support.
Support, moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basket. Any discussion?
So is this going to be after the retreat or before?
It could be, so if you voted in, it could be either. It could be at the start of.
Well,
the
that's what I'm
start of
saying.
the
We're not
retreat.
going to move this meting to 6.
No.
Right.
Okay, I
think
would
we'll-
not support that.
We'll make it work. And we'll
Okay,
be-
that's all I
whoever-
wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any discussion?
Quick clarification on that. I believe the superintendent has to request closed meeting.
We just asked her. She said she would like that. You can't see her because he's blocking you, but I said, would you like it? And she said, yes. That's what made me do it.
Okay.
Good question.
Superintendent Parks, you are requesting the closed session.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
that official.
Yes, Superintendent Parks did request a closed session. It's been moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basket. Any discussion? Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. I was just told I need to move to add a closed session to the 29th.
Attorney-client.
Attorney-client privilege.
So moved.
Support.
All right. Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Basket. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Gaynor,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Down to number 10, item for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any item for agenda planning? Seeing none. Down to 11. Trustees, we're at item from the board. Yes, Trustee Gainer.
I'd like to thank everyone in the community who's engaged with the board, whether public commentary, email, phone calls. It's been very much appreciated. And to the new board, I strongly recommend you get out into the schools to get as good a feel as you can to what's happening in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gainer. Anything else? I just want to say thank you to my exiting colleagues. Greatly appreciate what I've learned working with you all. Wish you all the best in the next stages of your public service. I know it won't end here, but thank you all for everything you all have done for the district. And now we are at number 12. Motion to, I'm sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
I second it with a happy holiday.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Basquez, supported by Trustee Schmidt with a happy holiday. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Soderberg, please.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Gainer?
Yes.
Trustee Basquet?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and that adjourns the meeting at 12:50.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.